'cause I've been in love before, and I found that love was more than just holding hands. If I give my heart to you, I must be sure from the very start that you would love me more than her. If I trust in you, oh please don't run and hide. If I love you too, oh please don't hurt my pride like.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Early Birds as we cruise into the last day of Writers' Week. A little bit of housekeeping. We ask that you do not sit or stand in the aisles while the sessions are underway. We need them in case of any emergencies. It's also inconvenient for people trying to move around or any of the staff. Also, could you not move the chairs from where they've been placed? We would appreciate that. If your phone is on, please switch it to silent, or if you don't need it, switch it off. Please be aware of those around you in case you're standing in a place where people are trying to walk or such. And have a good day. Be nice to everyone. Thank you.
If I fell in love with you,
morning, everybody. This is just the obligatory sound check. Check 2. 1, 1, 2. Yep.
is in your eyes, a look your smile can't disguise. The look of love, it's saying so much more than just words could ever say. And what my heart has heard, well, it takes my breath away. I can hardly wait to hold you, feel my arms around you. How long I have waited just to love you. Now that I've found you, you've got the look.
Morning again. As the crowd builds, I thought I might give you a little bit more of the housekeeping message just to remind you. Please do not stand or sit in the aisles. And also, during the changeover, it's also considered convenient for us if you do not stand in the aisles and chat to people, because obviously everyone is trying to move around. Also, could you not move the chairs from where they've been placed? We would also ask that if your phone is on, could you switch it to silent to avoid any embarrassment? Have a good day. Be nice to the people around you. Thank you.
Just to love you. Now that I have found you, don't ever go, don't ever go. I love you so.
We had a very nice party last night.
Good morning to you all. And was anybody here yesterday morning?
They were all here.
How good is this? Yes, yesterday, for those who weren't here, was a miserable day, and it lacked. Well, it had rain and it lacked Alex Miller, which we'll come to in a moment. I'm Jonathan Green. Welcome to this ultimate day of this fabulous week, this fabulous Writers' Week here in Adelaide. I would like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land in which we gather this morning, the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains, Hills, Waterways. and celebrate their ongoing connection to this place over 60,000 years and more. The stories that have filled these places, the connection to country and to land, the people of the land and land of the people. I pay my respects to their elders past and present, and to any other First Nations people who might be joining us today. Alex Miller joins us today. Alex is... We're putting you in living legend status as yet. You'd hate that. He's won Miles Franklin's with his own work, which is something of a standout achievement in that award. He has written works of non-fiction and fiction. 13 novels, Alex. That's an auspicious number.
Yeah, it's a good number, isn't it?
It's the devil's number, Alex.
The devil's number, that'll do.
Yes. Does this? I mean, are you keen to get off? Is that like being a cricketer stranded on 87? Do you need another one now to sort of even it up?
Well, I'm writing another one. I probably don't need it, but something in me makes me die when I'm not the originator of this idea. I think the first time I read of it was Virginia Woolf in one of her essays, where she said, you know, life after writing is death. And she didn't say it, I just made it up then, but it sounds better if you say Virginia Woolf did it, you know. It's got that sense of authenticity, like he mistook all my Miles Franklin winning books for ones that I had actually written, whereas the member of the audience who wrote them is my wife, and she's sitting down there hiding in case I say something about her. But yeah, I agree, whatever it was you said.
Well, another book in the works, which makes me think, because the current book, A Brief Affair, appears after a couple of works of non-fiction. Was it good to be back into that fiction space, or do you work with projects concurrently? How does it work for you?
I worked on Max, which is a memoir. I thought it was a memoir written by a friend who I loved, and who loved me, and was a really important man in my life, Max Blatt, and he's still around. And all my life I thought, I must write about him. And the very first story I had published, I suppose, in a respectable place, Meanjin.
Good place.
Not with him. I had one probably with him, but... the editor of Meanjin at that time had just taken over from its founder, Christensen. And he said that... Christensen said to him that my literature readers, my fiction readers, his fiction readers, would never agree. Finola Moorhead was one, and Arthur Phillips was the other. Arthur Phillips was the acme of respectability from Midtown Melbourne, and Finola was one of these crazy women who thought that the 2020s had come, and they hadn't. It was back then in some 70s. In the 70s, they hadn't arrived yet, you know. But she behaved as if she was a free, real person for some... I don't know how she managed it, but she did, and she's still around, thank God. And they agreed that this story that I sent in was, got to do this, Jim. Jim Davidson was the new editor. And apparently it was the only time they'd ever agreed, which was rather wonderful. And it was the first time I'd been respectably published. So it was kind of hugely important. And the story was called Comrade Pavel. And of course, Australians pronounce it Comrade Powell. And because they just don't know, do they? There's sort of a huge illiteracy in Australia, which I admire and love. And many of you are here today. But an inability to pronounce words that have some sort of international cachet about them. As if there is only one way to say Powell, ain't there? Yeah, it's fucking Powell, isn't it? In it. And that sort of thing, which is good, and you get used to it. But that story was based on an evening on a farm that I had, 1,500 acres, cost $12,000 to buy it, and it was in the south coast of New South Wales, in a valley, the Araloon Valley, Lower Araloon. And Max came to visit me, as he did fairly regularly, and the two of us were there with the fire going, and we'd had lunch with people who came down from Canberra, Some of you may even have been there to Canberra, but so discussions, for some reason, and I think one of them was, two of them actually were Jewish, and somebody else started talking about anti-Semitism, and so there was this huge row while everyone tried to drink casks of red wine to the bottom before driving home along this really dangerous road with no seatbelts on, screaming at each other. And they'd all gone, and there was this beautiful silence of the valley had descended upon Max and I, and he was a great man for the silence. And his silence was my original attraction to him. I thought, here's a man who has this beautiful, deep, rich, resonant silence. It's the most wonderful thing I've ever contacted, and I think we just looked at each other and fell in love. And I have never fell out of love with him, nor he with me. And so it was just huge. He was a lot older than me, in his 50s then. I was 20, I think, 20-something, 23 maybe. And he told me this story. He said, do you want to know what anti-Semitism is? Into the silence. And I didn't say yes, I just waited. And he told me a story. He was Jewish, and he grew up in Poland, speaking German, because part of where he lived at the time was part of Silesian, now Silesia, of course. And he just told me this story about the first day of the German Blitzkrieg, the onslaught. And I wrote it during the night. Sort of stayed up all night typing it on my Olivetti. And in the morning I showed it to him. And I knew somehow that it was right. And he read it, and he had tears in his eyes and gave me a cuddle and said, you could have been there, which is the most wonderful endorsement. 3 words. No, you could have been there. 5 words. I can't count unless I've got anybody takes these away, I'm gone. But yeah, so it was this wonderful, out of all that silence came, you could have been there. And what it was for me, the moment when, and I don't suppose most people have this moment, but it was the moment when I knew I really can write. Because something happened last night when I was writing that story, and I think they probably call it writing above yourself. I've heard that phrase used, or performing above yourself. And we all do it in various walks of life. We have wonderful days when somehow we're in the zone, and they speak of that in athletics too, don't they? When a person can perform at a special heightened level that they never quite reach again. And with Max, that was our relationship, did that for us. That magical stuff worked. And then when I wrote the memoir, which was shortlisted for the, did I already tell you this? Shortlisted for the National Biography Award, which surprised me. I didn't think it was a biography. But anyway, that was a good thing. And that was kind of rounding it off. After all those years, how long was it? From when I was 20-something to when I was 80-something. It's a long time. It's a life. And suddenly it was done. And I thought, I've done it. Now it's over. That's the only book I really absolutely had to write that was left in me. And we finished up in Israel, in love with his relatives, particularly Liat Shoham. And she and I met, and she reminded me, do you remember me? Remember you? What do you mean, do I remember you? It's the first time I've been to Israel. It's the first time I've seen you. No. We knew each other when I was 16, she said. And she reminded me of this blank in my mind and refilled it with the fact she spent a year when she was 16 at Ruth and Max's house in Caulfield doing her year, whatever it was, 16 years student. And she said she used to run to the door whenever I came to see Max to get there first so she could see me. What was I then? Maybe, I don't know, 20, I suppose. And probably thought I was good looking or something like that. I thought she was.
That thing you mentioned there of writing above yourself in that experience, in that first piece, Is that a thing you strive to recapture? Is that
No.
a thing which is hard to capture, or can you
No.
compensate?
Absolutely not.
Can you get there through craft?
No. You can get there through crime, but not craft.
Do explain.
Yeah, the demon has many sides. The demon you mentioned earlier has many sides. Number 13 being the devil's number. I didn't know that, but I love it. And I know it's a gift, that moment. And I think Leonardo da Vinci called it inspiration, the inflowing of the spirit, the inspiration, the breathing in of the spirit. He probably was a spiritualist or something, I don't know. It's a long time ago, these things slip by. And he used that word and created the word, for me anyway, in his medieval Italian or whatever it was he was speaking. And that happens occasionally. It's a gift. You can get it for a whole book. I got it for a book called Coal Creek. I thought it was a short story. I sat down to write it one afternoon. I said, I'll write it this afternoon. I didn't stop for 10 weeks, and then it was finished. Nobody edited it. My editor said, doesn't need any editing. It's the story. It's the story. It was the voice dictated it. I'm not trying to be smart. That's what happened. It's true. Those are moments that we can have, and they're gifts. And you think, oh my God, I'd love to get another one of them, you know. As Jonathan's saying, can you bring it on? And no, I don't think you can, really. And you may be tired and sick and uneasy about all sorts of things in your life, and suddenly it's there. Rare, like a rare special super deluxe medicine that you just take a sip of and you're away. Boom. And no, mostly it's just hard work and trying to, writing, rewriting, all those cliches are true. That's what writing is. It's rewriting. It's getting better and better. But Max, to me, was the end. That's what I thought. So I went home. We went home from Israel, 2018, Steph and I, who's hiding down there somewhere. She was sitting here in the front, and she left for some reason. And puzzling behaviour. And we got home, and our daughter was visiting us from Berlin, where she worked at the time. And she said, what are you going to do now that Max has done? I mean, you've been working on this book for 5 years. Well, we're researching it, learning German, for God's sake. Imagine that, we had to do that. And so wonderful that we did it, as I always thought would be impossible. But no, I thought it was one of those hurdles that I would never get over. I wouldn't get over there to write Max. I thought, this is not going to, that's why Max will never get written. But it did. We just did it. And once again, that proof of that, people say, how do you write a novel? I say, you just do it, you know, and or biography or whatever. Just do it, please. And when you feel like doing it. And our daughter came, and we were sitting in front of the fire. We've got a little cottage in Castlemaine, which is a country town in Victoria. And we're sitting in front of the fire having a chat and a drink, probably. And she said, what are you going to do now? I said, oh, yeah, I don't know. And I feared the depths that Virginia Woolf had spoken of. I feared the silence. The completeness of the silence was a bit terrifying too. In a sense, Max was gone. Having done, I feel very emotional now, even attempting to speak about it, so I'm not going to go there. It's too strong. Some things are too strong for the public, I think. And as a private world, privacy, to me, I'm old-fashioned, good. I like old-fashioned people and I like old people. I'm one of them and I understand them, and we talk to each other as if we're real and as if we've met before. We can just stand there and look at each other and ask almost, not quite, but almost the most intimate questions of each other at the bus stop. Did you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah, no. Well, you do, don't you? And it's like, right, yeah. Here's your bus. And see you in heaven.
What was the thing that came into your mind that said, here was this book?
Oh, yeah. Kate, our daughter, said, So what are you going to do now? And I said, I don't know, really, I don't know. 5 years was a long time, and I was a long way away from my previous novel, and I kind of thought, I don't think I can write again. I've forgotten how to write, you know. And we started talking about Steph, my wife, and her experiences as an academic, and working at what used to be a place that was called a lunatic asylum, which is now very appropriately transformed into a university campus. So it was a kind of huge... I was listening to Steph and Kate talking about this, and I saw it as a huge offer. You know, I used to tell my students, if you get an offer of the imagination, for Christ's sake, take it. The problem is to recognise them when they come. That was an offer. You've got to be joking. It was a lunatic asylum and now it's a university? This makes sense. Don't want to be too hard on lunatic asylums, but still, you know. The great thing about that, what was a lunatic asylum, so they put this in the flight path intentionally, did they?
Yes.
They do that. I could have been on that one. It's 9:45. Probably going the wrong way, is it? I don't know. Anyway, the thing about that place, the biggest thing was Kate and I are very hauntable. You know, some people are hauntable and others say, what are you talking about? It's cool, it's lovely here. We feel uneasy. Kate and I feel uneasy when there are ghosts about the place. Steph never did. We had some pretty major ghost effects over time. One of them actually in South Australia and on Sarah Island and places like that. Impossible places to stay on because of the depth of suffering and horror that's taken place there, and it's left its residue somehow. I don't know how, and I don't understand it, of course. I have no intention of trying. But Steph didn't really feel that. But working at the Sunbury campus, she had to change her office. It was just too much for her, the haunting. And I went in there to see her one day. It wasn't the place, you know, we didn't sort of go and visit each other at work and that kind of thing. I think we had one car, so you get a train to Sunbury and then walk up the hill. And I went to see her, and oh boy, that place was thick with this haunt material, whatever that is, or haunt feeling. It was really creepy. I made it down this corridor to Steph's office, and I said, Christ, darling, how the fuck do you work here? And she said, yeah, I know, I've got to move. I can't stand it, being here on my own. So we had this talk about reliving all this stuff about the haunted building, haunted with suffering, human suffering that had been imposed on people. And Kate looked at me cheerfully, as they do, said, why don't you write a ghost story, Dad? I've never done that. I said, no, it's true. And I said, actually, sitting here, I was thinking about a sort of story like that. Do it then. And I thought, well, I haven't got anything else to do, so I may as well resurrect myself. And I began to write A Brief Affair, which I didn't know was going to be a brief affair, of course. But I had a Steph-like figure in her early middle age, I suppose 42, 44, in midlife, in the middle of the wonderful adventure. And she was my model. So I thought, okay. And then our son and his partner and their children have a farm, small farm, 20 minutes from us. He's a banker, but that's what they do, and that's what he loves, physical work. So I used that was going to be her home for this woman. I was always kind of sitting there ready for me. So I just started writing it. And I soon realised I can't do a ghost story. I'm just not interested enough in the supernatural or in that whole idea of exploring ghostliness. it'll have to either be there or it won't be there. And I'm not going to try putting it in. It's a bit like not trying to get in the zone. The harder you try, I mean, Jonathan and I just had a little conversation before we came here, and I couldn't think of the word for, and I can't think of it now, for what was
we
it?
both compared notes on similar experiences on not being able to find the word.
But you get to the end of the sentence, you know the word when you begin the sentence, and you have the sentence in your head, and you're ready to say it, and you begin to say it, right at the last minute, this little shutter goes, chomp. You're not getting the word, Miller. And you know, you bang on the door, the harder you try, the firmer that door stays closed. That word is not to be given to you today. Not in these moments when you need it most. Anyone who doesn't believe in the unconscious has no ability to observe life, I think. So you go away and you have a coffee and you start reading a book and you think, oh, fuck, I know what it was. Yeah, it was. And anyway, I was having one of those. Why are we talking about that now? I rely on you as a guide.
Well, loath as I am to interrupt.
Please do. Well, I see you've got a...
There's a clock.
It looks like a compass.
That's east, west, one or the other. You make the ghost story, there is a haunting, but the haunting becomes manifest.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. The woman who...
Well, you read your book. That's good.
Well,
People read their own book.
Well, that's very true. We could talk about that.
Yeah.
But you take another great challenge in this, and this is in your character Fran to inhabit that moment in her life of midlife and of disruption and of change. I mean, that's a big imaginative challenge, I would have thought, to inhabit that thing for the midlife woman who has just had an incident which is going to throw her life into the air. For you to walk into that place, that's a nice imaginative jump.
Well, that's what it is, isn't it? I mean, it's all a challenge. Getting here was a bloody challenge, to be honest. The way they've got hotels and car parks organised here, I don't know. You do things really well in Adelaide, but not the combination of hotel and car park. You don't do that well. Yeah, of course it's a challenge. It's a terrifying challenge, and I usually think I can't do this. At least several times I give up. But the thing about succeeding with something, and I'm not saying I've succeeded, but in actually getting it done, which is a sort of level of success that I'm prepared to accept as success. That's what success is. I've got it done. I built the fence, or I took the fence down. That's what I set out to do. And so always writing a book, always, I get to the point where I just know I can't do this, and I put it aside. And I think that's it. I just can't. I'm not going to get it. I'm just not going to get the tone. I'm not going to get it right. It's $50 a photo, so don't take too many. If you're rich, go for it. You know. Pay me later. I've heard that before, haven't you? I'll pay you later. In what? In kind. Cash. South Australian notes, probably. Don't take photos. Not allowed. Bullshit. I'm just bullshitting you. There is an element of having some authority sitting up here. I can use it going, you must all leave now.
This is how Mussolini
I
started.
have no more to say. Should take this more seriously. I can't remember what I was going to say. So this actually was a Max thing. Max, his wife, Max was silent. He would sit there all evening smoking. And his wife would walk up and down talking. You didn't need to have a conversation. You couldn't have one. Just let her go. Ruth talked. She feared the silence. Max feared the speech. What might be said. So there was an incredible balance there between these two people who had both suffered the same horror and survived together. And one evening, we were having dinner there, as we often did. And Ruth's been walking up and down, talk. And suddenly she stopped. And she turned to Max and said, Max, I've forgotten what I was going to say. He said, say something else. So thank you, Max. That's still getting a fucking laugh, mate. 75 years later. But the point is that you remember everything Max said. You remember nothing that Ruth said. And isn't that the case? You meet it every day, the person who wants to unload. I sat down in the gallery. We went to the gallery, the art gallery. And I sat down because I felt old and tired. And especially with the thing I was looking at, I don't know what it was. But a woman sat next to me and started unpacking her bag and explaining to me all the things that were in her bag. And this thing, which I'll get out of the bag because it's quite big, and I got it for $2. It was selling for $35. I said, no, it wasn't. It wasn't selling. That's why they reduced it to $2. Nobody wanted it. Nobody cares about that thing, whatever it is in your bag. Oh, she said, I won't quite unwrap it. It's got a lot of wrapping on it. But she told me her life story. And I was sort of sitting there going like this. And she just didn't understand that I was bored shitless and tired. Why is that? What is that? Are you not okay? Are you okay? I don't notice anyone's actually... Notice someone left. Oh no, that was the photographer got up and came.
I think they're fine. So Fran has one imaginative jump in this book.
Oh right, the book, yeah.
Yeah, the book. I'm sorry. Should we talk about the book? Is that... Okay, we'll talk about the book.
Okay, we'll talk about the book. So I was writing this book, and I wrote a book a long time ago. It came out in 2020, and it was called Conditions of Faith, Qui Status Fidei, Quae Ratio Veritatis, which is the beginning of a really ghastly thing written by a bloke called Tertullian in the 2nd century. And it's on the games, or the torturous so-called games, animals and people being tortured to death that the Romans enjoyed. And that book is a story of a woman who isn't taken seriously. She has a husband who has a big ambition. He wants to be involved in building the Sydney Harbour Bridge, of all things. And this is true. It's not just opinion. Baume-Marpent was the company he worked for in Paris. She marries him, Emily. Emily doesn't know what she wants to do with her life, but she knows she wants to do something with it. Emily's story is mine. People say, how did you write as a woman this whole... I said, well, I am a woman. You know, when I'm writing that, I'm Emily. Come on. It's not the first time. People do it. Women write good men. Men write good women. We also write appallingly about things like sex, appallingly. The worst writing in the world is someone trying to give a detailed account of good sex. I mean, it's the funniest. If you get a twist to it, it's the funniest thing to see this poor bastard who's gone down that road and is struggling to make it somehow like it was. I mean, obviously it's not going to work. You've only got to think for a second. Those are private things. They belong in a private world. And that's where they occur. That's where they happen properly and improperly, of course, a lot of that. But Conditions of Faith was about this woman. It was this woman. And I had people say to me, I wasn't terribly well known as a face. I'm probably still not well known as a face. And I was in Sydney doing a thing, and this woman said to me, there's a young woman sitting there at the desk selling the books afterwards. She said, I'm really disappointed in you. And I thought, oh, fuck, everyone else seemed to enjoy it. And never mind, you know. And she said, I thought you were a woman. I thought you must have been Alexandra Miller. I said, well, can be if you like. But and that happened before. It happened in China. A woman came to see me, and she was married to an arms dealer. Oh, they were exotic, wonderful people. And she was like the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. In terms of, if you took a photo of her, I'm not saying attractive, but bloody incredibly beautiful, tall, wearing one of those cheongsams up to here, you know, and absolutely present, 110% present. When she came into the room, everybody looked. And there was a free song of what's going to happen now. I mean, how many people can do that? And she came over to me and said, I wish you were a woman. I said, well, I can try. I can do it my ass. I've got a spare cheongsam, I've got to try it. See how we go. And I can do all kinds of things. I don't know yet, you know, you try me. And I felt like a dwarf, hunched in a chair, mentally, intellectually, and in every way, this woman towering over me. And she said, that's the most disappointing thing. And at this other occasion, I wish you were Chinese. Why aren't you Chinese? Well, I probably am a bit. Haven't had my DNA checked, but I could have. My brother looks a bit Chinese. So the big deal, it's not a big deal. Come on. We are human beings. We share 99% of our DNA with fucking chimpanzees, for God's sake. How much of our DNA do women and men share? Does one chromosome make the difference, is it? I'm not sure. What does it look like? Being a human being is, if you've got any sort of respect for humanity or for existence of any kind, you begin to understand it. You begin to understand its strangeness and its distance and its difficulty. And you accept it. That's the wonderful thing about, it's an overused word, I know, but it's true. Respect, simple respect. I was at somebody like that. That's good. Why don't you all clap? I mean, it's a kind of basic truism. And I've been to Adelaide before. In fact, I've been to the Clare Valley. And I did a thing with a group of us. I was travelling with Gail Jones and a couple of other writers. We'd all been shortlisted for a prize. And they'd said, do a tour while you're at it, while you're waiting for the result. So we did this tour, and every evening we'd go to a winery, and there'd be a crowd of people eating and talking and making a lot of noise while we try to talk over them, you know. So it was fun. And there was some point to this, but...
Well, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned before, earlier, that idea of the reader has their own book. You know, the reading of a book is and you leave great space for that. You have in this book, for example, a set of characters who are very present and yet not present. I'm thinking of Fran's husband and son, for example, who are
it's
greatly...
Fran. The whole book is about Fran and the woman who gives the book its title, Valerie, who's
yes.
86. I know about that. That's my age. Funny thing, we're both 86. She's a gay woman of 86. You're allowed to do that? Can you do that if you're a man? Yeah, I just did it. And her name's Valerie. And she was based on a character in a biography written by Sylvia Martin. And I told Sylvia, and we had a chat about it, and we became friends. And Valerie was in the institution when it was a madhouse. And she was there for no other reason than that she'd been living with another woman openly. And she'd had a tragic life as a result of that.
Tremendously so.
And she says at one stage to the main central character, who is Fran, and Fran has been taken up by her, and there's they've had this sort of magical union of incident and elements of things actually happening and of a deeper understanding of each other. And they become friends. You know the way you become friends with someone. Suddenly you're friends. You don't have to work at it. It just happens. We're friends. And I'm not talking about those people who insist on being your friend until you finally let them in. You know, Christ, they're coming on Wednesday? Or? Can't they take a hint? No, they don't. They can't take a hint. Makes it worse if a hint. Anyway, Valerie at one stage says, "Life, Fran, it's such a brief affair." And that's where the book gets its title from. The fact that Fran has a one-night stand with a Chinese professor is based on something that happened to me. I was in China travelling as the cultural eminent and expert, whatever all those words I use to describe you. And we were leaving the hotel in the morning to go to the university where this event was to take place. And they'd ordered, we were travelling with the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the ambassador and other people of great moment. And so the bus was coming to get us. And I said, I think I'll just go on my own, get public transport. I had been to China before, didn't speak any Chinese. And they said, "Oh, well, you'll get lost, mate." I said, "Well, I don't mind, I'm lost now, and I've been lost before, and I don't mind." So anyway, I went and did a few things. It's in the book. And went to a market and various other things. I saw this terrifying thing happen, and an amazing person. I put that in the book too. I think I was in a slight sort of sino shock or something at the time. So I've just given this to Fran. That's not difficult. They were my feelings, my experiences. Maybe you say, "Fran, okay, am I writing as a woman?" I suppose.
So why not write it as a man?
Well, Fran, hang on, I'll get to that. You got to it in the book. Because you said it was a minor incident or something. Yeah, there was. It was an overnight stand with a Japanese male professor. I don't do that.
But if you could imagine the woman's reaction to that,
what
surely you could
happened was
imagine...
I got on this bus, and the bus is filling up with normal Chinese people shopping with their bags and plastic everywhere and string bags and that sort of thing. And there was so many spare seat on the bus was next to me. And this gorgeous man got on. I mean, seriously, good-looking man. Wow. He looked like Genghis Khan's first son, you know, coming to get you. And the look on his face, it was just brilliant. And I thought, I don't want to stare, because Chinese don't stare. They don't stare at people the way we do here. They don't ogle them. Men don't ogle women. They notice them, they see them, but they don't ogle them. And like that sort of, "Oh my God, do you see her? I don't know. Is she coming back?" All that doesn't happen. And I was longing to look at him because he sat next to me, and he had a suit and a little attaché case. Finally, I sort of took a look. Oh my God, look at that guy. And he had this perfectly flat Mongolian warrior's face. And you could hear the drums of war, you know, when you looked at him. It was beautiful. Whoa. If I was a woman, which I am in a way, in the book, I am a woman, okay? So out of his mouth came these words without looking at me. "Where are you from?" I said, "Oh, just Australia." "I know you're from Australia." "Oh. Where in Australia?" "Well, it's actually a fairly small town near. It's in Victoria. Australia is a group of states, and Victoria is one of the states. We live there, and it's near. The biggest town is Bendigo, and we're in this." "Which town?" I said, "Castlemaine." "Do you go to Togs?" Togs is an old cafe. It was there before yuppieism arrived. I'm on a bus in Hefei. I'm not in Shanghai, I'm not in Beijing, I'm not in one of the southern capitals. I'm out in the sticks, totally. Civilization has barely arrived. Do you go to togs? I said, all right, so what's going on? He said, I was a visiting professor for 6 months at La Trobe University, Bendigo campus. And the people who looked after me would take me to the local villages and we would have lunch. My favourite was togs.
If you've read A Brief Affair, this will all be extremely familiar.
That's a woman. It's only a woman because I give it to her and add the frisson, if you like. Well, what she gets actually surprised me and really delighted me. And I have grandchildren who are at that point in life, really experiencing that purity of the sexual desire before it becomes a mess. Trying to think of the right word, and I might go straight to the point, mate. But the purity of that occurs in a person for another person, let's say, or even almost for an imagined other. And so I've kind of seen it recently, and I've reread it in their faces and their behaviours, and thought, yeah, they're at that stage of life that most beautiful. I think we used to call it innocence. I don't know whether we have that word left in our vocabulary anymore. But she, Fran, this main character, is a woman who has it all. She's got a good job. She's heading down the road to being a professor. It's a good job, isn't it? It is, apparently. Get good money, all that stuff happens. That's where Steph was at one time, till she saw the light on the hill. And she's got a lovely family, a really accommodating, nice husband who is one of those guys who makes handmade furniture. You're a fucking idiot, in fact, I think, and a sook. But still, that's me. I'm not tolerant of those sort of people. He's one. And he's really nice. I quite liked him by the end of the book. Yeah, that's the thing. I can't write about really nasty people. And I never write about sensational events. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not trying not to. It's just that they don't appeal to me. I suppose there's a sort of inner world that I prefer. And I prefer the inner world of people and my own world and the weirdness of our contacts and the sort of the way in which we all behave.
And the way it turns, too, in moments.
Yeah, and the whole thing. So what Fran's life is divided up into kind of three, in a sense. Huge amount for work. Work is very demanding, enormously demanding, and I know this from Steph's life working in academia. And she's got a family. She's got 2 young children and a husband, and travel every day. There isn't any room in that life for those feelings that she had when she was 18. Like, for example, my mother wrote a little memoir for me before she died. She couldn't have written it afterwards, could she? She was good, but, I don't... It was like someone asked the Reserve Bank chap, Lowe, yesterday, a very intelligent question. Are we any closer to the top of the scale of whatever it is they're doing and putting up the rates or something? And Philip Lowe looked around much say, are we? He said, well, logical, isn't it? We're going up, we must be closer. And I thought, I liked him from then on. What that has to do with Brief Affair, I don't know. It's probably an elusive point to do with the inner life, was it?
It probably was. I will ask something more, but it will be your turn shortly.
We haven't started yet, have we? Well, we were going to talk about the book.
I think we've been quietly doing that.
Have we? Oh.
Yes. Questions for Alex. There's a microphone by the blue tarp there in the middle, if you want to approach that. Make sure your questions have a the appropriate punctuation, that being a question mark after them. You know the rules by now, and we'll pause for you in a moment.
Nobody wants to ask a question. If I go to one of these things, I want to disappear in the crowd. I just want to sit there and be anonymous and be relieved and of any responsibility for anything.
Prove Alex wrong.
Questions do occur, but I would never ask them. I might ask them privately. Went to a fantastic session yesterday, by the way. If you get the chance, read the biography of Gwen Harwood. We went to her Anne-Marie thing, and then we had dinner with her. And it's hugely impressive. The whole story is just fantastic. But she didn't put the story of how she got to it in the book. I said, it belongs in the bloody book. No, I didn't. I don't say that sort of thing. Once a book's published, it's published. But I did plead with her to write it, the story of how she got to write, how she came to write, and how she wrote the story of Gwen Harwood. It's a wonderful story, and it's got this fabulous, compelling truth about it. And she hasn't written it, you know, she's just talked it. It's just such... I mean, for me, that's kind of one of those offers. That's a great story. Anyway.
There's a questioner there.
Oh.
I'm really enjoying A Brief Affair, but I'll get to the question really quickly. You write in the voice of a gay woman during that, and you made a point about that. Are there any backgrounds, cultural or otherwise, that you wouldn't write from and try and emulate the voice of someone from that background?
Yeah, good question. I think it's a really good question, very opposite today with the way discussions of this sort of thing are going. And rightly so they should be. There used to be no acknowledgement of sources once. And, I actually see books today, complex books, and I know some of the people on whom the author has relied heavily to get his or her information. Usually his. And there's no acknowledgement at the end. I can't understand that. I really can't. We don't do things alone. We have to, it seems to me, acknowledge our sources. Our sources are what link us to the outside of the book. And the book's not just sitting there, arrived at by some kind of internal magic. Pop, there's a book. Look, I had one. And I didn't mean to, but there it is. Doesn't happen often, but must have met somebody. It's I find it quite distressing when I hear another writer sitting next to me talking and saying, you know, all that stuff about so-and-so in this book is drawn from my book, and he never acknowledged it. I mean, I have heard that story so often. And or it's acknowledged in a kind of chunk where you've got 50 names. People are also this and this. And it's distressing because it says there's an attitude there of, I'm a bloody genius, mate. I just make these things up. I do it all myself. There's supposed to be this enormous freedom about fiction for a start. There isn't. You've got to get the facts right. The bedrock is facts. I do. Sorry, not you. You don't have to do anything. You sit there. But the facts are one thing. People talk about the truth. There's the facts, and often the facts are incontestable. The historian goes in search of further facts, or facts that haven't yet been illuminated by study or examination of the material. When they find those facts, they offer their opinion on them, which is called... What's that noise? It's a bird, is it? It's a bird. The truth. People say, I have to tell the truth. It turns out the truth is their opinion. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's semantics to a degree, but it's more than semantics if you look at it. There's the facts, and there's the interpretation of the facts, which is what historians are supposed to be doing. interpreting them, not just relaying them out to us again, and finding new facts. It's important in any study. When I come across a situation where I feel uncomfortable to speak as someone else, when I wrote The Ancestor Game, this brings me to a point, or a memory I have. When I wrote The Ancestor Game, or when it came out in 1992, and it was translated into 2 different Chinese ones because Taiwan had one translator and the mainland had the other. And when I went to China, I met this chap who was the professor of Australian literature at East China Normal University, and he was my first real Chinese. And he came up to me, grabbed me by there, and said, "How do you know the smell of shit in Hangzhou, duck shit, in Hangzhou in 1936? I was there," he says. "I remember it. It's perfectly in your book." I said, "No, it's not. It's up your nose. It's in your memory. I just gave you the chance to read the book, to read the smell of duck shit because of a situation that I'd set up. I know the situation. I have visited Hangzhou. I've examined those old mansions and I've read stuff. And what I don't know, I don't write about. I leave that to you." He wouldn't have it. He thought I'd written the smell of duck shit. I hadn't. Anyway, he's a funny old chap.
But what I get from what you said about this book, and
If I get to a point with a situation where I feel uncomfortable, if I felt uncomfortable about writing about somebody, I've written books based on the stories of Aboriginal friends. And Liz and Cole, Liz Hattie, who's a white woman, and Col McClellan, who is a leader of the Janga group in central Queensland, a book called Journey to Stone Country. And the book is written for them and about them. But it's written in the voice of a white woman. I wouldn't write from Cole's voice, because Cole has an inimitable voice. But nevertheless, he's recognisable. Everybody, when I first wrote that book, I said, I want to dedicate it to them and tell a little story about how come they told me to write the book. Really, yeah, you write this because you're a writer. It's what you'll do. You'll write a story about Grandma Rennie and all that stuff. I said, well, I'm not planning to. But then I did. And so I wanted to dedicate it to them, of course. They said, no, bloody black politics up here, mate. They'll fucking kill us. And it's worse than bloody Canberra. And well, now, of course, I know it is just as bad as it's normal human behaviour. And so I had to say something like, to the real Liz and Cole, the real ones, everybody recognised them immediately as soon as the book came out. It's you. There's a bloke written a book about you. And all the Janga people have their own copy of the book. And when the first big decision on a land claim that Cole made was to be handed down, Cole gave the judge a copy of Journey to Stone Country and said, "It's all in there, mate." So that was a pretty good endorsement. The book, however, wasn't written from an Aboriginal point of view. Most academics don't read beyond French theory. And they don't ring you up. When I studied history at Melbourne University back in the dark ages, Professor Lenoz was a guy who wrote the first biography of Deakin, a 2-volume biography of Deakin, and he said, whatever you do, there are plenty of people around in the community, old people, whose grandparents and parents they knew, and they're in touch with some of your material in Australia. This is back in 1950-something, 60-something. And find them. They are your oral sources. They're so important. We had a big symposium on my work a few years ago in Sydney University, and after it was over, we went to it, and there were all crowds of people around, and memorial lectures and God knows what. And afterwards, they asked me, "So, what do you think of it?" And I said, "Well, you could have given me a ring, and said, is this fair income or do you make it all up?" I would have told you the sources. I would have explained it. It's not based on Deleuzean ethics or something. I haven't read Deleuze. I've heard the name often. But I thought he was a philosopher, French philosopher, wasn't he? You're using his work in a really stupid way. I didn't say that. But I just thought, it's pathetic. There's no research here. I was still alive then, you know. Not like now. It's a good question. But I think the questioner is, oh, there you are. Move on. There are other things in life than the answer to your question.
We have another question here.
My daughter says,
no, she's left.
for God's sake, don't ask Dad a question. She knows.
You will get a chance to have a further chat with Alex should you join the book signing queue momentarily. If you don't yet have a copy of A Brief Affair, you can pick one up at the quick sales counter. I'm sure you're all familiar by now with the logistics. And Alex will be happy to sign your copy of what is a superb and, as we've just heard, book drawn richly from your own experience in life.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you guys for all coming.
Thank you, Alex Miller.
Thanks, mate.
I'm traveling in some vehicle. I'm sitting in some cafe. A defector from the petty wars that shall shut love away. There's comfort in melancholy when there's no need to explain. It's just as natural as the weather in this moody sky today. In our possessive coupling, so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second session of the last day of Writers' Week. As you are probably all aware, this next session is probably going to be quite crowded. So we've got a few bits of housekeeping we'd like to get to you. First and foremost, please do not sit in the aisles or stand in the aisles during the session. They need to be kept clear. We ask that you do not move the seats from where they have been placed. If your phone is going to be on, could you please switch it to silent? Now, there is a limited number of seats. I think we have about 1,500 seats set out. If you can't get a seat to here, you will find that on the grass behind the stage, we have speakers set up. It's quite easy to hear back there. Also, we will have the volume up so that those standing at the back of the venue can also hear. But we would ask that you do not sit in the aisles or in the spaces that are not designated for sitting. And as it's going to be a crowded session, be aware of the people around you and be nice to them. Thank you.
Sitting on a rock, they're either gonna thaw out or freeze. Listen, strains of Benny Goodman coming through the snow and the pine wood trees. I'm porous with travel fever, but you know I'm so glad to be on my own. Still somehow the slightest touch of a stranger can set up trembling in my bones. I know no one's gonna show me everything. We all come and go unknown, each so different. false tributes to finality, to eternity. And then I looked at myself here, chicken scratching for my immortality. In the church they light the candles, and the wax rolls down like tears. There is the hope and the hopelessness I've witnessed 30 years. We're only particles of change, I know, orbiting around the sun. But how can I have that point of view when I'm always bound and tied to someone? White flags of winter chimneys wave truce against the moon in the mirrors of a modern bank, from the window of a hotel room. I'm traveling in some vehicle, I'm sitting in some cafe, a defector from the petty wars, until love sucks me back that way.
Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit more of the housekeeping. As you're aware, this is probably going to be a fairly crowded session. If you find yourself at the outer edges and are unable to hear, on the hill behind the stage, you can sit up there. There is speakers aiming there. We have quite a lot of clarity up there. So if you're on the outer, please head up there to have a listen. Please be aware that we need the aisles clear. Do not move the chairs. If your phones are on, could you please switch them to silent? And just be aware of the people around you and be nice to each other. It will make the day go much easier. Thank you.
Skip the light fandango, turn cartwheels across the floor. I was feeling kinda seasick. The crowd called out for more. The room was humming harder as the ceiling flew away. When we call out for another drink, the waiter brought a tray, and so it was later as the miller told his tale, and that her face at first just ghostly turned a wider shade of pale. of 16 Basil virgins who were leaving for the coast. And although my eyes were open, and they might just as well been closed, and so it was later, as the miller told his tale, that her face at first just ghostly turned a wider shade of pale.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. What a wonderful, huge crowd for this amazing young woman. I'm just going to start off with an acknowledgement to country. We acknowledge that the land we meet on today is the traditional lands for the Kaurna people and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still important to living Kaurna people today. So just a few housekeeping things to start off. Grace has to catch a plane very quickly after this session, so she has already pre-signed books, so she won't be signing books afterwards. We'll have 15 minutes or thereabouts for questions at the end, so if you want to ask a question, you're most welcome. I want to be absolutely militant that I will not take statements. And if there are any statements, there will be side-eye from me anyway, from me. She's good at side-eye as well, as you may have gleaned. Now, the person before you is the very living definition of someone who doesn't need an introduction, and that's why there are so many of you here. But just in case you have been living under a rock, Grace Tame is the former Australian of the Year. She was awarded for her work in the Let Her Speak campaign. She's the CEO of the Grace Tame Foundation. She's a columnist at the Sydney Morning Herald. And of course, the reason why she's here, she's the author of the #1 best-selling memoir, The Ninth Life of a Diamond Miner. It goes without saying that she's squeezed an extraordinary amount of doing into her life, and she's still in her 20s. So, yeah, I'm really excited to be here to ask Grace some questions about her wonderful book. Let me start by saying that I will never hear the sound of silence in the same way. The Graduate is one of my favourite films, and I think you have destroyed it for me. Anyone who reads Grace's book will understand what that means. But you start your book in an unexpected way by telling an anecdote about a person who had a fleeting role in your life. Tell me why you did this, and, you know, is that the theme of the book? Why this title?
Yeah, so I started the book with the prologue, The Diamond Miner, to explain why it's called that. And the diamond miner is a man named George who I met when I visited Portugal in the European summer of 2014 with a friend of mine who I met when we were both studying at a community college in a quaint little town about 100 miles north on the coast of California, of Los Angeles, north of Los Angeles. And George was this sort of eccentric old man. He was probably 70 or so. And he'd lived probably 9 lives by the time I crossed paths with him. He'd been a diamond miner in Brazil. He had, at one point, while living in the States himself, fallen in love with and married a Jewish heiress to a fortune worth millions of American dollars. He eventually left all of that behind. You know, he'd also, in his early years, while still living in Europe, he'd toured the continent in a band, playing music. He'd been a springboard diver. He'd played soccer. But eventually he returned home to Portugal, and all he had left was this bloated chihuahua named Pirate, or Pirata, which is the Portuguese name for pirate. And he just had this sort of stack of overstuffed photo albums that had all these pictures of him living these exciting lives, having all of these adventures. And Christian and I, my friend from community college, stayed in this ramshackle share house, and he was in the attic, and there were many other guests. Some of them lived there on a permanent basis. They were locals. Others were just tourists or travellers, because it was a cheaper place to stay, and we didn't have a lot of money. We were young, quite young then. It gave it more of an immersive experience of living, in Europe. And it was one of those experiences for me that affirmed my values when I grew up, authentic bonds and those sort of simple, meaningful values that I think are often overlooked in this day and age, especially as things move more rapidly and we become sort of more and more deferential to technology. We outsource a lot of things. Spending time with someone like George, whose values really were just these sort of, he had photographs of all of these adventures, but he really just valued the present moment. He had all these sort of, experiential souvenirs, I called them, rather than all this material wealth. And he could have had that. He had many opportunities to accrue possessions, but he didn't keep those. He just had man's best friend. And I really valued that, and I've sort of kept that with me throughout my life. And I'm always guided by truth, by loyalty, and by transparency, by openness, and as you would know, wearing my heart on my face.
You talk about your pendulous life. There's a saying that you have that all I've ever known is the feeling that I'm running on a landslide. I thought that was such a good line, and I can relate to it myself. But why did you write this book?
There wasn't ever a moment where I sat down and had a clear thought, I'm going to write a book. It was very much another example of the landslide and running, and it just sort of all fell into place very much. The 25th of January 2021, my fiancé Max and I were thrown into the deep end, and that's a colossal understatement. We were two 26-year-olds. We were living in a share house at the time, actually sleeping on a mattress on the floor because, let's just say that the creaking sound didn't please his roommate. So we got rid of the bed frame. And yes. I've lived my life very much just with little planning, because I haven't really been able to plan. I am born of two parents who are much the same. And I guess that's all I've known. My parents have been separated since I was 2 years old, and I didn't have a solid base. I went from one to the other after 4 or 3 days at a time, and didn't have a strong sense of a physical foundation. And so, again, my home is something I have conceptualised in terms of authentic bonds with people and places, that I've attached to of my own accord, and experiences that I value. And for that reason, yes, it has been pendulous, but it's also been really enriched with so much colour and depth. And the only way I know how to live is that way. And for that reason as well, I think I was very well prepared in many respects, insofar as one can be prepared for an experience like being booted onto a platform like Australian of the Year. But I always, try to hold on to the positive aspects of it. And I think that I was sort of ready, and I had no idea. Max and I had no idea. At one point, I said, Max, you probably should put some shoes on in the Crown Plaza.
It's such a massive thing to go from a 26-year-old sleeping on a non-squeaky mattress to Australian of the Year, but, quite honestly, constantly in the headlines and everyone knowing who you are wherever you go. I mean, you're a striking-looking person. You're not easily missed. That must be such a massive thing to go through.
Oh, look, I don't know. When I was 16 years old and I reported the experience of abuse to police, there were headlines then. And I did not have, as other child sexual abuse survivors, did not have the legal right to do anything about the way my own life, my own very concept of self, was portrayed. And that has been a theme since my very self was forming. And this is something I try to communicate with audiences as much as I possibly can, this distinction, and it's not I do this not as a point scoring exercise or any kind of comparison exercise. The distinction, or one of the many distinctions actually, that's sort of vital to informing prevention and response measures between adult on adult sexual assault that occurs over the age of 18 and child sexual abuse. One of them is that pedophilia is largely an organised crime, if we're being really honest. Another is that if you conceptualise the acts of rape and molestation in terms of not just physical crimes, but as invasions of the self, as acts of taking something from somebody without permission, if that happens to you when you are an adult, and again, I just want to clarify, I'm not denying anybody's experience or reducing anybody's experience, because the outcomes are immeasurable. The impacts are lifelong, regardless. Any trauma is not something that you can quantify or qualify, really. It's a cellular thing. It lives on. It's an imprinted cruelty. But if you think of that, happening to an adult whose sense of self is generally fully formed in a way, an adult can then hark back to, a time when they remember their self uncorrupted. And even if that was taken away, they can try to reclaim that. But if that happens to you when you're a child, when you're in the process of identity integration itself, it is that process as well that has been corrupted. And that cellular imprint, therefore, is very different. It just is. And so I've forgotten the question.
It does actually. The question is completely irrelevant, you know. But no, I mean, it's one. Having myself interviewed hundreds of survivors of child sexual abuse, that is something that I see with every single one of them. You can see it in their eyes. You can see it in their body. It's that they wear their trauma on their skin. But one thing about the legal system that, you know, I became really interested in and was researching for my book Witness, I feel like often child sexual abuse survivors are infantilised by the legal system and patronised by the legal system. And the Let Her Speak campaign was really sort of fighting against that.
Yes, it was. It was the justification that was given for the law, for Section 194K of Tasmania's Evidence Act, was to protect, supposedly, against exploitative journalism. But as many laws often do, that aren't fit for purpose, is they allow for the perverse outcome they're intended for. And when you consider that especially child sex offenders who have to jump through so many hoops in order to carry out their crimes, because even in cases of children who are vulnerable and already isolated and already primed for abuse, there are still there's a kind of a base level of protection that blocks a child sex offender. There's a sort of a few kind of, you know, safeguards in place. Usually they're in a school or they're in some kind of environment which inherently makes the process of procuring them somewhat more difficult than procuring an adult target. So when you consider that, you know, they've got lots of opportunities wherein they can consider, maybe I shouldn't do that. That's a bad idea. You know, they've got lots of points at which they could hold the mirror up, you know, if, of course, it doesn't break in the process, and look at themselves and think, this is wrong. You know, and so it is a particularly manipulative type, generally speaking. It's a particularly calculating type that pursues a child. And the law doesn't factor that in. And so what this law didn't account for is that this restriction was not placed on perpetrators who will often use whatever apparatus they can to continue to menace, harass, cause offence and take control of the narrative and twist it in their favour. Recently, I wrote an article about a pedophile in the north of Tasmania who was writing letters from prison to the local newspaper, spreading misinformation or disinformation. He was well aware of what he was doing, spreading disinformation about his victim, saying that his victim was mentally ill, and these rumours were spreading to online platforms as well. These are very, very common experiences. And like I said, very rarely after the contact offending actually stops do perpetrators stop causing harm, not just to victims either, but to anyone who might threaten their way of life.
One thing I've found really devastating in reporting this work,
Just one thing.
one of the very many things, is how ready people are to jump to disbelieving the accuser and to defending the accused. I find it just heartbreaking that this happens, and also infuriating. Why are we still doing this when we know how widespread this is? But I'm also fascinated by the concept that abusers, and you write about this so eloquently in your book, abusers groom not just children, but parents, communities, leaders. The most manipulative of them will groom politicians. And it's a wonderful insurance policy if they ever get caught, because all of these people are then lining up to say how this person had an otherwise blameless life, and therefore that they should be believed. But that's the whole reason that they are able to do their crime. But you talk about this so well, and I think it's a massively important message for people to hear. So over to you.
It's really interesting. You know, Louise and I have been working in this area for a long time. This March makes 6 years that I've been an advocate. Obviously, 2 years with a platform, but most of the work I've been doing has been, with less of a profile, and at least in my eyes, a character witness for a child sex offender is further evidence that they're a child sex offender, because it's an example of them having groomed somebody else, and it's very common for pedophiles to seek solace, to seek allyship in institutions, in community groups, or any kind of facade that has a positive societal, culture associated with it. The Catholic Church. George Pell is dead now.
I didn't get her to say this.
Fuck George Pell. Figuratively. We both know the name of the pool.
Yes, him. I mean, one thing in writing about him and in writing about, other institutional abusers is that, and you talk about this too, is that it takes more than 23 years for an average survivor to come forward. So you were extraordinarily unusual in that sense, that you came forward in a contemporaneous way. Yes, it's the fear of speaking about it, the fear of actually speaking about their trauma. But what so many survivors have also said to me is it's also that little kid inside them that thinks, I will not be believed. And their abuser has often told them that. And then they come forward to a legal system that doesn't believe them, to a community that doesn't believe them, and the re-traumatising aspect of that, it's just so overwhelming. What's it like? I mean, explain that from a survivor's point of view, that plucking up that enormous courage that it takes to come forward, and then when you aren't believed, or your abuser is supported by people who should know better.
it's interesting. I wouldn't have termed it as courage. Again, there was no moment at which I thought too far ahead. And grooming is this very, very strange thing. And I've since spoken to lots of other men and women who have been abused by child sex offenders who have similar techniques. Often the backdrop will be different, the community environment will be different, but essentially all child sex offenders are master puppeteers, they're master lever pullers. And what is very hard, and especially for children, I think, again, this is one of the distinctions, because adults who are in a relationship that either is abusive from the outset or becomes abusive, will have come to realise afterwards, after they've had some distance, what has happened and can come to terms with it, and everyone can kind of go, oh yeah, that person was a whatever, and there's less stigma around that is directed towards the victim. Not necessarily, but there's something particularly, there's a particular kind of shame that is directed towards child sexual abuse victims and that stigma is largely driven by perpetrators of the crimes themselves. That is part of the abuse narrative throughout. That's part of the grooming, and so it is imprinted in the child's sense of self. And all narratives, all experiences they're not cut and dry. And to a child especially, relationships are life and death. And often you hear people speak about fight, flight, freeze and fawn, these survival instincts. And I think it's incorrect to think that any person, man or woman or non-binary individual, is going to react in one way or another, especially when you are faced with something so inhumane that nobody should be prepared for. Nobody should have a default response to, a programmed response to in their DNA to that experience. So when you look at the chronologies of any abuse story, they're very messy. They're always very messy, especially for children who are working through, they're sifting through every possible response they, in their child mind, can think of to work things out. And, there was one of the board members of the Grace Tame Foundation, creative name we came up with, one of the board members was sharing with me secondhand, this story. I'll de-identify the person, but essentially it was a 12-year-old boy who was groomed and in an abusive relationship, was abused by a teacher at his school, and was working through all this shame attached to, the eventually instances of initiation, and just about every survivor that I've spoken to as well, who's either been abused, in the clergy, or was abused at school, or in some other context of an institution, or over a long period of time, has shared a similar experience of this, just trying to wrap the mind around why did we do that. And it comes down to this just inability to process that evil, and wanting to explain that, and wanting to have a narrative that is safer than this person is evil and they are hurting me. because you do think that. When someone tells you that they love you, you want to think that. And that is okay. You're a child. Your mirror neurons are, they're responding to what's there in front of you, and you're experiencing everything for the first time. And adults, especially adults over, middle-aged adults, they know that. You don't. And I've again forgotten the question, Louise.
It's fine. I mean, I think you've sort of answered it in a roundabout way. But, I mean, I also want to talk about, it's been a particularly brutal couple of years for women in the public sphere, particularly women who come forward to speak about or expose or allege sexual abuse, sexual assault, sexual discrimination, sexual harassment, the forces that go after them. It's quite jaw-dropping to witness and, to be honest, to experience. What do you think is behind that? Why do you think that women are still being treated in this way when they're trying to expose these sorts of crimes and these sorts of, injustices and inequalities?
Well, it's interesting. So I almost feel out of place answering that question because I spend so much of my time not working in that space. Child sexual abuse is not as gendered,
Of course, yeah.
a space. It's, again, most of my work, you see me here now, but most of my days are spent, from the moment I wake up until the moment I go to sleep. We're triaging disclosures where, even the ones that do make it to me directly, and the work that I do, it's, to me, it's 1 in 6 boys, it's 1 in 4 girls, and there is obviously an overrepresentation there with girls still in the child sexual abuse space. And it is true that there is, like, the gendered violence is an issue, and it comes down a lot to power and this Venn diagram of people in power and people who perpetrate certain abuses. And there's a very narrow outers of that Venn diagram. And again, I was speaking earlier about people threatened, their way of life being threatened, and they will go to extreme measures to protect the status quo. But also all human beings, I think, all of us, will go to extreme measures to avoid self-critique, self-reflection, and self-improvement. And it's all the more reason why prevention is so important, and why the focus for me is children, all children, boys, girls, people of colour, Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander children, LGBTQIA+ children, refugees, migrants, doesn't matter who you are, children are the future, okay? And that is where you have the best opportunity to direct a path in a particular way. And if we invest at the very start, that is where we can have, we have all the chances, or the best chances, for positive outcomes. And education is something I feel like we don't value highly enough. And and especially around things that are a little bit uncomfortable, but things that are uncomfortable for a reason. We're kidding ourselves if we don't realise that there are children who are being abused right now, and we need to give them the tools to understand, to safeguard themselves against, awful things. And I don't mean corrupting their minds with awful, heady ideas, but just basic principles of if someone you don't feel comfortable with wants a hug, you don't have to give them a hug. Things like that. I was never taught that. I was always taught to, give in to authority, and that's a dangerous principle, I think, to adhere to.
Respect your elders.
Yeah, yes, there's foundational respect I think that everyone should give and receive, but then there's this sort of other level of respect that is a bit of an illusion. So people in positions of power and authority who use those conventions often in an inflated way of power, as if they can be a tool of negating a criminal offence or some kind of sin. And I don't mean sin in the religious sense. I just mean, something against nature. Again, not in the religious sense. But, and that's sort of, I think, a dangerous concept to instill in a child, that they can't question an illusion or a construct that's just been made up by man. And because it's one of the vehicles that allows for so much abuse to be perpetrated. It was one of the constructs that the perpetrator who abused me very much leaned into. Was not so much direct threats, but sort of veiled threats of, you wouldn't want me to lose my job, and things like that. And it's really important that we prioritise protecting children, not punishing them. We've got really low ages of criminal responsibility throughout Australia. I think the highest age is in the ACT, which is 12. And it is true that some people who are hurt will hurt other people. But if you teach people a better way of life, and if you value them and hear them out, and like you said, don't patronise them, that is, you can change at that point, as opposed to later when their attitudes are set in stone.
You talk about in the book how you're a political centrist and you don't like binary thinking. And what's your view?
Well, political views are amorphous anyway.
Yeah.
Just look at the history of the Republican Party in the United States.
Yeah.
For example, whatever that is now.
Yeah, but what's your view on this sort of increasing polarisation of discourse, this idea by people who are on the polls that anyone who disagrees with them on an issue must be on the other pole, and everyone's sort of lining up and fighting on either side of debates, which is a very kind of Trumpian thing, I suppose. What's your view on that?
Yeah, well, for me, it's about people, not parties, which I think is important. We're in a strange time. You mentioned the Sydney Morning Herald before. I actually written a couple of pieces for them. I haven't filled in my payroll details yet. And after what I saw on the front page the other day, I have to say, this red alert, which seemed like it was taken out of 1950s America, first of all. Someone's laughing over there. Do you remember McCarthyism? I wasn't alive, clearly. Or maybe I was. Wow. It's... Even in my lifetime, over the past I feel like it's, over the past 5 years especially, I've seen an increase in hysteria and an increase in censorship. And when those two things go hand in hand, it's a bit of a concern, because the outcome of that is, I guess it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it? It's both a symptom and a cause of polarity, because I feel as though people preempt attack, they preempt a counter-strike, and so rather than share a nuanced view, they retreat to the corners they feel as though they are going to be welcomed into. And what happens there is you see sort of more and more fragmentation or atomization, and less connection and less listening. And especially today, where debate is waged more and more, and I shouldn't use that term waged, but it's conducted more and more on social media platforms, which by their very nature actually remove necessary components of debate, such as the basic necessary component of interfacing with people in real life. How can you actually get to know someone if you do not meet them and shake their hand and forge that authentic bond with them? I sound like a curmudgeon, and I'm okay with that. I was born a curmudgeon, and I will die a curmudgeon. But that is vital to understand them, to just have that tangible moment with them. And then again, there are these other components that are being either reduced or completely removed on social media. For example, there's always comment sections. There's very rarely a question section. And unless you ask a question to figure out the necessary detailed context of something, you might not actually know the full picture that is needed to understand a problem. And how can you understand how can you solve a problem if you don't understand it? And so we're seeing sort of conflict resolution being another example of collateral damage in this rat race. And I do worry that we heard we hear terms like neo-Nazism, and I worry that we're actually in a phase of neo-McCarthyism. Patent that. I mean, it's not hard to come up with that in your own head. Watching a lot of this stuff that's very harks back to that time. And these misnomers or these smoke screens, these sort of tools of again, corrupting the truth, and that make things harder to generally to understand. It does. It keeps people divided. It keeps people distracted, and it keeps people really confused.
You are incredibly honest about your life in this book.
I've done a lot of dumb shit.
Yeah, you tell stories about the sort of scarifying business of being a young woman, the kind of things that every young woman goes through, but most of them don't write about it in a book that, lots and lots of people end up reading. And what made you decide to be so open about that stuff?
Again, Louise, this is the only way I know. I think it's important, though. That's what I was saying before. And there's a lot of things that I didn't put in the book as well. I do have a brother who's only 12 years old. He'll be 13 in May, little Oscar. And yeah, there's details I didn't put in there. But I think it's really important. And I'm also still learning as well. You know, there's things that I realise, there's lessons that I learn every day, and I learn them from the people that I meet. You know, and I meet all types of people, and that's sort of my favourite part of the work that I do is going into communities and spending as much time as possible as I can. And I'm really annoyed that I have a flight to get on because I do actually like to stay and chat, which is, you know, much to the frustration of my publicist, who's on a, you know, tight schedule all the time. But yeah, I don't, because no individual is a perfect being, and it's important to me as well to send that message home to fellow survivors of child sexual abuse that you do not have to adhere to this myth that you are, you know, that unless everything followed neatly, that you won't be believed, that you know, your story is not true, because that's a load of crap. And in what world should you be chastised more so than somebody who raped a child?
It seems like a pretty legitimate question.
Because we all make mistakes. That's part of the human experience. We all do that, and like, again, the sense of perspective and proportion that can be distorted, especially by forces like mainstream media. I'm not Louise. But yeah, I think it's really important to remember that. You know, we all contain multitudes, and we all do things that we wish we hadn't done. Every day I go, oh, you know, I'll do something and I wish I hadn't done it. But a mistake is different to a repeated choice. And again, thinking about planning and executing a plan to harm a child is a pretty clear choice. And we do not direct enough shame towards that. We have to stop shaming children. We have to do better at understanding the precipitating behaviours of child sexual abuse. We have to do better at supporting children, protecting children, investing in their education. And, you know, I'm just driving these messages home because they're really important. And also understanding, to sort of wrap it back to the point that we were talking about before, is that one of the dangers of, you know, using smoke screens and conflating things and not having distinction between certain, I guess, wrongdoings, if you will, and not having a sort of separate category for crime. You know, especially if we use this example of this really common one that we're hearing all the time of cancel culture. Have I been cancelled? All right, because people who commit really evil crimes can jump on that bandwagon and hide behind that facade and say, oh, well, I've been cancelled. A pedophile, if they just tell you they've been cancelled, they are lying. They have not been cancelled. They have been punished for doing something wrong. And, you know, when we use these non-specific terms, which muddy the truth and sort of reduce the lens or narrow the lens through which we view bad behaviour, really evil crimes get softened by proxy. So there's a need to be specific when we are speaking about things. Preserve the nuance.
We're going to go to questions in a minute. Just lastly, you are a survivor of child sexual abuse. You're speaking to survivors of child sexual abuse every single day. If there was one thing that you could say to everyone here today on behalf of survivors, one important message, the most important message that you want to get across to people, what would you say?
It is not your fault. And we are stronger than them. Even if it feels like it's not the case, we are stronger than them. Now, while there is no denying and diminishing the harm of the physical crimes, the psychological manipulation, the games, the bullshit, these guys are cowards. They are like the Wizard of Oz hiding behind a curtain. Okay? They want to make you feel scared. And to children, they are. They are very, very scary. And I have seen some awful things since. I've been followed home. Had a thug bash on my car window while I was still in the car. Called me a fucking whore. My mum and stepdad saw the car as it drove off. It was in their driveway, actually, that he did this. The intimidation, the harassment, the continued attempts to silence are very real. But it is no match for the solidarity that is swamping their total cowardice. Believe me, I see it every day. And the only reason they do that stuff is because they are terrified of us when we speak out. And you don't have to speak out if you don't want to, right? Because you're no less brave if you don't. But just know that we are a force for good and we are never backing down. Never backing down.
What else can you say? We can take some quick questions, and if we can keep them as brief as possible and no statements, otherwise side-eye. Thank you.
I'd like to ask what the fate is, I guess, of children who are themselves abusers of other children. Do they grow out of it, and legally what happens? Thanks.
Is that something that you feel that you can confidently talk about, or?
Well, this is, I don't know that I have, I don't know that I have the answer to the question other than to reinforce the need for prevention and for valuing children, because it's very true. I was just speaking about this the other day, that what often happens is, especially children who are abused very young, they will go on to perpetrate only because they've been abused and their abusers have told them, this is what you do, this is like, I love you. And so they think, because that's their imprint, that's their understanding of how to treat someone they love, that's why they will go on and do it. This is why we need to protect children against those behaviours and teach them positive relationships, healthy relationships. And it's sort of, there's arguments, well, they should learn that at home. Can we understand that there is, it's foolish to think that every child goes in with a base level understanding of certain things, like to think that all children, even in a well-to-do private school, will have a foundational understanding of respectful relationships or of how to do their taxes or of those sorts of things. We need to, there are sort of basic things that we should be teaching all the way through and reinforcing.
Next question.
My question is about accountability, and I think it's to both of you as advocates. The British play, prima facie, makes the point very strongly that the Westminster legal system is inadequate for prosecuting sex offenders as criminals. In your advocacy work, are you exploring this problem?
Yes. Yeah. So in law, I'm not a lawyer, but this is my layman's understanding, and one of the reasons why, especially when you consider child sex offences, it really falls apart, is because it separates the facts, the material facts of the case. Is it the actus rectus or something?
Actus reus.
Actus reus. Ooh, that was a Freudian slip there. Hey.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Wow. Can't take me anywhere, can you? And then the criminal mind, which can be manipulated, and it actually privileges the criminal mind over the facts of the case. And I think of it as you privilege the mind over the autonomy of the survivor, of the body, which you can't ignore. That can't change. But the criminal mind, especially for manipulative, predators, they've got all the ability at their disposal to deny and to deflect and create a completely different narrative. And so it just doesn't account for that. It just doesn't account for this, all these human flaws.
I've argued in my book for representation, legal representation in criminal cases for survivors.
Yeah.
Is that something that you think should happen?
I honestly think we need a completely different system. It's not fit for purpose at all. It's just so rotten from start to finish. Even when you consider how the authorities work, once you report your story, your case, the facts of the case, you are nothing more than a witness in your own case. And so police can consider you they can consider you to be sort of almost just as guilty, and they do the bare minimum. For example, when I laugh, and you'll know why. When I reported the abuse in 2011, the child sex offender was found with, multimedia files of abuse material on his home computer. He was also found with a trophy file of girls. Some of them were topless. I've now met one of the girls who had her breasts photographed. Now, he told the authorities that he was doing a breast cancer research exam, and they believed him.
God. That's pretty extraordinary.
That's grooming, you realise, is that it's seeing what they might give back. If you don't understand that, just putting that out there, that's a grooming technique. But the police just went, oh yeah, sure, because he went to the University of Tasmania and told the University of Tasmania that he was doing a breast cancer research exam. So instead of pushing back and doing a further investigation or using that as evidence that he was a particular type, showing as evidence of a pattern of behaviour, they went, yep, he was doing a breast cancer research exam, that doesn't count.
Unfortunately, there are so many questions that you could ask.
No, keep going. I don't know. My plane's not until later. Come on.
I'm getting a very, very stern computer says no over there.
No. Go on.
Apparently, it's because the stage has to be occupied by someone else after us.
In that case, sorry.
And yeah, there are so many questions that we all could ask you.
I'll answer them though, off the stage.
Yeah. There are so many things that we could discuss. I could have asked a million more questions. It's been absolutely fascinating, and I'm sure everyone has thought the same. Please give Grace a massive round of applause for her bravery.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That's good.
Your kisses too, I never knew what they could do. I can't believe you're in love with me. You're telling everyone I know I'm on your mind each place you go. They can't believe you're in love with me. I have always placed you far above me. I just can't imagine that you love me. And after all is said and done, to think that I'm the lucky one, I can't believe you're in love with me. eyes are blue, your kisses too. I never knew what they could do. I can't believe you're in love with me. You're telling everyone I know I'm on your mind each place you go. They can't believe you're in love with me. I have always placed you far above me. I just can't imagine that you love me. And after all is said and done, to think that I'm the lucky one. I can't believe you're in love with me. I can't believe you're in love with me.
Yes, still just morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of housekeeping, but first and foremost, just to let you know that there has been a change and that the session on this stage will now be the Survivor's Humour with Syed Kashur. I believe Chris Taylor will be the chair and she will be streaming in. But there has been a change, and the session with Bob Carr will be on the West Stage later this afternoon, 2:30 apparently, on the West Stage. So for those of you who are here for that session, there has been a change, and the session that is about to start will be the Survivor's Humour with Syed Kashur. Now, can I also say, with my usual housekeeping messages, could you please not stand or sit in the aisles during the sessions? And it would be probably quite good if you were aware of your surroundings to not stand in the aisles in conversational groups if people are trying to find a seat or move through them. Also, could we ask you not to move the chairs? They've been placed where they are for a reason. If your phone is on, could you please switch it to silent? And just generally have a good day, be aware of the people around you and be nice to them. Thank you, enjoy.
What a difference a day made. 24 little hours. What the sun and the flowers. Where there used to be rain. My yesterday was blue, dear. Today I'm a part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear. Since you said you were mine, Lord, what a difference a day makes. There's a rainbow before me. Skies above can't be stormy. Since that moment of bliss, that thrilling kiss, it's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day made, and the difference is you.
just a moment's pleasure. Can I believe the magic of your sight? Will you still love me tomorrow? Tonight with words unspoken, you say that I'm the only one, but will my heart be broken when the night meets the morning sun? I'd like to know that your love is love. I can be sure of. So tell me now, and
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this next session at the fabulous Adelaide Writers' Week. If you turned up here expecting to see Bob Carr, he hasn't had a facelift. I am not Bob Carr. There's been a slight amendment to the schedule. If you did want to see specifically Bob Carr on the Cold War hot culture session, that's been moved to 2:30 on the West Stage. I, however, am Chris Taylor. Thank you, one fan. And it's such a pleasure to be here. I think it's my favourite writers' festival in the country. I'm not just sucking up to it. It's free, it's lovely, you're by far the warmest crowd. No one's thrown anything at me yet, but it's early days. And I have the very breezy assignment today to interview a Palestinian writer who writes comedy for an Israeli audience, making fun of the Israeli-Palestine situation. It's a very low bar of difficulty, what he's attempting. What could possibly go wrong? A guy from The Chaser with no good judgment or tact interviewing someone about Palestine and Israel. It's going to be really fun. This guy is genuinely impressive. Before we get to the interview proper, I just want to acknowledge this land that we meet on today. It's the traditional lands of the Kaurna people, and we respect their spiritual relationship with the country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. So on to the interview. Syed Kashua was born to Muslim Palestinian parents who lived in Tyre in the Triangle region of Israel. He was a bright, talented kid, and his parents wanted him to have the best education possible, but the best schools were all the Jewish ones in Israel, so that's where he went. And that's where he learnt the Hebrew that he's written so masterfully in across novels, newspaper columns, and TV comedy shows, including the award-winning hit sitcom Arab Labour. To discuss his journey as a Palestinian writer living in Israel, satirising the cross-cultural experience, and his subsequent exile to America, where he joins us from now, please welcome Syed Kashua.
Thank you so much. Oh, yeah.
Already, I'm hugely relieved the tech works too. So, welcome. I want to dive straight into Arab Labour, if that's okay, your breakthrough sitcom. it's probably not that easy to find it in Australia. So let's assume we're talking to an audience, a lot of whom won't have seen Arab Labour. Just for their benefit, can you explain the premise of the show?
Well, Arab Labor, actually, we started, I think the first season was back in 2007. I was still young and naive. And the major premise is it's about an Amjad who works for a local newspaper, just like myself, in Jerusalem, a Hebrew local newspaper in Jerusalem. And Amjad just wants to pass as Israeli, Ashkenazi, European Israeli. And he usually does his best to belong to become Jewish Ashkenazi. That's his major goal. Yes. But he, of course, fails every single time. I don't mean that he wants to convert, but he wants to be accepted by this Israeli society as a Palestinian. So it's like, moving to a neighborhood in Western Jerusalem. He hears that maybe he needs to have a dog. He hears that there are no vegetarian Arabs, so he becomes the first Palestinian vegetarian Palestinian. Or he hears that Arabs are known for not being good swimmers, so he takes swimming lessons. And of course, it's a comedy, but it's also very tragic. It's about this this neurotic Palestinian journalist who just wants to belong, and he fails every single time. It is a comedy, but I would say it is a dark comedy with some very painful moments of discrimination, discussing racism, discussing actually the essence of what does it feel, or how does it feel to be a Palestinian citizen of Israel? Yes, so if it was not tragic, it would have been funny.
Yeah. I'm interested how a show like that got up in Israel. Like, can you describe for us the pitching process and whether there was any resistance to having such an Arab-forward show on Israeli TV?
Oh, it was a very long process. I mean, as I mentioned, it was in 2007. So, and I started writing for Israeli newspapers back in 1996 when I was 21 years old. And I started working a weekly column for Haaretz newspaper in 2004 until 2017, actually. So almost 14 years of weekly column. And by 2007, I had already 2 novels published and becoming bestsellers. So it was me, approached by a known Israeli producer to do this project when I was already known for the Israeli readers. Yes, as a journalist, as a novelist. But still, it was tough. I mean, there were wonderful people working for Keshet, which is actually the big commercial TV, and we had some support from funds who are interested in, the Arab matter issue, let's call it, or suggesting some kind of diversity in Israeli TV. It was not easy at all. The language, for example, was a harsh decision for commercial TV. How would the Israeli audience react to have Arabic? So it was not at the beginning. The first season was not on prime time. It took us. The first season was, it was harsh for the first season. Probably, I think it was screened later at night, but it was successful and people were talking about it. Again, it is humor. I knew from the very beginning that if I don't know if it was a good decision or not, but if I want to address the mainstream Israeli viewers, it must rely, and I have to use a lot of humor in order at least to hook them to the characters, to the stories, and of course, it would have not worked without the. I want to believe a very good humor, but I think yes, my audience were interested because I'm discussing the very difficult matters through humor. So I start with humor. I always say, let me tell you a joke. Please don't shoot me. Let me tell you a joke. I can tell you a joke. So But it's so, and they start always the joke is on my expense, I believe. But then I will tell you another joke, so maybe we can laugh together, and then probably if I can make you laugh, I can maybe tell you a sad story, and that can make you think, if not cry. So so that was the agenda, following Oscar Wilde. I don't know if really Oscar Wilde, but I've learned with the years that if you want to quote something and you don't know who said it, say Oscar Wilde, and it'll be fine.
Yeah,
So
can't go wrong.
so he said, if you want to tell people the truth, you better make them laugh, otherwise they will kill you. So but it was a lovely journey. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me because I think, the great satirists all the world over, whether it's Jon Stewart in America or the late great John Clarke in Australia, they all generally agree that satire doesn't change anything. It's never changed anyone's mind. It's certainly never changed public policy. As an Arab writer writing cultural satire for an almost exclusively Jewish Israeli audience, do you think any of the messages in Arab Labour changed the way people view Palestinians, or was the show merely amusing to Israelis and nothing more?
Um, um, I would say that I absolutely agree. I mean, that it doesn't change anything. That's not, that's a drop in the ocean, and it's not going to change anything. So hopefully it changed my bank account, but nothing more, I think, which is very important as well. But honestly, deep inside, that was my motivation, is to support your camp. It's to deliver another vision. It's to at least suggest a different alternative imaginary for a better future. But it was painful. It was many times. I used to say that humor is I've heard somewhere that humor is the weapon of the weak, and I was very proud to say, okay, I'm Palestinian and the weak, and this is humor. This is my weapon. But then, of course, I learned with the years that it's double-edged sword to say that humor is the weapon of the weak. That means you accept your position as the weak. What does that mean about me? Exactly. What I'm doing? I'm just entertaining the Israeli viewers, petting their conscience while there's occupation going on. And I think that's the reason that I quit and I stopped at one point writing Arab Labor that I was very proud of. And it was followed by The Writer, which is it is a story about a Palestinian comedian who can no longer afford comedy. Yes, it's not also, I guess it's not by chance that I chose eventually to leave Jerusalem in 2014 to rethink all this process and my position there. But again, I study cultural production and studied cultural studies, and always look for the possibility for subversion and the possibility of resistance through culture and popular culture. It is a frustrating process, but I don't have any other tool to, let's call it, resist or bring my thoughts to the audience. So that's the only thing that I can do is write, and that's the minimum. But no, I have no illusions that my work led to anything political. I take no responsibility for the peace between Palestinians and Israelis nowadays.
We're personally holding you responsible, but just picking up on that. I mean, there's obviously a myriad of ways a Palestinian can engage with the whole question of Israel. And of all the options available, whether violent, non-violent, political, non-political, as you just said, you chose writing. Did you know from day one that was your tool? Why writing?
No. I still don't know. I just failed. I didn't make it to medical school. No, not at all. It's I don't know if I chose writing. It's probably. It is the only thing that I can do, honestly. Many times I say that if they pay me enough not to write, I will choose that option. But that's what I do. And from a very young age, I think it's a very political writing. Yes, it's I don't know, to say something, to address something. Maybe also to myself. Probably when everything is collapsing, this uh, illusion that when I write a TV show, I can make order in the worlds that I'm creating, be it a novel or a column or a short story or a TV show. This magic of controlling the characters, and I can write even happy endings sometimes, or so. I think it gives me this. It's the only thing that I can make some order, and I feel, although I'm writing about people not under control, but as a writer, what I mean, like you have the power to make some sense in your writings, so yes, I don't like to use writing as therapeutic, not at all. But it's yes, it's build home for yourself. It's some way of yes, illusion, escapism to a world that you can control.
And why television? I know you have written novels and your weekly column, as you mentioned, and short stories, but a lot of your output has been for television, which, I'm always a bit nervous at writers' festivals whether they think us TV writers are proper writers or not. And I'm interested.
Of course we are.
I agree that we're in the golden age of television. It's all anyone talks about. But what attracts you to television as a medium?
I have to say that as a kid, I was always a big fan of comedies and TV. That's the truth. I cannot deny that. Also, I've been told even back there that financially it will be a little bit better than writing novels, but it's not. It's absolutely not the reason. I think that. That is challenging. I'm not try. I write again. If you're familiar with my writing for TV, both in Israel and now also here in the States, it's always political. It's this challenge to bring the difficult social, political identity problems and create a story, a meaningful story for commercial TV. If you're familiar with my writing, it's not for TV. It's not the art house movies or some kind of experimental. No, it is. I mean, it's not. I hope it's not entertainment, but it's demanding, but it still follows, what I imagine to be the TV that can convince big audiences to watch and follow. So again, it's the humor, a good story, but again, to use it to address and to discuss sensitive political and social matters. So it was always a challenge, honestly, and let's admit, I don't belong to the right to this faculty of people or whatever that think that writing novel is more superior. No, not at all. It depends on the novel, and it depends on the TV show. Yes, TV can be very cheap. Sorry about that, which is fine. I mean, it's a matter of taste. Yes. And me myself find myself sometimes looking for cheap things for escapism. I'm not saying anything bad about it. But it's so yeah. I don't think that novel or literature is more superior or more important than TV. Not at all. It's just two different languages, almost two different languages, two different tools, and sadly, in Israel and in Palestine and around the world, the book stopped being an event. People talk about TV and about the new literature, and maybe they're right. Maybe the way to analyze academically even what is going on, or to understand society and politics, maybe it's analyzing TV and even social media would be more accurate than analyzing novel. We're no longer living this the idea of national novel, that we can discuss society and class and social changes based on literature. Yes, there are many other cultural productions that we can analyze and discuss society and social changes and politics through them. So it's just a different language, challenging as well. But deep inside, I hope since I have 3 kids, when the third boy goes to college, maybe I can, go back to writing novels. Now I need the money because I'm in America. It is so expensive to send kids to colleges.
Right. I imagine there was quite a bit of pressure on you to keep making Arab Labour, but you instead followed it up, as you said, with a show called The Writer, which is available on SBS On Demand. If anyone's interested, you can catch it currently on SBS. Now, The Writer, in a very, very broad sense, is kind of to Arab Labour what Curb Your Enthusiasm is to Seinfeld, in that it's about a creator of a hit comedy TV show and the daily existential crises that he faces. What attracted you to that idea?
I think it's much more tragic. I'm a huge fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm, but I think it's very escapist. I love it. I love it a lot. Again, maybe the use of cheap was a little bit too much and the wrong word. I love Curb Your Enthusiasm. I always wait for the next season. But after all, it discusses the matters bothering rich people somewhere in LA, right? That's what I mean, escapism. Yes, but it's wonderful, and I love it. The Writer is much more deeper than that. It's about guilt. It's about identity. It's the possibility of an Arab writer to write something different rather than comedy and making fun of himself. It is much more political and much more engaged in questions of identity, and probably not by chance. Also, just like myself, also in The Writer, this writer decides who writes only in Hebrew, which language there is a matter. So I'm glad that you can watch it there. It is. I am so proud of The Writer. I love that show a lot. That can be called a little bit experimental again, nothing too crazy. But it is. It was. I had to write 4 seasons of Arab Labor to be able to get the platform to produce something like The Writer, which is more challenging, less humor, deals more in depth with political and identity problems, more depressing feeling. And I'm glad at least critically, it was a big success in Israel. I'm not sure that much. I think no way to compare it with rating-wise with the Arab Labor, and it was not broadcasted on prime time, but off prime time.
Right. It's an amazing show. It's stunning, and I do recommend people seek it out. The main character in The Writer, who we all assume is you, more or less, he's consumed by concerns that his hit show is just making Israelis feel good about themselves for watching an Arab show. And his predicament, in a way, reminded me a bit of Dave Chappelle, who famously quit his Chappelle show because he was worried that white audiences were taking the wrong messages away from his comedy. To what extent do those sorts of creative doubts, creative anxieties preoccupy you?
Yes, all the time. Again, Dave Chappelle is one of the greatest comedians here. But all the time. Honestly, also it's not only for TV, but even my weekly columns for Haaretz and also my novels. What is the purpose of all that? I chose the very difficult. Also, I don't know if I chose again the fact that I write in Hebrew. Sometimes does the content, and I deal with the matter of language a lot. Sometimes you can be accused of being some kind of a traitor just because you write in Hebrew. It doesn't matter what issues you address and you're writing in Hebrew. But for me, that's the challenge, I always say, what's the point to write in a language that you understand? And now, luckily, I have 3 languages that I don't speak well, so I can choose. So it's the matter of the language, and I don't write. I'm not a national writer, and what's the purpose of the writing? And still, the writing is very political. It's in the background. It's charged with the politics and with identity and with a lot of call it Palestinian melancholy, if you wish. So yes, doubts are there, and I very much hope that it's part of the language, and that doubt is part of the process, and that you can read the doubt by watching the TV and the novels, especially if you are in such a position that you think of literature and TV making and TV production as more than just entertainment for money and for rating. Yes, as someone who belongs to Palestinian minority, yes, with this sense of responsibility and commitment, let's call it, yes. Even if I want to make fun of it or doubt it, but it is there and they cannot ignore it.
I want to ask you, this might come across as a slightly weird question, but in an odd, perverse way, I really envy you, because you get to write about such a thorny, meaty topic as Israeli-Palestine relations. Because as someone who writes comedy and satire in this country, the stakes always feel pretty low. Like, as a white Australian, our grievances are fairly minor relative to yours. So is there kind of a perverse part of you that's grateful to have such a rich topic to write about?
No. No. I will switch now.
Right.
No, not at all. I use the cheap. No, not cheap, but that's what First of all, I don't think so. As someone who reads a little bit the global politics, we are all facing very big, challenging matters. No matter if you are a Palestinian or African American or a minority in Australia and I don't know if it's I'm not familiar yet with the politics in Australia, but people here, would talk a lot about the misery or the tragedy of the white Americans. So who knows? That's the new minority. So But no, not at all. I hope I can just write telenovelas and love stories and I once joked that all my novels I start writing about a love story, but then another war breaks out, so I have to accommodate accordingly. No, but, so no, not at all. It's a very painful process, and it's not joyful. No, not at all.
I didn't mean joyful, certainly, but just rich and always giving. Like, it's a topic that matters, and I think satirists in Australia worry that they're writing about things that ultimately aren't that consequential. Whereas I speak to satirists, whether it's from in Ireland or from the Middle East, and they say there is this selfish side of them that thinks, well, at least we have stakes to write about.
Yes, so, but again, a lot of TV, wonderful satire and comedy, as you mentioned, Stewart and Stephen Colbert and Chappelle and Chris Rock, just the new special, and even Larry David discussing, the social matters. And even social matters in satire, you can find it in dramas like, the White Lotus and so differences. There's always something to write about. But I'm not sure. I think no. I think it's much more challenging not to have it.
Okay. Now, in some artistic circles these days, there's a bit of a growing preference for works to come from creators with lived experience of the story they're telling. So, for instance, only black writers can write a black character, only gay actors can play a gay role, and that kind of thing. What's your take on this? Because so much of your work is very much derived from your lived experience as an Arab man living in Israel, and yet you were also story editor on the current Netflix show Stiesel, which is about an ultra-Orthodox Jewish family. Were you comfortable crafting stories about that community?
No, not at all. But I was, again, the story editor. Some people also in Israel, I think people who do not understand, sometimes people can think about story editor as like news editor. Not at all. Story editor was focusing on the story, dramaturg, and does the story work, how it can work better. But the creators who do belong to the Ori Elon, Yonatan, and Dursky, the writers, who come from religious Orthodox Hasidic families, bring that voice. So I was there as their story editor and script consultant. So it was, they bring the stories, I work on their stories with them to make their stories dramatically, yes, structurally better. So
I agree with you. I agree with you that's a valid distinction. But there would be some who'd say that even dramaturgy is part of storytelling, and is it your story to tell, and that kind of debate.
Oh no, actually, people in Israel wrote about that. How come an Arab? But honestly, if anyone who's familiar with what's the meaning of that would, because for me, I worked with Israeli story editors on my stories, and I felt absolutely comfortable with that. You need someone who understands the structure, the narratology, more than I have wonderful creators there. So it was this scene should be here. Oh, the character, you should bring something. I feel something is missing here. Okay, let's build this story together from the beginning. I feel that's missing. Ask the right questions. What does this character want? I feel that the conflict should be more developed. So that was my job, which is a very important job, but never in depth into that world. Having said that, after all, we're all human beings, and if it's a love story, I think that a Hasidic and Arab can love and be hurt and can break his heart the same way. But I will never dare doing that. It is very problematic. I mean, as someone who used to belong, to the silenced people, or to people who didn't have what Edward Said called the right to narrate. Yes, that was always represented by Israelis, actually, especially in the Western media. Usually you have an Israeli expert who will discuss the Palestinian or explain the Palestinian issues for the Western media. The permission to narrate, sorry. So it is very sensitive to me who is telling that story and how. Again, it's very delicate. Because can I, as a Palestinian citizen of Israel, I'm very sensitive to these matters. Can I, as a Palestinian in a different position, as a citizen of Israel, speak on behalf or represent Palestinians who live in Gaza? I guess maybe not, because I don't live there. I don't have that experience. Can I speak of the Palestinians who live in a refugee camp in Lebanon or in Jordan or the West Bank? I'm afraid not. Maybe not. Can I speak on behalf of the Palestinian woman? Of course not. Can I speak on behalf of the Palestinian I don't know, worker in a factory or belongs to a different class, let's call it, although I tend to say that I grew up in a working class family. So it makes it much more difficult. Who can you talk and represent? That's maybe why I focus on myself and on my wife and my kids, and that's my circle, that always my characters. What I'm saying is, I do think that it is very important. I usually also, as a teacher, I used to tell my students, don't do that. Don't talk on behalf of someone that you think that you have power upon. But again, it's the creativity and the freedom to create, and sometimes it depends on your sensitivity and your point of view. It is a very delicate matter. I'm not sure I don't have like fixed ideas what I think about it. yet.
Can I ask you about TV that you're not involved with? What shows do you like? What current TV writing do you envy?
Oh, as I just mentioned, actually, some comedies that I watch. I just watched the 2 seasons of The White Lotus. Larry David was good, very good in a comedy-wise. I I'm waiting for every episode of the Last of Us.
It's
So on
amazing.
HBO,
It's an
yes,
extraordinary
every
show.
Sunday.
Yeah.
So that's something that I wait for. I do love, like, some TV shows, political satire, John Oliver. I always wait for the episodes again on Sundays on HBO. And now, luckily, I work on a project, developing a project. Again, it's an FBI Muslim relationship in the United States. So the showrunner is David Simon, who created, among others, The Wire and
Wow.
Trim May. So yes, we're working on that. That's exciting and learn a lot. That's I guess it's my first American project.
Can you tell us
So,
a bit more about
that.
that? Like, David Simon's obviously a TV god. I mean, The Wire's commonly held up as the great television novel and a stunning piece of work. I imagine it's a dream to work alongside David Simon. What's the project?
Yeah. Yes, I'm not sure how much I can talk about it, but generally speaking, it's about FBI Muslim relationship, very complicated relationship, starting from 1995 until after 9/11. Following, actually, it's based on true stories. So the first year was research. It's taking place in Dallas. So I flew to Dallas several times, interviewing with partners. I do have other writers involved. Co-writers. So yeah, it's based on true stories. So it was interviewing many Muslim families and many FBI agents. So yeah, so we wrote the Bible in 2 episodes, and we're looking forward. Really, it should be any day. He said now that we should hear back from after submitting the development. Materials requested by HBO, so we hope we'll get a green light before the big strike that all writers here are awaiting.
Oh, that would be extraordinary. We'll cross our fingers for you and keep an eye out. I mean, David Simon takes such a journalistic approach to his drama as a former journalist himself.
Right.
Was that an adjustment for you as someone who I imagine has drawn on your own experience so much to take a much more journalistic, research-based approach to script writing?
You know what? It's right. It is journalistic, but I was also surprised because I co-wrote the pilot, and then I was sent to write the second episode, which is part of the development. I was amazed by his abilities as a story editor. Again, after the materials. But you're right, and but sometimes there is because I have the tendency to follow the characters. What's the art? What's the development? And he has more courage to, not to follow the book of the Hollywood writing, which is encouraging. And he also, I think that he lives in Baltimore. He doesn't like to see himself as in LA, but I really don't want to. I don't want to be fired. I don't know what can I say about him. Just to say that I was honored. He sent me an email back then explaining who he is and that he's working on a new project. If I'm interested, a paragraph of an email, and I just replied with, "Dear David, yes, thanks, Sayed." And since then,
At another writers' festival in Sydney, I actually got to interview Anthony Bourdain, the late food writer, and he worked with David Simon on Treme, the New Orleans drama, and he, of all the things he'd ever done in his career, Bourdain said working alongside David Simon was the best thing he ever did and the thing he was proudest of. So you're in a very elite club there.
I don't know if I want. Okay, it's okay.
Can we? In 2014, you took the very difficult decision to leave Palestine, Israel, and move to America. What was it like leaving the turmoil of the Middle East and arriving into the blissful, tolerant utopia of Donald Trump's America?
The whole thing in 2014 was, I don't know if a decision. Yes, I mean, It was it was a very traumatic, I would say, decision, if it was a decision, at the beginning, because absolutely we had no idea where we're going to. All I had back then was an offer to be a visiting professor at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign for 1 year. That was the visa, scholar exchange visa for 1 year with me and my family. So, rent a house based on photos. And it is still very painful, to accept the defeat. It is not easy. I've been working. That was as you mentioned, that was the thing that I do, work and write about politics in the Middle East. And it was, and when I left, I was actually, I think my column Haaretz was among the most popular columns read in the newspaper. I left in the middle of shooting the writer, just in the middle. I left when Arab Labor, based on the novel, and I wrote the script, the movie that was called A Borrowed Identity. Um, uh, um, it's supposed to be the opening night in the Jerusalem Film Festival. That was when I left. It was a defeat, a feeling of depression, melancholic. Really, I lost hope completely as someone who, always believed that Jews, and but still believe, my kids were the perfect bilinguals. Went to the bilingual school in Jerusalem, spoke Hebrew and Arabic just fluently, both mother tongues, and but everything just it's not like collapsed suddenly. Yes, it was a process that I thought, that's it, I cannot stand it anymore. So we went without knowing what's going to happen next. So it became much easier, I think. But there is something, yes, I'm saying that. So it's very different, with all due respect to the politics here, that might be very scary sometimes. But I'm just a visitor here. I am worried a little bit, but it's different.
But it would have been a particularly heated time because there were the Muslim travel bans in Trump's America. So it must have been really hard on your kids and the family to go from feeling unwelcome as a Palestinian in Israel to suddenly being a Muslim in Trump's America.
Yes, but it's still it is for me. I'm not sure about the kids. I don't care about the kids. I pay for them, but I'm just kidding. Probably they have. But for me, it was, I'm just a visitor here. I'm not yet emotionally involved. You understand? Like I'm worried about it. I watch it, but as a foreigner, as a tourist. And sometimes I joke about the fact when people ask me, where are you from? I will say Albania, because no one knows supposedly how Albania looks like or sounds like. But for the kids, you're right. I remember that they started, because in Israel we were the Arabs and the Palestinians, and I did not grow up in a religious home, and also my kids, yes. So, but they had this identity as Muslims here in America in school, because they're identified and as such. So they behave again accordingly. Yes. To the Muslims became their identity. Yes, there were scary times, but I have to admit that I lived in Urbana-Champaign. It's a small college town. Unlike from my experience from Israel, their diversity in the campuses, I'm not saying there are a lot of sensitivities and there are a lot of politics and it can be tough. But again, it felt like an international community. I always belonged to this international community. Until now, you have also to understand that until now, I'm just involved in colleges here. And colleges in America are, no matter how I agree or not, don't agree, but at least they give you that feeling of diversity, of protection, of some kind of international feeling surrounding campuses and faculty life. So I'm the privileged one who landed in American Academy. That's what I do, me and my wife, and of course my kids in schools. So it is scary and it is tough, and we were worried, but nothing to compare with being Palestinian in Israel. Yes, just follow the news today and you'll see that they are celebrating Purim by throwing stones and destroying houses, settlers, I mean, while soldiers are watching in Hebron and other villages. Yes, I didn't see now, maybe, I don't know, a minister in Israeli society calling to erase or to wipe out a Palestinian village of Hawara last week. A minister, yes, the Minister of Finance. At least, and it sounds like it's fine somehow. He's not fired, at least. So we're talking about, I'm not saying globally things should be very much concerning, but I hear now different voices. For example, here after the ban, the Muslim ban in Trump, people went to airports to protect and to protest. Even in Champaign-Urbana, they had all the girls in school came with head covers. I don't know what to think about it or not, but people were protesting in the streets. People supported the Islams. Federal courts, dismissed the president's ban. It was scary, but you see other forces in the society who can resist and can protest, and that's something that doesn't happen when it comes to Palestinian in Israel. Yes, there is a huge protest now for Israeli democracy, yes, not for Palestinian rights. And so for me, to be honest, to see the Israelis, which I support the protest, of course, but to call it to protect the democracy, when it comes to Palestinians, there is no Israeli democracy at all. There is no real democracy when you occupy other people. It just ignore the fact that you are occupying other people who do not have any rights at all, not civic and not human, and call yourself a democracy. That's hypocrisy. So that's the situation there. That's the differences between protesters here and there. So at least in America, you can see that there are still liberal democratic forces that can fight when they need to fight. Peacefully, I mean.
We've got about quarter of an hour, 10 minutes left. If anyone has as a question for Syed Kashua, there's a microphone just up near that blue tarp. If you just start to queue up behind there and prepare your questions for Syed. Just before we get to the audience questions, Syed, I was going to ask, you may or may not be aware that this festival has been the subject of some controversy with certain writers and sponsors pulling out over some tweets about Israel, Ukraine and Zionism made by some of the guest Palestinian writers. And to be fair, the reverse happened at a recent Sydney festival where a lot of the Arab performers boycotted because one festival show received some funding by the Israel embassy. Do you think these kind of cultural boycotts are helpful and valid?
I'm not familiar with the details and which film that was boycott, but generally speaking, the boycott, it is legitimate. Any way to resist the occupation is, of course, legitimate. Personally, I have to say that, especially when it comes to Palestinians, so I'm not familiar with the movie. If you can mention the movies, it depends on the movie.
It wasn't a movie. It was a dance event at the Sydney Festival. It was a dance event by an Israeli dance company, partly funded by the Israel embassy, and people objected to that. Yeah.
Yes, it becomes a little bit more problematic when the government is using that for, what's called hasbara or some kind of propaganda.
Soft
it becomes
diplomacy,
a little bit more. Yes, so it is problematic. But sometimes also, I wish that the people, when it comes to the Palestinian citizens of Israel especially, to trust and not immediately to blame the artist of being, traitors. Sometimes I feel that's harsh and you don't trust, and who's putting what are the red lines? Is publishing a book in Hebrew should be boycott, and would a Palestinian lecturer in Hebrew University, because that's where he live and that's where he pay taxes, should he boycott himself? Are we Palestinians of Israel supposed to take money from the government as taxpayers? It's our money. We pay that tax from Israeli film funds. So sometimes it's delicate, and I wish that people, not immediately boycott teams or creators or creators, or artists. What I'm trying to say is sometimes you also need to trust the writer. But generally speaking, honestly, just looking at the politics of Israel, any struggle that can put some pressure on the Israeli government to change anything is yes, I will support that, but not as a religious, not as a religion, not as something that becomes in itself dictatorship. You know, you can recommend artists, you can send them emails, you can ask them, because sometimes it feels that also pro-Palestinian artists can be a little bit scared from, or at least feel very unpleasant when they are accused of being traitors or Zionists or whatever. But that's the small details when it comes to Palestinian citizens of Israel and other artists. But generally speaking, yes, any struggle against occupation is should be respected.
All right, let's hear from the audience now. There's a bit of a queue forming for your side. Lots of questions. We'll get to as many as we can. Yes, first question.
How do you, your wife, and children feel about returning to Israel? You mentioned that you felt you were a visitor here, and is there something that could happen in Israel that would make you say, I would never go back, or I would be willing to go back? And not only you, your wife and children.
For now, I don't want to go back. That's for sure. I don't see any better future. I don't see any forces within the Israeli society, the Arab world, or the international community that works in creating better future for the Palestinians. The opposite is true. I know that it's speaking from let's call it a privileged place to say that I don't want to go back. I know that many Palestinians or Israelis or people cannot make that decision. It was not easy to move at all. But for now, the decision is that we are staying, that we are here. It has been 9 years now, and my youngest was 3. We still didn't tell him. I always make this joke. He thinks that he's white American, and we are waiting for his bar mitzvah to tell him that he's a Muslim. So to take him back. Also, to take back the kids now after 9 years, try to explain to them, okay, actually you are Palestinian minority in Israel. That will be harsh. Now, things can happen in the States that maybe will force me to go. I hope not. But again, I still work with my both Palestinian and Israeli Jewish friends. Again, I'm criticizing that. You know, sometimes when you talk about politics, you're generalizing, and people forget how deep I'm involved and how wonderful friends I have, Israelis. That they are my partners in my work and neighbors and friends and colleagues. Yes, sometimes people tend to think that Palestinian Israelis know wonderful relationships and wonderful collaborations. Sadly shrinking and doesn't give that much hope. The politics surrounding it. I do miss my mother and my family a lot, and I don't know. But for now, it's we are in this state. I mean, yes, I used to say I'm a visitor. When it comes to the kids, I don't know if they feel as visitors, but I have to say that I feel welcomed in the States and the universities that I was in. I believe that next year I'll be teaching full time in a college in East Coast. So that's my life now, just writing and teaching and. So good.
If things ever do go to hell in America, there's always a very welcoming place in Australia for you. So,
thank you so much.
Next question, please.
Thank you, Saeed. You made us all laugh and think. And a lot of the times, I thought what I was listening to was what maybe some Americans would call Jewish humor. I think there's a lot of Jewish humor in how you expressed yourself. That may sound odd, but my question is, if there is that overlap, is it maybe because what some people call Jewish humor arose out of historical circumstances for Jews that are now being experienced by Palestinians?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. Actually, many times, when people discuss the TV shows or the writing, it was always, oh, the Palestinian Seinfeld, or even one of the Palestinian Larry David. I think that, well, no. Edgar Keret, a wonderful friend and a wonderful writer in Israel, I think once in a newspaper said Kashua is the last Jewish writer in Israel. But I think that you're absolutely right. People tend to talk about Jewish humor as this, I call it the survival, the minority, the humor. But also people tend to forget that when people use the term Jewish humor, they usually relate to the East European immigrant humor. I mean, I guess that the Jewish people lived in Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, and all over the Middle East and Arab countries, as Muslim countries in North America, and that have different humor. Arab humor, Jewish Arab humor, yes. So it was not the typical. Again, what I'm trying to say is usually when we say Jewish humor, we relate to the East European immigrant Yiddish kind of humor that, of course, migrated to the West and to the America. And I'm a big fan of Jewish humor. I relate to it a lot. I guess it is some kind of this humor. Please don't kick me. I can tell you a joke. So I like that humor a lot, and I learned a lot from Yiddish writers. But again, that was always the dilemma and the confusion, because that Jewish humor, the East European one, written in Yiddish or later in Hebrew, Shalom Aleichem and others, was addressing the Jewish reader or the Yiddish reader, not the Western reader. I mean, not the German or the Polish or the Russian. So it's a little bit delicate in my case because I'm using the Jewish humor as a Palestinian, writing that in Hebrew. So it's not. There's a difference between internal Jewish humor and then the Jewish humor that you translate for the goyim that can make fun of you. So it's a delicate. Who's your audience, and what is that platform, and what use you make with that humor.
Next question.
I highly recommend your novels and your writings in Haaretz. I've been reading you for years. Thank you.
Thank you, so.
You seem to be a master of at least 3 languages: English, Hebrew, Arabic. Do you find that different types of writing you do sort of leads you to use one or the other of the languages?
First of all, thank you so much. I'm not sure at all about my language, and also it's a good it's a good excuse not to take responsibility of anything that I say. They blame it always on the language. I'm not sure. I mean, the academic work now recently, I just finishing for some reason I started at a very old age to work on my PhD in comparative literature. So most of the academic writing was done in English, of course. And one of the questions that Chris asked earlier about the language and about novels, it is a problem. Of course, the national identity and literature, we all know that, the connection between language and national identity. And of course, it's much more harder when it comes to writing in Hebrew as a Palestinian. Yes, that the national war is still... Although in my writing, Palestinian literature, I'm not the first one to claim that, but it's written in many languages because of the different conditions and different Palestiniannesses around the world. So it can be written in Hebrew, Palestinian language, of course. First of all, Arabic, by different groups: refugees, people in the West Bank, people in Israeli citizens around the world. And then, but Palestinian literature today is also written in English, written in many other languages, in Portuguese, and also in Hebrew. But I think one of the things it was easier for me, or more, I don't know if natural, but maybe I will use it natural, because in TV and movies, the characters will speak in their own language. I mean, just now when in Israel premiered the first episode of Madrasa, a new TV show about the bilingual school, premiered January 1st, 2023. Another project, TV project that I was very proud to produce. 20 episodes about the bilingual school, and it's Hebrew and Arabic. So the Arab kids and their parents speak in Arabic, and the Israelis will speak in Hebrew, and actually sometimes they mix it together, and it flow, and that's really creating one language from Arabic and Hebrew. But I'm trying to say that unlike novels, writing for screenplays, my dialogue is in the script. Arabs speak in Arabic and Israelis speak in Hebrew. So I have so my scripts are bilingual. Yes, of course, there's the Hebrew for the producers and the directors to understand, but it's written in both Arabic and Hebrew. Something that, of course, you can challenge, the idea of minor literature, but it's not the same thing in novels. It's impossible to write a bilingual novel. Yeah, no one is going to publish it, and only very few minority of Palestinians who can speak Hebrew can read it, or Israelis who can speak Arabic, which is even less. So that's why I think for TV, I use all the languages, including English. So in the text now we are working for the HBO, for example. Okay, of course, the core text, the script is written in English, but then the characters, the Arab characters, the Muslim characters, speak both English and Arabic. And then when we jump to Israel, there's Hebrew and English and Arabic. So in screenwriting, I mix all languages together, and that's this multilingualism feels more, let's call it, natural to me.
Syed, we could talk all afternoon. There are more questions, but I'm afraid time has run away from us, and I'm sure it's either dinner time or bedtime for you in America. It's been a genuine privilege for you to share your insights and your incredible life story with the people of Adelaide. Would you please put your hands together and thank Syed Kashua?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you're interested in buying any of Syed's books, they are available for sale in the book tent. Thank you so much for being so lovely, and enjoy the rest of the Adelaide Writers' Festival.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to, what would it be, session 4 for the day on the last day of Writers' Week. We hope you've enjoyed yourself. Once again, the housekeeping. This session is going to be fairly crowded. We would ask that you do not sit or stand in the aisles. Please do not move the chairs from where they have been placed. If you are having trouble hearing or getting a seat in an area where you can hear, the hill behind the stage is very comfortable and we have good audio running across the hill. If you have a mobile phone, could you please either switch it off or switch it to silent? Have a good day, enjoy the session and be nice to the people around you. It'll make the day go much better. Thank you. Getting the music. I'm about to put the music on. Well, I'm not sure if I've sent the music to stream. Will you still love me tomorrow? Will you still love me tomorrow? Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Just another quick reminder for those who may have missed the messages earlier on. The chairs are for humans, not rucksacks and bags. If someone is going to arrive at a session late, they will obviously have to take their chances rather than have a seat that's sitting there reserved for them and they may or may not turn up to. So please, if you could be aware of that, the seats are for human beings. Thank you.
You won't admit you love me. And so, how am I ever to know? You always tell me, perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. A million times I've asked you, and then I ask you over again. You only answer, perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. If you can't make your mind up, we'll never get started. And I don't want to wind up being parted, broken hearted. So if you really love me, say yes. But if you don't, dear, confess. And please don't tell me, perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. Perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. If you can't make your mind up, we'll never get started. And I don't want to wind up being parted, broken hearted. So if you really love me, say yes. But if you don't, dear, confess. And please don't tell me, perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. Perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. Perhaps, perhaps, perhaps.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Good afternoon, Adelaide. Good afternoon, Adelaide bookworms. This is wonderful. I have such a soft spot for this city. The last time I was here, I had a grand life epiphany, quit my job, eloped to Las Vegas and moved to West Africa. So it is quite literally true that I wouldn't be in this chair were you not for the kind of rebel spirit of Adelaide. As we share our stories here today, let us please acknowledge the story of this place. We meet today on the land of the Kaurna people, custodians of the lands and waterways of the Adelaide Plains. We pay respect to their elders past and present, and to the elders of all communities and cultures across South Australia. May we endeavour to cherish and protect the stories of those who have come before us, to heed their beauty and heed their lessons. It's not often that you can pinpoint the precise beginning of a cultural trend, but the 31st of May 2016 is one of those rare moments. It is the day that Jane Harper's debut novel, The Dry, was published, and that, yes... Now, that sunburned book kickstarted a boom in Aussie Noir and changed this country's literary landscape. In the years since, our bookshelves are filled with dozens, perhaps hundreds of imitators, and Jane's plot twists have turned into kind of cultural tropes. Meanwhile, the brilliant Jane Harper has been revelling in the possibilities of the genre that she helped to redefine and wrong-footing her audience at every turn. Now we have this brilliant new book. We see what we expect to see, reads the tagline of Exiles. It's the tale of a missing woman whose last known movements all point to suicide, but there is no body, no note, and no closure for the people who loved her. How easy it is, Jane shows, to conjure a narrative from disparate scraps. How hungry our minds are for stories, and how easy it is for those stories to harden into a kind of certainty, to turn into an unshiftable truth. Exiles is a novel about cultural blind spots, the behaviours, the suffering we might refuse to see. It is also the last outing of Jane's beloved detective Aaron Falk. And it's a tale of South Australia. A novel soaked in Shiraz and late afternoon sunshine and set largely in and around a gourmet food fair. So it sounds like the research was truly arduous and awful. Let's find out. Please welcome Jane Harper. Jane, was this book an excuse to go on an elaborate year-long bender around South Australia?
Yes, it was actually in a way. I think I honestly had the best time researching this book. I mean, it was, and I'm not just saying that because of the present company. It was honestly the most fun research trip I had, and I think probably the genesis of me coming to this beautiful region to research was probably set in the last book, which was my fourth novel, The Survivors, which was set in kind of coastal Tasmania, and that had I was writing that book, and that had a scene which involved diving in the kind of Tasmanian waters, which I don't really know anything about diving, so I kind of knew that I needed to go out there and research that on the ground. And I'd given birth 12 weeks earlier to my second child, and I was zipping myself into this cold water wetsuit about to dive into the Tasmanian waters. And I honestly thought to myself, this is ridiculous, never again. Next book is going to be set somewhere so much more lovely, and it was. I mean, it was... It was just a joy to research this book. I mean, Exiles is it's set in South Australia. I came out. It was January last year actually to do the bulk of the research, and it was sort of based here in Adelaide, and went out to McLaren Vale and the Barossa, and the usual sort of places you'd expect, and just had. There's so much inspiration. It was a complete joy to be able to put that on the page.
And we do joke that you spent your time drinking beautiful South Australian wine and eating beautiful South Australian food. But a lot of background research does go into a book like this. And I wonder if you might give us a sort of behind-the-scenes sense of what information you're trying to find, what quiet layers are built into the setting in a place like this to give it that kind of sense of realness that it has.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so the research is a really big part of all the novels. And I think, I remember when I was an unpublished author and kind of writing The Dry, or the manuscript that it was, I guess, at the time. And finding, I remember the research aspects being one of the most daunting aspects, because I feel like when you're trying to put together a novel, especially if it's something that maybe you're not living in your day-to-day life, it is, a setting or a community that's a little bit different from, where you live. It is quite easy to feel overwhelmed by that. So the way I tend to approach it is that I tend to try and approach it kind of plot first. So I always come up with I spend a long time kind of planning the books and coming up with a plot and doing as much kind of research around a setting as I can from home and working out if that is, in fact, the right setting. And then I actually do a full kind of first draft. that for me exposes then my ignorance and the questions that I need to answer. And so at that point, that's the point where I kind of go out and do the on-the-ground research. And I find that works best for me because by that point, I'm not kind of, my net is not a huge, broad one. It's quite focused. I know the gaps that I need to fill, and I know what I'm looking for. But it also is early enough in the process that it gives me a chance to, I still have time to kind of rework the book and add things in, because you always find out things that you don't know you didn't know. Because I think if with research, you can sort of, one of the dangers I think of, when I was sort of first starting out writing is you've done the research and you're kind of desperate to put it in a book, and you really have to have that kind of discipline to, I think, put the plot and the characters front and centre and allow the research and your knowledge of the place to kind of support the book, not drag it down.
Yeah, and so in this case, you did a lot of research on sort of winemakers and winemaking and the sort of behind the scenes of what a festival looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good example. I mean, so for example, when I was writing Exiles, which is set in, largely on a vineyard, I mean, I actually didn't really know. I mean, I don't know how you run a vineyard, honestly, before I wrote this book. And so things like that's a really good example of kind of, I guess, being quite focused in the research. So things like I realised I didn't actually need to, find out particularly exactly how wine is made. I needed to know more about day-to-day operations. So how many people does it take to run one of these places? What's the kind of setup, especially if it's kind of a family business? What are they making? What does their day look like? It was things like that. So I think it was a real good sort of case in point of like focusing on the things that you're going to actually use in the book. You don't want this to be like a manual on how to run a festival or how to make wine. It's got to kind of weave into the story ideally so naturally that the reader ideally doesn't really even notice it's there.
Now, this is the last outing for Aaron. How does it feel to say goodbye to him?
Yeah, it's a bit bittersweet, to be honest. I mean, So it is. So it's my fifth novel. They're all Australian, Australian crime mystery books. But this is the third and final one featuring Aaron Falk, who was first introduced in The Dry and then in Force of Nature. And then I wrote 2 standalones. And I always kind of knew I wanted to come back to him. So Exiles was sort of written, very much with him in mind. The entire book, I would say, was built around him and for him. But I went into it knowing it was going to be the last one. I spent a little bit of time over the last few years kind of thinking about what I wanted for his character, because I love writing about him. My decision to, call this the last one and write this as the last one for him, it wasn't driven at all by, boredom or wanting to move on or anything like that. It was actually, for me, it was completely the opposite, because I think, I've loved writing about him. He's been with me since page 1 of book 1. He's completely sort of transformed my career, and my relationship with him is probably, honestly, one of the most important of my life in terms of what he's, done for me. So, but I wanted to, I think it's really important to be honest with yourself as an author about the longevity of characters. Not every character realistically is built for a 20-book series. Like, it's just not right for them. I think, I wanted to kind of put aside any of the kind of financial or commercial incentives to kind of continue beyond the point where I really felt I could maintain the quality and where his sort of natural story would go. I actually had an interesting conversation last time I was here at the Adelaide Festival. A woman called Julie very kindly introduced herself to me, and she worked with the AFP. And she said, she told me, she gave me her details, said you could call me and have a conversation about, just the kind of work they've been doing, and so I did call her, and she was so generous with her time and really gave me like so much information. And for a long time I was thinking that this book would be very much kind of set in that kind of professional world. But then over the sort of years as I was thinking about it, I realised I wanted it to be more of a personal story, and I wanted it to be more kind of based around his relationships that he's formed and what he, I guess, wanted for his life outside of work.
That, I think we were just talking backstage, that's in fact the thing that I found most moving about this book, and what I've really kept with me is that there's a big juicy mystery in the middle of this, but actually what drives this book is a question that he has in his heart, which is what makes a good life. And he has really dedicated himself to this career, and he knows that in dedicating himself to the career, he's hurt people that he cares about or sidelined relationships he could have had. And a question that reverberates through this novel is, how do you write a different story for yourself? How do you honour the sacrifices of the people that you ignored when you were trying to do something that you thought was the most important thing? And how might you think about that differently? Was it all worth it, or was it all worthless? It is actually a deeply reflective book about how we write new stories for ourselves, and that sort of stuck with me.
Yeah, and I think, thank you, I'm glad I did, because that was actually one of the themes that I think sort of were kind of emerged to me, during the planning and the writing of the book. So part of it is probably, the background is I read a lot of this book during COVID lockdown. So I was, I was kind of at home with my two children who are now aged 6 and 3. So then they were like 5 and 2 or 4 and 1, or I can't even, I've honestly blacked it out. But, also my parents got stuck in lockdown with us. So the 6 of us were kind of in the house together for the majority of writing this book. So it's definitely not a COVID book or a lockdown book or anything like that. But for me in the writing process, I think I was really in that kind of, right in the midst of that sort of time, I think, when a lot of people's lives were changing in a way that they'd never really foreseen. Things that had seemed unthinkable a few years ago, like working from home and all kinds of stuff, were now very commonplace. And my sort of feeling was, with me and a lot of my friends and things, that a lot of people were reflecting a little bit on, on their lives and the things that they had thought were unchangeable truths in their lives, and how actually, people, you can change your life, and things do, nothing is permanent. So that was a big sort of, I don't know, I guess like theme of my own that I was sort of reflecting on a little bit, and also a little bit on a personal level as well, because I used to be a journalist for 13 years in print when I was working full time as that when I started writing The Dry. And it's funny because at the time I would have said that I enjoyed being a journalist, and and I liked kind of meeting people and doing the stories and kind of getting people's issues out there and all those kind of things. But in reality, to be honest, I didn't really like being a journalist, and I wasn't great at it because I didn't really have that hunger for it. And what I loved was writing. And I often sort of wonder at what points, if I hadn't written the books, how long I would have gone on with that, because it's exactly what you said. It's those sunk costs. It's the fact that we all invest in things, and we make sacrifices for ourselves and our families, for our careers and other things. And it's quite hard sometimes to walk away from those.
You mentioned a really important word there about hunger and how you didn't have it for journalism. When The Dry was released, the response was beyond astonishing, right? It's an Australian publishing fairy tale now. It's the stuff of myth. But there was a hunger in the Australian reading public for that particular kind of story. And I wonder now, sort of years on from it, seeing what's happened since to the genre and also to your career, do you have a sense of why or what that hunger was? What do you think Australian audiences were hungering for?
Do you know, it's a good question, and I wish I knew, because I think if you can bottle what people want, it's just gold dust, isn't it? For me, it was, I never wrote that book expecting it to be, as to do what it has done, or for any of really a lot of this stuff to have happened. I was writing it really because I was a little bit disillusioned with journalism, and I kind of wanted something outside of that to focus on. It was kind of a hobby, really, writing that book, and I didn't have any expectations it was ever going to see the light of day beyond, maybe my family would read it out of courtesy. I don't know, but it was, I think. Yeah, I always, and I still to this day, I always just try and set out to write the kind of books that I would like to read, and I think, I think I'm lucky my tastes are quite mainstream, I sort of, maybe what I like to read is what a lot of people like to read, but I think it was something I wanted to write, something set in Australia, with a really strong setting and characters that you felt you could follow through, the whole, 300 pages. I like stuff with that kind of mystery and suspense element, a few twists and turns, and that was really, honestly, the entire kind of plan for it, just writing a book that I felt that I personally would would pick up and read.
It does have that sense of internal joy to it, I think, even if they are, gruesome murder mysteries. Like, there is that sense of genre joy. And one of the things that I sort of fight against as a critic is genre snobbery. Like, I have a real problem with people who think that crime novels or romance novels don't deserve their place on a stage against literary fiction. Literary fiction is its own genre, and genres do things that are important and interesting and amazing. And I wondered if you might talk to us about what freedoms and playful space the crime genre gives you that others don't. What does it let you do?
Yeah, it's funny, because I think, like, in terms of what people, I guess what they, what aspiring authors want to achieve with their writing and things is sometimes a little bit different from, I don't know, maybe the kind of, people sometimes aspire to write books that maybe are not the kind of books that they personally would want to read or that really connect with audiences. And I think for me, I've always, I guess the journalism background does help with that. Like, I always, I always wanted to write a book that connected with audiences and people would actually want to read. I've had, I remember there's a certain reviewer out there who insists on calling my novels airport reads, which I think is not quite the insult he thinks it is, because it's actually very hard to get space in those airport bookshelves. But I mean, for me, it's funny because I genuinely remember when I was writing The Dry, if I could, thinking, what kind of book do I want to write? And my honest sort of ambition for that book was I would love to write the kind of book that people take on holiday with them and they read it on the plane, they read it at the beach. And because for me, that's the perfect book, the kind that you that sort of transports you for a few hours and it engages you. And for me, books have always been entertainment as well. Like, I feel like I've been lucky enough to grow up in a household where books were a form of entertainment. There was no sort of guilt or pressure attached to them. And so those, again, coming back to the kind of books that I write and the books I like to read, and I'm very big on kind of books that are, just enjoyable and people can just pick up and get lost for a few hours.
The Australian noir boom that The Dry sort of kickstarted has actually largely been, the memento of it has been Australian women. And I wondered if you had a theory about why Aussie women are so good at writing crime. Are we all secretly harbouring perfect murders in our heads?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, there are some really great, Australian women writers. I mean, Sally Hepworth, who was here the other day, is really great. If you love the kind of, she writes these really great kind of twisty domestic, sort of domestic noir with like an edge, So you've got like a woman at her beautiful Bayside, kitchen island, looking out as her husband lies bleeding in the garage. Is that kind of, that kind of thing. Hayley Scrivener had, a really great debut with Dirt Town this year. Dervla McTiernan as well, who was here earlier in the week. So she, she's Perth-based, but she's an Australian writer, but she writes about Ireland, and then her most recent one was in the States. So there's a lot of really, really great sort of talented women, but, I mean, also men, but I think, I don't know really if there's anything particular about it, but I think, readers, I mean, me as a reader, everybody loves a good mystery, everybody loves a kind of a good whodunit and a bit of a page turner. But I think these days especially, we're very much drawn to characters and also, strong settings and but also recognisable themes as well. I think readers, including myself, I think we like to kind of have books that feel relatable, if not in maybe the event, hopefully, but in the kind of the themes and discussions that people are having within those novels.
Is that one of the trends you've kind of seen happen in Aussie noir? Certainly as a critic, it's something I've noticed, is that the call now is coming from inside the house. So the domestic, the ways in which our external cultural pressures are mirrored in a kind of melting pot inside the house, sort of made worse by the pandemic. I can imagine you writing a novel of in-laws and children all locked together and somebody's mother-in-law dies in a gruesome way. Sorry, Judy. But is that sort of part of the trend you've seen, is sort of a refocusing on where our threats lie?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I guess the thing is about fiction is that, so I've sort of been asked in the past, Australia is actually a relatively very safe country, like why you write crime books set in Australia? And I mean, the answer is always, it's fictional. And you, I suppose within fiction, you're trying to find that kind of hook that is going to draw the readers in. But for me, as well, in terms of those themes and the characters, I sort of never really, you're looking for themes that kind of feel authentic and that people recognise because they are, part of our lives, and we see them on the news and we speak about them at work and all kinds of things. But I think for me as an author, the key to that is to let the themes arise from the characters. So I don't really go into novels thinking, I'm going to bring out this particular theme or discuss, this kind of particular aspect. What I do, the way I do it anyway, is I kind of focus very much on the plots and then the characters that are needed to tell that plot. And it's really as part of that character development as I'm kind of working through and planning it and putting the characters in different situations, you start to see those themes emerge, because ideally if the characters feel three-dimensional, authentic, they are talking about things that we recognise, and those themes that are evident in like small country towns or in outback communities or wherever, they do start to rise to the surface. So I find it's you don't want to kind of put the cart before the horse. You want to let the themes ideally rise organically rather than try and shoehorn them in.
And this book in particular is a deeply character-driven novel because, again, while we say there's a juicy mystery at the middle of it, actually what it seems to be about to me is the dynamics of a friend group, the dynamics of how people love one another when you've got the kind of chosen family, a chosen urban family, and then pressures of life and things pull at it, and how that can sort of disintegrate or strengthen in ways over time that you almost don't recognise. And that to me seems like the heart of this book is how we care for the people we love, or we might slightly lose touch with the people we love.
Yeah, and thank you, because I think that's exactly like the kind of what for me is at the heart of the book as well. So the book opens up, for those who haven't read it, it opens up at this food and wine festival in the prologue where a baby is found alone in her pram. She's safe and well. I just want to get that out of the way. She's fine. It's not that kind of book. The baby's fine, but the mother has gone. She's kind of disappeared into the crowd, and and she's just vanished. And then the question is, what has happened to her and where has she gone? And I thought, a big part of the decision around the planning of this book was when to kind of set the main action. At first, when I was planning it, I was sort of writing this book that was set around a kind of disappearance and that kind of urgent, moments, and days that follow something that's happened and the investigation, and the characters were kind of actively involved in the questions. And quite quickly I sort of realised, this is a benefit for me of planning, I realised quite quickly that was not the way to go, because when some stories are told really well in that kind of fast-paced, urgent setting. But for me, Exiles really needed to be told at a kind of slower pace. So I set the majority of the book is set a year later, when a year has passed since the disappearance, but the family and friends of this woman are no closer really to having any answers. And because for me, that was a much more interesting place to be, in that kind of unsettling aftermath where they've had time to reflect. They've had a chance to kind of ask questions of each other and of themselves, and they've just got there's a bit more oxygen in the room to allow them to have those sort of quieter conversations and let sort of residual guilt and things rise to the surface. And Exiles is, like all the other books for me, that kind of crime and mystery, although it is a really important part of the book, and I mean it's the kind of the hook that drives pulls people in, and it's very much kind of where I would start in the planning stages. For me, the more interesting parts of the book and the majority of the book is driven by that kind of the relationships between the characters when something traumatic has happened in a community, and how that ripples out and affects people in different ways.
I'm a country kid, so I grew up in rural, remote, regional Western Australia, pinballed over the place. And what's fascinating to me reading Aussie Noir is that so many of the towns in which these places are set are fictional, because, I lived in 17 places before I hit undergrad, and they were all real. And I wonder what it is about the lure of the fictional small town, why so many of our Aussie Noir novelists invent a town rather than going to the towns we have. That's just a conundrum I really wanted to nut out. Can you solve it for me?
Yeah, no, I feel like really specific reasons for that. So all my books are all set in like fictional areas, but they're quite closely based on real regions. And I mean, I did go out to those. So, I mean, in The Lost Man, for example, which is in the outback, I went out to Birdsville. Although the book is not set in Birdsville, it's set in a fictional community a little bit like Birdsville. And the same with, with Exiles. I mean, as I said, I went out to the wine regions, but the book is not set in those specific wine regions, although sort of heavily inspired by them. And the reason for me, I think it's mainly, again, it comes back to it being that fictional element. And I think, if you have... there's actually a couple of reasons for it. Partly, I think if you're writing like a fictional thing where something traumatic has happened, it's about having respect for the communities that actually still live in those real places, because there will be someone who is the mayor, there'll be someone who's the school teacher, there'll be someone who it sort of fulfills these roles that you're maybe trying to portray fictionally.
Yeah, my mum was a school teacher.
Yeah, and it's not, and so it's not really. I think it's not really fair to kind of. Fictionalise a real place where real people are still living their lives and their kids go to school and they're, involved in the communities and things. It's just quite hard, I think. And the second reason is probably more of a writing-based technique reason, which is that I think when you fictionalise somewhere, if you needed to have a train station, it can have that train station. If you needed to sort of, and quite often when you're writing, you do need those little kind of specific spots. You need the cafe to be a certain distance from, the school or whatever. And so it's, it just gives you, for me, on a practical level, it gives me that much more freedom to make it exactly what I need.
So you're a radical urban planner.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So setting, we keep hearing you talk about setting, and obviously you can't talk about Aussie Noir without talking about setting. And I wonder if you could talk to us about why the Australian, beyond cities Australia, has held such a deep fascination for you, what your relationship to the Australian bush is.
Yeah, I mean, so for me, the setting comes really early on. So when I'm at the very early stages of planning, I'm thinking about that kind of. The plot is the first one, and even when I say the plot, like it's I'm not thinking about kind of the opening of the story. I actually sort of plan from the end. So when I'm thinking about that idea, like what is this book going to be about? I'm thinking about that kind of end moment where you turn the page and you realise what has really happened. And I'm thinking, what has happened? What does that look like? Who is involved? What's brought them to this moment? Is it something long building, or is it something kind of spontaneous? And as part of that, I'm thinking about the setting, like who is involved and where is it set, and what kind of setting would support an incident like this to happen. So they're very sort of tied hand in hand for me. Part of it is, I think, I just really love the kind of, I think Australia has, the regional and areas that are so kind of ripe for picking. I mean, they provide such a fantastic backdrop descriptively, but also they have elements that lend themselves really well to kind of the plot mystery things. There's often, environmental elements that have that maybe sense of danger or something that kind of, raises questions about what has really happened. And then on a kind of practical level as well, I really like settings where things are a little bit isolated, because for me, again, as a reader, I just like books that are where the whole story kind of is played out within sort of the bubble of the novel. So you've got a set cast of characters, they're in kind of one sort of location, and the question and the answer are all contained within that space. And I think on a kind of practical writing level, it's so much easier to kind of form that kind of sort of community that you need in somewhere that's a little bit more, off the beaten track.
I have this theory that the fictional Australian small town is the Australian equivalent of the English country house. That you can strand everyone there in the same way you can strand them in an Agatha Christie novel. I want to talk about, as we start to come to the end of our session, I want to talk about some of the really lovely themes that have pulled throughout Aaron's story. And what's really clear in this book is the kind of a real heartbeat of it is the way in which we love our parents and our parents love us. And something that, again, has really stuck with me for this book is Aaron looking back on his memories of his father, which have been fraught for decades, and realising that they cared for each other in a way he hadn't understood and that was more deep than he thought. And I thought you might be able to speak to that and how that sort of played out across Aaron's story.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think a few things sort of tie into that kind of like, Aaron's kind of background, his relationship as it is with his family, which is essentially just his dad. Partly, I mean, as I said, I was writing this book during lockdown with my own parents in my very close proximity in my house. So I think I'm sort of, I was sort of thinking about the parent-child relationship a lot. And then I have these two kids of my own. And I think, I think inevitably your own, for me anyway, like parenthood inevitably kind of does bleed into the books. Your own sort of circumstances do tend to influence your writing, or my writing anyway. And, I think having my own children has given me like a much sort of softer view of my own parents. And, when I look back at things that I remember one way as a child or as a teenager, and I think, well, actually, my mum was younger than I am now when that was happening. And it gives you, I think, a fresh kind of perspective on that. And I think, in this book, particularly Aaron sort of has this, he has this sort of moments of reflection and times when he's maybe been hard on himself and his father, and and he has sort of conversations that maybe make him look at things in a slightly different way. But yeah, it is, because for me and I had my first child in 2016, which is the same year The Dry came out. So for me, my experience as a parent and my experience as an author, they completely overlap. There's been no separation in them at all from my life, and there's been no time when I've been one without the other, apart from at the very early days when I was writing the Dry manuscripts and I didn't have kids. And it's interesting sort of how that has, I think, how the books, I think, are, they are different for that experience. And I can imagine if I didn't have my children at the time when I had them, I think the books probably would have been, different in certain ways, because I would have been a different person, really.
One of the other things that I really love about Aaron's story is how the cultural discussion around him over the last sort of 5 or 6 years about Australian men and masculinity and what it means to be strong has really changed. And I think that's reflected in the choices that Aaron's making for himself and the discussions he's able to have with himself. Have you noticed that change? Has that sort of filtered into the way in which you've written his story?
Yeah, I mean, I think it has. I mean, it's interesting because I always, like I was saying before, I always do try and, I don't try and sort of shoehorn in themes. I do try and let the themes emerge naturally. But I think over the years, last few years, really, as you said, there has, the kind of conversation around, men and maybe, the way we sort of, we all, the conversations we have and the conversations I guess they're allowed to have has changed a bit around mental health and all kinds of things. I think the key change for me was probably in the time I really first noticed it was when I wrote Lost Man, which was the third book I wrote, and that was set in the outback with these three brothers and a very like kind of masculine sort of sort of outback environment. But a lot of that is about kind of mental health and loneliness and, kind of not really having anyone to talk to and all kinds of things like that. And the change, I noticed then when I read that book, the number of kind of male readers I had coming up and commenting on that book, like still to this day, it's like it's the one that like men often come and talk to me. But I think it's something as an author I'm aware of. I mean, I have a son, one of my youngest child is a son, and I think I'm sort of aware that at one point they will hopefully grow up and read the books, and I sort of try and write books that I feel that I would be happy, for them to read one day and have kind of messages and conversations that I think, I would be comfortable and I would want them to sort of have with among themselves when they reach that age too.
There's a wonderful subplot that will not be a spoiler, about an ageing sports star in this book who has made stupid childhood mistakes, and the way in which we treat our sportsmen, the way in which we deify them, and also how far and how quickly they can fall. That was a really interesting to me sort of subplot of this, is sort of what it means to have publicly failed and then come back, the redemption from that.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really loved writing that character. This guy called Shane, who's a former AFL player. I partly wanted that because I just really felt like, especially in Victoria and in South Australia, like footy is such a kind of big part of life that it just sort of felt like a really it felt like a character that I really wanted to sort of bring out in this book. yeah, as you said, he was sort of had his glory days, and now very much kind of fallen from grace, and is now living quite a sort of seeming sort of quiet life in this kind of small town. And part of that was, I think, plays into that theme of the novel, which is people reflecting on where they thought they would be and where they are. And and Aaron Falk does this as well. Where he thinks he should be and where what he's actually drawn to. And it was part of the. I think it was just another way to kind of bring out that theme of what do we really want for our lives, and what do we want them to look like. But he was a really sort of fun character to play with, really.
There's a lot of cultural nuance in this book about men and how they express themselves and how they can be gentle men, and I thought that was really astute. You've said that Aaron's changed your life quite significantly. One of the most important relationships of your life. I've met your husband; he's lovely. Now that he is, I just don't want to give it away. Now that he's gone. Now that he is out of your writing life, let's put it that way, without giving anything away, will you miss him?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I honestly started to miss him while I was still writing it. I was writing this book, and I think it's also because I'd had a bit of time away as well. I'd written those 2 standalones, and I'd been thinking, I guess writing those 2 standalones, though, sort of helped cement in my mind, I think, what I wanted as a writer. I mean, I'm for me, I'm quite plot driven, and I think when you're starting with a recurring character, you are kind of tied into you're tied into decisions you've maybe made 6 years earlier, about their job and about their, their life and all kinds of things. And it doesn't, you do have to kind of work within those boundaries, which is not necessarily a bad thing. And it was interesting for me to be able to approach this book knowing it was the last one and build the entire book kind of around Aaron and for him, which was a different way from how I would normally approach it. So that was a good exercise for me as a writer, and I really enjoyed doing it. But yeah, halfway, I mean, even, throughout it, knowing it was going to be the last one, it was a little bit freeing in a way, because I felt, when you go in knowing it's going to be the end, you can leave it all on the field. You're not having to save anything back just in case, or put in lines you think maybe I could expand on this in the future. I could just write exactly the book that I felt was right for him, at this time. But for me, I am, it is. The thing I enjoy about the standalones is that everything is on the table, and you can really open it up to whatever the best idea is. You can build it and have exactly the characters you need and set it exactly where you need to set it. And I think that is something that I really enjoy about writing. That's kind of what drives me.
What's really wonderful hearing you talk is just how godlike you sound. I like my town's this way. I like access to all the people. It has a real, there's a playful power in that, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
are you a vengeful god?
I try and sort of, it's funny because I think one of the best things about being an author, honestly, is you can write exactly the book you want. So if you're an aspiring author, don't feel like you have to kind of listen to me or any other authors about what we do or what we're writing about or what the industry says or anything like that. You can literally write the exact book you want to write. And I think that is the kind of the key, because I know what it's like to be in that kind of early, unpublished author place, and it's really hard because it's so uncertain and you really don't know what's going to happen. And writing a book is an absolute marathon, especially the first time. I do think it gets easier. I'll say that. I do think every time you write a book, you learn stuff from it, and you get to kind of take those lessons. And every book you get the benefit of that. You get to know your own style. It does get so much easier. But when you're kind of sitting there at the computer with your as yet unpublished manuscript, and it can just feel like, you're just screaming into a void because you don't know what's going to happen, and it's such uncertain rewards. But I think if you can, the best sort of mental state I could get myself in to really help me feel like it was something I wanted to work on was holding on to that fact that you can write exactly the book you want. Just let go of any as much as you can, any kind of real expectation, like will it get published, what will happen to it? Because if you do honestly write the book that you want to write, and it's exactly as you want, it's a book you would read, you know, you've got it all in there, and it's for you, it's kind of perfect. You know, it's absolutely heartbreaking, I know, if it weren't to get picked up. But at the same time, you have learned the lessons from it. You have this thing that you've created. You know, you can feel so proud of that, and you will have learned lessons from that. And maybe you go on to write another book, and you take those lessons, and you can, you know, and write something that will get picked up. But that was the kind of mental hurdle I need to get over. I was so busy worrying about what would or wouldn't happen that it was kind of paralyzing. And it was only when I thought, you know, I'm just going to write this book. It's set in a small country town. It's got a cop. It's got this. It's got that. And that was the best kind of creative space that I could find myself in. So that would be kind of, if you can find that space for yourself, I think that really helps you just focus on the actual task at hand.
I think that's gorgeous advice. We're about to take questions from the audience. If you have a question, can you please come up and stand at this microphone with this lovely lady here? Please can we put into, please, questions and not comments. The bane of writers' festivals are the unwanted comments. We all know it. As people are coming up, one thing that's sort of been a resounding theme of this festival for me, Jane, is, and you've just struck on it then, which I thought was just such beautiful advice, is writing is something that you get better at. And everyone I've spoken to in this festival in a different way has made that point. And it's really joyful and it's really wonderful in a world where we're so worried about whether or not we're good at anything. To sort of say, the more you do this, the better you'll be at it is really liberating and freeing. Like you just said, you'll take a whole bunch of lessons with you. You'll learn from this. How are you better than you were 6 or 7 years ago?
Like so much so. I mean, I think that is so. Yeah, absolutely. If you can take one thing away from this whole kind of this whole sort of hour, absolutely. Writing is definitely something. It's a skill like any other skill. I've actually been saying this for years. Really, that it's like you can't just expect to kind of get it right first time, and everything from like the practicalities of it. So I mean, I've learned the planning works for me. I've learned exactly the way. There's different ways of planning. I've learned exactly the way that works for me. I've got that kind of confidence that I know that I can write a book. Like you can kind of, it's like once you've done it once, you can kind of do it again. So you get that benefit. I think as well, you get the benefits of having worked with professional editors and things. So, or even if not, even if you just completed your manuscript, you will have learned, things about language choices and all kinds of things that every single time you can take those with you. So, and I think it's just worth just reiterating the books you pick up in the bookshop are not the first draft. They have been through multiple edits. The authors probably worked on them for many times. They've gone through probably like multiple professional hands. So don't compare your kind of early work with the actual, like case in point, sometimes if I'm kind of a little bit stuck on something and I'm feeling like it's not going that well, sometimes I actually go back into my computer and I open up early drafts of like the previously published books and I sort of read them to kind of remind myself how bad sometimes it can be before it starts to get good. So it does take a little while to get there.
That's wonderful. We have some questions. Yes.
Hello. Thanks, Jane. You say you write books that you want people to take and read on the beach or read when they're on holidays on the plane. I can tell you that you write books that people want to listen to while they're doing the housework, driving, going on a walk. So as an audiobook tragic, I'd really like to ask you as an author, do you prefer your works to be experienced by people reading them or listening to them? And how much control as an author do you have over how audiobooks are produced?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've never been asked that before. That's a really good question. So I'm really lucky enough to have a guy called Stephen Shanahan who does the narration. He's done all 5 of the books, and he is great. Like he is just I'm so lucky that he was chosen by the audio team for the first book, and just listeners have absolutely kind of embraced him. So for me, honestly, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't really have any. I know some people do prefer. They do love audiobooks, and some people prefer the print version. I don't really mind, whichever ebooks even, whichever version I think people enjoy, prefer is fine by me. I do think I'm really lucky though to have a narrator who captures the book so well. I think sometimes books can be let down a little bit if the narration isn't great, and that really does sort of tarnish the experience a little bit. So yeah, thank God for Steve Shanahan. Long may he continue reading them. And in terms of my input, I have very little actually. It's sort of done by a whole kind of professional team. I did get to meet Steve though once. I got to go up there and see him read. It was actually for The Lost Man. He was actually recording it, so I got to go and see him in the studio and see him kind of reading it live, which was kind of cool. And then we did like a bit of a Q&A. He was a really nice guy. He's as nice as his voice would imply. And it was, so yeah, I mean, I love the audio versions and I do listen to them. And for me, it's interesting because it's probably the closest I get to experiencing the books fresh because it is such a different format. So yeah, I'm with you. I love the audiobooks too.
Jane, thank you very much for 5 fabulous books I've really enjoyed. I'm just wanted to come back to the sense of place and the geography. Like in Exiles, you've got the centre where the event happens, where the festival happens, and you've got one gate here, and you've got another gate there, and you've got a reservoir, and you've got a clearing, and all sorts of things happen in all these places. So if it's not a real place and you've invented it, do you have a great big map on your wall so you can sort of work out where they're all going and what's happening?
Yeah. Sometimes I do draw a map. Yeah, I think especially when I sort of go. Sort of quite godlike. I do work out exactly what I need. Like what are the different, how many gates do I need? What are the kind of points in a landscape? And then I'll kind of go sort of quite far into the draft, and then it will become apparent to me where the relationship between these places need to be. And at that point, then I think actually, it would be good to scribble a map. So it's it's not like a big one on the wall. Like, I mean, usually it's actually pretty clear in my head. But I do have I think it's good to sort of to make sure, even if you're really quite confident that you know in your head where these places are, it does pay to draw them out, because sometimes things do look a little bit different on paper, and you've got people walking places that maybe they need to get to in a certain time, all that kind of stuff. And also I find actually in the editorial process, almost always there's an editor involved who says, I've sketched up this map, can you tell me if this is right? And so it's good to kind of have your own map. You can sometimes provide them just to show that you have kind of thought it through, and it does work geographically on paper as well.
Do we have some more questions? We do.
Despite your godlike qualities, do your characters ever sometimes do things that you didn't want them to do or expect them to do? Do they run away from you?
Yeah, they do sometimes. Because like if you heard me sort of speak before, like I talk a lot about planning. Like planning is a really big part of my process, and I talk a lot about how I plan the book to like an inch, within an inch of its life before I start writing it. So I would go into writing the book having the entire thing mapped out, chapter by chapter, down to kind of how the chapter starts, how it ends, how it flows into the next one, where the red herrings are, where are they going to have that conversation, what is the reader going to learn from that conversation, what's the red herring that's going to be introduced, all those kind of things. So I go into the book always thinking, this is like, this is solid now, this is absolute concrete, now I've just got to write the thing. And every time there's something that doesn't quite work on paper. So it works on the plan, and then it doesn't work on the page. And often it is character related. And I think usually so actually if you ever have this trouble yourself, the things I usually find have gone wrong are sometimes you've got the main characters doing too much. So you're very focused, in the planning stages on those main characters and making sure they get enough kind of page time. But often I find when I actually come to write it, they're just too busy and they're having too many conversations and they're trying to do too much for the reader, when actually you've got these secondary characters who, if you enlist them, there's no reason why one of them can't reveal this clue or have this background or whatever. And I find often if you feel like there's too much happening with the main characters, have a look at the secondary characters and see if some of them are just kind of taking a bit too easy.
Not pulling their weight.
Absolutely, exactly. They're just kind of,
Oi, you get up.
For sure, come and reveal this clue for me. And that often helps a lot. The second time I find it, the other sort of sort of main problem I usually find is when something's gone wrong a little bit earlier, and the problem you're having now, if you actually sort of track back, it's actually because maybe I've made the wrong call on something a couple of chapters earlier, and I need to go back and fix that so that we're on a different track when we get to this point. So that's another thing, kind of go back. So it's slightly different to what your question was, but if you go back and track back and see if there's something early you can fix, it can help you a bit later. But yeah, the characters are often a big one with that one.
Do you have any manuscripts that you've shelved? And if so, will they ever see the light of day?
No, I don't actually. The Dry was the first book I wrote. Which
disgustingly talented.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty lucky in that regard. I mean, I didn't sort of. I guess what I did have though was I had. I was working in print journalism in a sort of daily newspaper newsrooms for 13 years, writing kind of thousands of words a day to deadline, for a certain audience, to kind of demands of the editor. So I was very kind of match fit for it when I came to write The Dry. I was very used to kind of being at the computer, expressing myself on paper, getting those kind of stories where you have to pull people in quickly and keep their attention for as long as possible. So I did have like a lot of experience in that sort of slightly different field. But yeah, I mean, I've been. No, I mean, look, I mean, The Dry was the first book I wrote, and I was just kind of lucky that was, that sort of did get picked up.
Hello. How, obviously The Dry has been made into a movie. How was it sort of handing your creative piece to another sort of group of artists to become a new creative piece? Did you have any sort of control over it, or any bits that you'd be like, I need this bit in? Or was it sort of just like, you do your thing now?
Yeah, look, I think actually you summed it up exactly the way that I've kind of come to look at it. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely loved the adaptation of The Dry. It was so great. I thought they did. Robert Connolly, who wrote the screenplay and directed it, did just such a beautiful, thoughtful job. I thought it was it really captured a book in I could not have asked for better. And Eric Bana, I mean, what can you say? I really could not have asked for better with that. And also they've actually. Quick plug, they've actually finished making Force of Nature, which is the second one. So Eric Bana is back. That's going to be coming out later this year. I've seen a really rough cut of it. It's really good. It's the same team behind it, so hopefully people will enjoy that one as well. But yeah, I think that it is quite hard, I think, to hand over your work. It helps when, I mean, especially now, there's that, I really trust that team. I know they could do a good job. I think they really understand the book. So that makes it a lot easier. But I think the way you kind of, I have to kind of look at it is, I used to feel it was a bit like someone was kind of buying the house that you built. I built this house and I loved it and I, made it and then I'm selling it to someone else. But I've sort of come to realize it's more like, my house is still my house and it's still standing, but what you're selling them is the blueprints, and they have those blueprints and they have the opportunity to build their own house or do whatever they want with it, and it is their own creative projects. It's it's for them to kind of follow or not follow as they see fit, and all you can really do is kind of be proud of my own work and wish them well with theirs.
Jane, you commented on how you've learnt every time you've written a novel, you've learnt a bit more, which helps with the next novel. And the earlier question about your character developments and how some of the characters, they change as they go along and their import in the novel. If you went back and looked at The Dry again, would you change anything in terms of the character roles or their part in the novel itself?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think I guess I have to say no, because I am really pleased with, obviously with how that book went. And I mean, it's, how could I really wish for anything different from what that book has given me? Having said that, as an author, I do think probably there are things I would sort of approach differently, just having the knowledge that I have now. I think, the biggest sort of probably change. Well, it's not exactly a change, but I think as I said, when I wrote that book, I didn't have my children, and now I do.
I thought you were going to say the biggest change is I would not have my children.
No, I still have them. But I think, for example, in the opening of the Dry, where Billy Hadler, who's 6, is shot, I feel like, like I'm happy with that as it is within the context of the dry and the fact it's sort of plot relevant and it's, we don't sort of linger on it and it's sort of, it kind of helps make the book what it is. I feel now, having had children of my own, I don't feel like that is something that I would write again. If I were to kind of, I just don't think I would have that element in future books, and it's purely down to having the experience as a parent myself that I didn't have when I first read that book.
I think we have time for one last question.
Yes, thank you. Your method of working it out before you actually started, is that something that you started in the beginning, or was something that you discovered later? And what was it that triggered you to then develop it, if it became something you did later?
Yeah, I think so. It was something I've always done that. I did that ever since the dry. Although with the dry, I probably just was kind of lucky enough to stumble across that as my kind of preferred technique early. And it still kind of all boils down to essentially what that's how I approach the dry, which was a sort of. The core question for me is in that very initial early stage is, something has happened. It's really this, but it looks like this, or what else could it look like? And it's that kind of question. So what has really happened, and what else maybe could have appeared to have happened? And those are the sort of two things I'm sort of focused on. So that's how I always kind of know the ending, and I'm sort of building out the book, everything in the book, the characters and the setting, and everything that happens is kind of funneling towards that end point. And a big part of that is working out those other layers, what else does this look like, and what else could it feasibly be? But, yeah, I think the thing I would say about planning as well is, I kind of used to be a real kind of really, I don't know, like enthusiastic about planning. And I used to, because I think when you start out writing a book, you sort of feel like you don't know how to do it, and then you discover where it works. And you want to tell the whole world, like, this is how you do it. The thing that's come really apparent to me is that, whatever way it works for you, if planning is not your thing, if it just doesn't help you get the words on the page, it's not right. Even within me, someone sent me a little, like a notebook, actually like a writer's notebook of how to plan. And I have to say, even looking at that book gave me sort of quite anxiety about, how do I even approach it? So, everybody, even within, even if you are a planner, there's different ways of planning. If you're not a planner, there's different ways to kind of approach that. So, whatever, there's no right or wrong way. And if you're, as you're working on your own book, whatever way is helping you just get those words on a page and help move the story forward is the right way to do it.
I think that's a wonderful way to leave our session. She might be a vengeful god on the page, but she's a fabulous goddess on stage. So thanks to Jane Harper.
Thank you, that was so good.
Eu quis amar, mas tive medo e quis salvar meu coração, mas o amor sabe um segredo. O medo pode matar o seu coração. Água de beber, camarada. Água de beber, camarada. Tibadunda, badilada, tibadunda, badilada, tibadunda, daiunda, daiunda. Eu nunca fiz coisa tão certa. Entrei pra escola do perdão. A minha casa vive aberta. Abre todas as portas do coração. Água de beber, camarada. Água de beber, camarada. Água de beber, camarada. Tibadunda, badilada, tibadunda, badilada, tibadunda, daiunda, daiunda.
Like a bird on a wire, like a drunk in a midnight choir. I have tried in my way to be free, like a worm on a hook, like a night in some old-fashioned book. I have saved all my ribbons for thee. If I've been unkind, I hope you can just let it go by. If I've been untrue, I hope you know that it was never to you. Like a baby stillborn, like a beast with his horn, I have torn everyone who reached out for me. But I swear by the song and by all that I have done wrong, I will make it all up to thee. I saw a beggar, 'cry. Like a drunk in a midnight choir, I have tried in my way to be free.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon again. A little bit more of the housekeeping. Wonderful crowds for the final day of Writers' Week. It's good to see. We'd like everyone to be aware of those around them. When you're running up and down the aisles, try to make sure that you're not just stopping and standing, because it can be inconvenient with so many people trying to move around. During the session, we ask that you do not sit or stand in the aisles. Could you not move the chairs from where they've been placed? If you have your telephone on, could you please switch it to silent to avoid embarrassment in the middle of a session? Also, the chairs are for people, not bags and rucksacks, so that if somebody comes up to you and says, "Is that chair taken?" and all that's in it is a rucksack, then no, it's not taken. It's available to sit in. First come, first serve, basically. So as I've said, be aware of other people around you. We've got some quite large crowds here. Enjoy, be nice to each other. Thank you. Something that's been brought to my attention, ladies and gentlemen, which is a very valid comment. On the back of every chair, or not every chair, but most chairs, you'll see a little QR code. That QR code will link you to a donation site where you can help to keep Writers' Week going, keep it open and free. So if you feel that you can afford to donate something to Writers' Week, flick your phone on that QR code and send a little bit in to keep it going. Thank you.
since you said we were through. There's no hope for tomorrow. How's the world treating you? Every sweet thing that mattered has been broken in two. All my dreams have been shattered. How's the world treating you? Got no plans for next Sunday. Got no plans for today. Every day is Blue Monday. Every day you're away. Though our pathways have parted, to your memory I'm true. Guess I'll stay broken-hearted. How's the world treating you? Do you wonder about me like I'm hoping you do? Are you lonesome without me? Have you found someone new? Are you burning and yearning?
Microphones alive, ready when you are.
Hello and welcome to another panel at Adelaide Writers' Week. My name is Marion Wilkinson and I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the traditional lands of the Kaurna people and pay my respects to their elders past and present. Many of you know I'm a journalist who's written a lot of words about climate change, and for me, the big question is still, can we end our dependency on fossil fuels in time to safeguard our planet? Which brings me to the title of our panel today, The Planet's Clock is Ticking, and to remarkable Australians who are passionate about how we can make a transition to a net zero world in time to secure our future. Professor Ross Garnaut is probably Australia's most influential thinker and writer today on the economics and business of renewable energy. Ross is a director of Zen Energy. He's also Professor Emeritus at the University of Melbourne and the ANU. Over his long career, Ross has held senior government positions as well, including Principal Economic Advisor to Prime Minister Bob Hawke, and served as Australia's ambassador to China. But his name became synonymous with Australia's challenge in the face of global warming when the Rudd government, along with all the states and territories, commissioned him to write the Garnaut Climate Change Review. Released in 2008, it became the nation's first real blueprint on the way forward to a greener economy. 2 years later, he served as an independent expert to the Gillard government's multi-party climate change committee and updated that review. But in 2019, with the climate war still raging under Scott Morrison, Ross wrote his groundbreaking book, Superpower, arguing that Australia had the potential to go from a climate change laggard to a leader in the post-carbon world. His latest book, The Superpower Transformation, Making Australia's Zero Carbon Future, is a detailed plan for that vision that draws on expert thinkers around the country. With us also is Simon Holmes-A-Court, Simon is an energy analyst, a director of the Smart Energy Council, a senior advisor to the Climate and Energy College at Melbourne University. Simon began his career as a software engineer in Silicon Valley. On his return to Australia, he spent more than a decade working to improve farm water management using digital technology. He also became a driving force behind the country's first community-owned wind farm, Hepburn Wind. More recently, Simon, as many of you know, have switched his focus to climate politics, disheartened by the coalition party's never-ending climate wars. Simon decided to harness political and IT knowledge experts to help support independent political candidates who would make climate change a top priority. Climate 200's success has catapulted Simon into the national media spotlight, and his new essay, The Big Teal, argues community independence can transform Australian politics as we strive to deal with this climate crisis. So welcome to both of them. Ross, on the night of the federal election, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese embraced your superpower vision, telling Australians in his victory speech, "Together we can end the climate wars, together we can take advantage of the opportunity for Australia to be a renewable energy superpower." Well, almost a year on for the election, do you think the new government is seriously acting on that vision?
Yes, I think it is. And the Commonwealth government, through the Albanese government committing itself to the superpower vision, really just joined all of the state and territory governments who were already there. Every state premier had made versions of that commitment, and what the change of government last May did was bring the Commonwealth into the national story. The states were already there. At this Adelaide occasion, I should recall, Marion, that the first time I used the expression and told the story of the superpower was at Adelaide University. I was invited to give a public lecture at the engineering school just down the road in the first half of 2015, and that by that time it had become clear to me that moving faster on movement to zero emissions, using Australia's advantages in renewable energy and in other areas to produce zero carbon goods for the rest of the world meant that we could be richer. We could be on a path to full employment with rising incomes for a growing population for a long time into the future if we embrace the opportunity. That was new. When I did my original climate change review for all the state premiers and the Prime Minister back in 2008, my calculations then suggested there was a cost to moving to zero emissions, but that cost in the first few decades would be far outweighed by the avoided damage later on. Well, as events evolved, as technologies evolved, as our knowledge of the opportunities evolved, by 2015, as I said at the University of Adelaide, no longer was it a cost even in those earlier decades. For Australia, not for every country, but for Australia, there was an opportunity for large economic advantage. That's what the various states have embraced over the past few years. That's what the Prime Minister embraced on election night last year. That's what we can do. And by making use of that opportunity, it will not only make us richer, but it will make it more likely that the rest of the world will get to zero emissions. For the densely populated, high-income countries of Northeast Asia and Europe, in Northeast Asia, Japan, Korea, China, virtually all of Europe, they don't have the renewable energy resources completely to decarbonise their economies. Some things will be very hard. By importing iron processed by renewable energy in Australia, aluminium processed into metal using renewable energy in Australia, they'll be able to make their zero emissions goals when otherwise it would be very hard.
And I want to drill down into that vision very soon. But first I do want to go to Simon on this issue about what has changed and what has not changed. We have seen the coalition, the federal coalition, still dig in opposition to raising our emissions targets, and they're certainly not on board with this idea that Australia can be a superpower in the new energy era. What do you think is blocking this? Why is there such a reluctance to embrace a vision that could put Australia on the path to leadership in this area?
It's a good question. We've seen when people talk about the coalition, they generally think about the federal coalition. And ignore the fact that actually it's quite a different attitude towards these issues around the country. The Marshall government in the last government here in South Australia continued basically with policies pretty similar to Jay Weatherall's before that, and with hardly a beat skipped, the Malakauskas government has picked up the ball without dropping. Every other state, Tasmania's Liberal Party, 200% renewable target. I was just talking before about how in Queensland, when the Palaszczuk government recently announced that they were going to stop coal power by 2035 from the government-owned generators, rather than being house of derision from the LNP, the Liberal National Party up in Queensland, there was not a whimper. I believe they recognise that their path back to power goes through Brisbane, and they saw what happened at the last federal election, and they know they need it back, and they know that those suburbs, those electorates don't want coal. So it's really just the federal. If you can go around the country, I could give you a similar example in every state. It's really just the federal coalition and the National Party that are having so much trouble with this issue. And I had really hoped that after the election that they would. There's constantly pulls on the coalition, or let's say on the Liberal Party. On one side, you've got their News Corp masters who are trying to drag them further to the right. And then you've got, I think, the political economy. They just lost a whole bunch of seats closer to the centre, and it's pretty obvious for all the demographers are telling them that if they want those seats back, they need to appeal to that group that abandoned them at the last election. So I've been hoping that the Liberal Party would heed the call, start to ignore the hard right news outlets, and embrace, just as we've seen at each of the states one by one. But that hasn't happened, and there have been some comments. I think. Some of the sort of more moderate Liberals in New South Wales, Matt Keane, has commented that one of their biggest problems is that the party is controlled by the branches. And no offence to certain demographic in the audience, but the branches are controlled by largely a small number of conservative men in their 70s. And they don't understand Ross's vision. They're not even aware of what Australia's done, the great strides that we've made in the last decade. So it's I think the branches and the media that they're beholden to are holding back the coalition.
I want to drill down a bit into Ross's vision, and I do urge you, if you haven't got his latest book, it's really worth reading. Ross, I think what is very exciting about what you're trying to lay out is not just that Australia can become a renewable energy leader domestically in this country, but it can become this really significant exporter of clean energy and clean products manufacturing and heavy manufacturing, and that means big employment opportunities. And I wonder if you could briefly explain to us why that's so. How do we actually do that here?
I spell out in the Superpower Transformation Australia's 5 big advantages in the zero-emission economy. Actually, South Australia has each of those bigger than Australia as a whole. So it's an extraordinary opportunity for South Australia. But I'll just exemplify it by reference to one industry, the iron and steel industry. Australia is by far the world's biggest exporter of iron ore, iron oxide. Japan and Korea have built their whole huge steel industries on the basis of imports from Australia, but also imports of metallurgical coal from Queensland and New South Wales, and they put them together in Japan and Korea and export to the world. China, the world's biggest producer of steel, produces more than half the world's steel, produces a majority of it from iron ore imported from Australia. The single process of turning iron ore, iron oxide, into iron metal alone contributes about 7% of total global emissions. And a very high proportion of that 7% is from Australian iron ore. Well, in the fossil energy economy, we exported the metallurgical coal, we exported the iron, and other countries put it together and made iron, metal, and steel. Well, we won't be doing that, or at least if economics has any say in it, we won't be doing that in the zero emissions economy, because whereas metallurgical coal is relatively easily transported from Queensland ports to Japan or Korea or China or Germany, hydrogen isn't. And electricity can be traded internationally. It will be, probably in significant volumes, but it's very costly. Hydrogen can be exported. Hydrogen made from renewable energy can be exported. And that will be quite an important industry, but the product will be much more expensive, more than twice as expensive at the other end. Why is that the case? Why can we export coal or natural gas and it be reasonably cheaply available in importing countries? About the same cost as here in the case of coal. The reason for that is that hydrogen will not liquefy until you get temperatures almost down to absolute zero, and you use half the energy in hydrogen to get it down to that temperature. And it's the smallest atom and the smallest molecule in nature, and it will seep out between the steel molecules in standard materials. You can build a ship with special materials that will contain it, but that's much more expensive. So it's going to be 2 or 3 times expensive to use Australian hydrogen made from renewable energy in Australia to use it in Korea or Japan or China or Germany as it is to use it here. So the economics will drive us to use our own renewable energy to make hydrogen, to turn our minerals into iron ore. Now, just iron alone is a huge contribution. Processing Australian iron ore alone, just that one process would reduce global emissions by more than twice as much as reducing all other Australian emissions to zero. And it happens that South Australia is very well placed. 11% of the country's iron ore is in this state, but this state has disproportionately the type of iron ore that is most economically turned into metal by using hydrogen, magnetite, and a particular type of magnetite. This state's got nearly half Australia's resource of magnetite. So there's going to be a huge industry in South Australia if we use our opportunity well. Well, that's just one opportunity. We could say smaller in scale, but still huge. There's a similar story for aluminium, where we're the world's biggest exporter of aluminium ores. A similar story, but probably very large scale in the end, turning silicon oxide into silicon metal for photovoltaic panels and computers and so on. At the moment, almost all the world's pure silicon for photovoltaic panels is made in China. It's actually made much more cheaply in Australia because it's a very energy-intensive process. So using this opportunity across the board will be a huge boon for Australian industry, a boon that's simply not there in the fossil energy economy. In the fossil energy economy, the economics drives you just dig it up and ship it out, like Carolyn Kennedy wants us to keep doing, with America becoming the zero emissions superpower. And making use of this opportunity just gives us a path forward to rising incomes for a growing population, full employment for a long time into the future.
Well, you can see that what you're trying to do does need really big vision and really big political vision. Underpinning it is, of course, first of all, Australia rapidly developing its renewable energy sectors. And Simon, this is something that's interested you for a long time. You, in fact, tried to make personal representations to successive energy ministers about pushing along this renewable energy transition. There's always been a reluctance in the coalition parties, obviously not so much in the Labor Party that had a renewable energy target, but there's always been a reluctance to see renewable energy in this country as overtaking fossil fuels. Are we now changing that politically, that mentality, or do you think it's still there?
I think there's hints of a change in moving away from the climate wars. They're still there federally, but I'll give you an example at the state level. In 2018, in Victoria, the Labor Party went to the election with a reasonable renewable energy and emissions target. The coalition went to the election opposing both of those and proposing a new coal power station in the Trope Valley. That was 2018. A month after the federal election just passed, the coalition changed their policy dramatically to matching Labor Party and legislating a whole bunch of aspirational Labor goals. Labor saw that and jumped up to another level. So it became a race to the top. Rather than this low divide, it was a race to the top. And I gave you that story about in Queensland, where again it's the race to the top, where the LNP don't see that there is political mileage in reflexively opposing. So I think we are seeing a shift, and that a fair bit of that does go with the demonstrated Australian will at the polls. The seats we supported through Climate 200, a community fundraising initiative. 12,000 people contributed to about 23 campaigns around the country. You'll be aware of the 6 quote Teals that got in, but there's also David Pocock and 4 independents who are already in the House. So about 11 on the crossbench, plus all the new Greens that joined, makes a crossbench that's now bigger than the National Party in the lower house. So the changing goalposts for the politicians are there to see. And in the seats that we supported, you'll hear the media saying, climate change is not a top order issue. Well, in the seats that elected Teals at the last election, climate and integrity were both in the top 3 issues across all those seats, generally climate number 1 in those seats. So any party that wants control back of those seats, now it's very obvious for them that they have to lift their game in that area. And I think until we can get out of this oppositional frame and start having the race to the top of seizing the opportunities, we're not going to have the attitudes required to grab this superpower narrative.
And Ross, on that note, I hate to be a pessimist here, but since the Ukraine war, obviously we've seen a huge kickback by the fossil fuel industry. The Financial Times reported the other day that the 6 largest Western oil companies had made more money in 2022 than any other year in the history of the industry. There's now a number of these companies, including companies like Woodside, pushing to invest more money in fossil fuel expansion. Do you think this pushback against a transition to a clean energy economy is going to put a brake on what's happening, a brake on your vision, a brake on the transition?
Well, to jump ahead of the story, Marion, we can't afford a break because we're behind where we need to be to deal with the problem. It's too early to tell. There are cross currents. The debate's played out most pointedly in Europe, where the loss of the Russian supplies of gas and coal and oil lifted fossil energy prices to very high levels. And there was real debate in the early weeks after the Russian invasion of Ukraine about deliberate slowing down as a matter of policy of the transition so that they could deal with the energy problem. But where the debate has settled is that in the relatively short medium term, not on day one, but over the next few years, commitment to a big acceleration of introduction of renewable energy. So that could have gone the other way, but it didn't. And in Europe, we've seen a strengthened commitment to rapid movement to renewable energy. Now, they don't have the resources to get as far as they'd like to, and they will Germany and Britain and France will end up having to import green iron from South Australia if they're going to meet their new ambitions. Some of them have worked that out, and some of them are still working it out. But that is the underlying reality. On the points you made at the beginning, yes, these are years of extraordinary profits for the fossil energy industries. I don't begrudge them high profits, although I think that the Australian people who own the gas and the coal in the ground have been unwise to tax it so lightly. Other countries, Norway, other countries with rich fossil energy resources get a lot more money out of them, but we've chosen to not charge much for these very rich natural resources. That's our problem, not theirs. The problem is not them earning profits, given the rules we've set. The problem is them reinvesting those profits in the future. Now, I think that, well, certainly if the world deals with the problem of climate, a lot of those investments, exploration now to build a new LNG field in a few years' time, will be stranded assets. That will be a waste of shareholders' money. And the shareholders, I think, would be better off if those huge profits were given back to shareholders as dividends or share buybacks. So I think the boards and executives of those companies are actually breaching their duties to shareholders. Whether or not that is seen to be correct, we'll all know as a matter of history in a few years' time. But the problem is not so much the extraordinary profits, but the fact that that's being reinvested. That's a mistake for our society. I think it's a mistake for the companies themselves.
Simon, I want to go to you on that, and also this bet that the fossil fuel companies are making against renewable energy in some cases at the moment.
Yeah, well, firstly, on those super profits that Ross referred to, sometimes on Twitter you see adjacent tweets that just by serendipity smack you in the face. You have some realisation, and that happened to me a few weeks ago when I saw a Financial Times link to an article talking about the phenomenal profits that the gas companies in Europe were making. And the very next tweet was talking about record levels of energy poverty in the UK and of pensioners who couldn't heat their homes, and how much the energy segment of the household budget had grown and the stress it was putting on Britons. And what we see there is that the gas companies' costs didn't change appreciably during this period. Their profits did, and those profits came from the populace. There was a time when we used to call that war profiteering. There was a time when that was immoral and a form of treason, really, to be profiteering off a conflict. And it's, I think they've done a very poor job in Europe in dealing with that. But in Australia, the same. Queensland government put an extra levy on coal and brought in several $1 billion into the state coffers on that. New South Wales didn't. I saw some analysis the other day that if they had matched Queensland, they would have put their budget, the state budget, into surplus. And obviously that would be to the benefit of all of the programs that could be run as a result. The oil and gas companies are starting to invest in this space. I saw a statistic in Bloomberg the other day that spending on R&D by the major energy companies in the renewable space exceeded the same company's investment in oil and gas for the first time just in the last year. So we're getting to a tipping point. It should be way the other way right now. But there are some significant, there's a massive hydrogen development over in Western Australia, still at the very early stages, but BP bought 40% of the project last year. We're seeing some of the big oil majors are starting to get the message, but while they're making super profits, especially when they can see they might be in their death throes, you can understand why they are doing everything they can to milk every dollar out of it.
I wanted to ask both of you, the policy at the moment that's being pursued in Canberra, I'm sure some of you know there's a huge bun fight going on about it. It's a policy called the Safeguard Mechanism, and it's to try and put pressure on big emitting companies to reduce their emissions. It's a very fraught piece of legislation. And Ross, you had mentioned that perhaps no matter what happens with that legislation, there's a cleaner path and a clearer path, which may be that we need to get back to an older policy of the renewable energy target and really hit that. Can you explain what advantages that might have?
Well, just on the safeguard mechanisms, that's a step forward, and it would be a loss of a step forward if that wasn't legislated. So that's very clear. It's an important measure, but it can't be the only measure. And at the moment, since the abolition of the carbon price in 2014, it disappeared July the 1st, 2014. For 2 years before that, when we'd had carbon pricing and as well as a suite of other policies, emissions were falling by 8% per annum in the covered sectors on a trajectory where they needed to be. It wasn't disruptive of the economy. Whyalla was flourishing at that time. There was no wipeout at Whyalla as Tony Abbott promised. In fact, the near wipeout at Whyalla happened after they abolished the carbon price. And after the abolition of the carbon price, the one strong policy that was still in place was the renewable energy target, which was left over from the Rudd government period. Abbott tried to get rid of it, and in the end was only able to compromise and reduce it. But even at a reduced level, it kept things going quite strongly for a number of years. Well, that's run out of steam. That it stopped being powerful recently. And recently, the main power has come from voluntary use of full renewable energy and purchase of renewable energy certificates, entirely voluntary, the action now. That won't continue to get us there. And so in the absence of a carbon price, we need some other large policy to drive the movement to full use of renewable energy. And as I say in the superpower transformation, the straightforward policy is one that's very familiar. We all know how it works. We're very comfortable with it. We know it does work, the renewable energy target. Let's strengthen it. Let's extend it. And let's set parameters that guarantees that Anthony Albanese's 82% renewables by 2030 actually happens. At the moment, it's a very powerful commitment, but there's no policy to make it happen. Extension of the renewable energy target and recalibration can make it happen. We should do that. We have to do that to maintain momentum in the absence of a carbon price. The safeguards mechanism in itself is a good thing. It'd be better if it was better, but more important is the bigger economy-wide drivers of change, and the renewable energy target is the best we've got.
Simon, do you think that we could get the political will to push that forward?
Yeah, so just to understand the scale of the issue, in the last 7 years, we've increased the amount of renewables in Australia by about 50 terawatt hours a year. Now, what's a terawatt hour? Well, 50 terawatt hours is about what Victoria uses in an average year. So it's almost as if we turned Victoria 100% green, but of course spread out across the country. So that's the last 7 years. We have to do twice that in the next 7 years in order to meet the government's target. But whereas we had a policy, the renewable energy target, which was wonderfully bipartisan, by the way, to start with. It was introduced by John Howard. It was supported by Labor all the way through to 2007 election. Both parties went to the election to increase the target. When it finally went through in 2010, I remember Greg Hunt from the Liberal Party berating Labor for taking so long to increase renewables. So we had this strong bipartisan policy. It did start to fracture, as Ross mentioned, but the renewable energy industry, and South Australia was a great beneficiary, grew so much, especially in the last 7 years. Now, this next 7 years, we want to grow twice as fast, but we don't have any federal policy. We've got bits and pieces of small policies around the country, but we don't currently have a clear policy framework that will deliver that. And if we can't get the 82% renewable, then we can't hit the 43% emissions reduction. So it's critical we do that. I think it's difficult to talk about now because there's been this long campaign that renewables will drive the costs up. In fact, all the analysis and all the reports that have been done, and the reason why Abbott couldn't kill the renewable energy target is because all these reports come back saying actually the renewable energy target gives certainty to producers to install the renewables. Once they're built, they bring the average cost of energy down, and the net result on society is a benefit. But right now is a challenging environment where people are feeling so much bill pressure. Even though more renewables would drive it down, right now it's probably a political win, it's a political football that the Labor government doesn't want to have in play with the Liberal opposition. But I think we will see over the next year or so people starting to come around to this realisation that we need to have more than just a safeguards mechanism. It's, as Ross said, it's really important. Safeguard mechanism I see as it's like the voice. It's really important for the issue that it addresses, that it moves forward, and if it were to fall apart, then we easily could lose a decade. So I think it's really important for people to get behind it and to support people like David Pocock in the Senate who are tweaking and trying to get the best possible outcome from what's ultimately a bunch of compromise.
I want to look in the short period we've got left. I do want to talk about some big international issues here that will affect us enormously as we try and see whether we can pursue this vision of Australia becoming a leader in clean energy. And one is an issue that on its surface, everyone cheered at its introduction, which was the Inflation Reduction Act in America, the oddly sounding piece of legislation in America, but that put hundreds of billions of dollars into renewable energy in America. It was cheered by the global environment movement, but actually, when you examine it, it's not particularly good news for Australia. And Ross, I'd like you to try and explain that and what we can do about it.
As I've already referred to Carolyn Kennedy, the US ambassador's comments yesterday in the Financial Review, cheering the IRA. The problem with it is a huge commitment to decarbonisation of the United States, but it's structured in a highly protectionist way. There's a huge subsidy for electric vehicles, but they have to be made in America. So it's keeping out European and Japanese and Korean and Chinese cars. There's a huge subsidy for making hydrogen, but it's made in America, hydrogen. Their subsidy of $3 US a kilogram is higher than the whole cost of making hydrogen if you use renewable energy well in the Upper Spencer Gulf in South Australia. Trump trashed the rules-based international economic system, trashed it, and Biden has kept it trashed. Just getting in the road of open international trade. So something that is, I'm sure, in Biden's mind and in the US Congress's mind, it's seen as a major step forward for renewable energy and for decarbonisation in the United States. It is, but it's done in such a way that it excludes value-added processes in the rest of the world, excludes Australian hydrogen, excludes German motor vehicles, electric vehicles. And that's a pity because we're going to need an open international trading system to deal with the problem, to deal with the problems of Europe and Northeast Asia, the problem of them not having rich renewable energy resources. We need a lot of international trade, exports from us of the things that we can do better. Carolyn Kennedy yesterday said, oh, don't complain about what we've done, do it yourselves. Well, there's several reasons why we can't do it. First, Charles de Gaulle, when he was president of France, talked about the exorbitant privilege of the US having the international currency. They can just print money to pay for $560 billion of US dollars of subsidies for the renewable energy sector. Other countries can't. Their budget, their public debt, their federal government debt is 3 or 4 times Australia's as a share of the economy. And it's no problem for them. They just print more US dollars and someone will hold them. It is a problem for us. Carolyn, I'm sure, has a wonderful heart, but her instruction to us just to do the same is actually not practical. We're going to need an open international trading system for this to work. Now, will the IRA in the US actually stop global progress? Probably not, because it will accelerate the decarbonisation of North America, and that is a wonderful thing. That's a great thing. I would be most surprised if a US president wanted to go to the Congress in a couple of years' time and saying, I want another $500 billion so that we can produce hydrogen to decarbonise Japan and Korea and China. That's not going to happen. So that in the medium and longer term, the opportunity is still going to be there for us to do what is economically sensible and play that role. But there's a lot of mud in the water in the meantime. I hope we won't be too much distracted by that. I hope we don't turn our minds too much to what's happening in the US. The main game for us is the role we can play in decarbonising through manufacturing processes here in Australia, the role we can play in decarbonising the high-income, densely populated countries of Northeast Asia and Europe.
Well, I would like to come back to our theme of the clock is ticking on this, and there has been a lot of concern, as we all know, by climate scientists that we are going too slowly on this transition, and that it's going to be very hard for us to keep global warming to the 1.5 degree target, the target that we hoped in Glasgow the world would aim for. Simon, as you're looking at the kind of progress we're making, and you've been looking at this energy transition for quite some time now, how confident are you, as the clock ticks, that we're going to get there, even in Australia, that we have got the vision to get there?
People often talk about saving the planet, or the planet's clock is ticking, and I like to think that the planet will do just fine without us. It's not the planet's clock's ticking, it's our clock that's ticking. And Bill McKibben, the founder of 350.org, puts it really well when he says that winning slowly is losing. It's a bit depressing. We have been winning slowly, but we have been accelerating. We've made more progress in the last few years than we made in the decade before that, and we're on track to accelerate. The global investment in the decarbonisation is increasing exponentially. So we are winning too slowly, but we're accelerating, and the light at the end of the tunnel is becoming a brighter and brighter light. So I'm still an optimist. I'm certainly an optimist because I know that I'm not alone. We saw at the last federal election, we saw there were 23 communities that put forward an independent candidate, stood up. 20,000 Australians came out on election day to volunteer for them. We're wearing the T-shirts, and as you saw, 11. So 10 in the lower house and 1 in the Senate, who are all really strong on shifting the dial in Australia. In New South Wales, there's an election in 2.5 weeks. There's a number of candidates. Earlier today, they came out and said that if there's a minority government, which is most likely in New South Wales, the one thing that they all agree on is that the state has to put an end to the fracking in the Pilliga Forest and the pipelines through the Liverpool Plains. One of our primary agricultural areas is being threatened with a gas pipeline coming through that. So we're starting to see people understand their power. People starting to re-engage with democracy, and I think that that's the most important actions we can take are not the recycling our soft plastics, but getting the right people around the table in all of our decision-making bodies. And I'm really glad that Australians have embraced that. Gives me a lot of hope.
Ross, I'd like to take you to the global outlook on this. In fact, you were one of the Australians who popularised the idea of a carbon budget in the world and us having to live within a carbon budget. And whenever this comes up, we're always told China and India are going to overwhelm us. that it's all too difficult. It's an area that you've looked at again and again. How optimistic are you feeling that not only Australia but countries like China can also meet the carbon budget that we've got left?
Well, in the book, Superpower Transformation, there's a chapter by Malte Meinhausen, Rebecca Burton and others on exactly this question, so I commend that from the book. But Malte Meinhausen, one of the leading world figures in atmospheric physics, advising the IPCC on global budgets, he says in there that he's more optimistic than he's ever been, largely because of the progress in the technologies of dealing with it. It's become easier and cheaper, the progress in renewable energy. So in a most fundamental sense, although politically we haven't moved like we should have done, like it would have been in our interest to do, the technological improvement's gone faster than we expected, and that actually brings forward the time when a successful outcome is possible. But on the big countries, China, these days by far the biggest emitter in the world, the biggest producer and user of almost every material. So what happens there is crucial. China adopted a new model of economic growth that was going to give greater emphasis on this in 2013, and they did make progress for a few years. There was a very big setback during the trade wars with the Trump administration, but they are making considerable progress. There's more renewable energy going in every year by far in China than in anywhere else in the world. That they have to go faster. China did something new at the Glasgow meeting at the end of 21. It put a firm target for zero emissions on the table. It said by 2060. India did something new. It put on a target by 2070. Indonesia did something new, put it on a target by 2060. Now, the world as a whole has to get to net zero by 2050 if we're to achieve 1.5 degrees. The developed countries are now, Australia was the last. Australia was the one holdout, along with Russia and Saudi Arabia and Syria. But we stopped holding out in Glasgow. We committed ourselves to zero emissions by 2050. So that's now the commitment of all developed countries. Developed countries have also committed to going faster and reaching zero earlier than the other countries. The arithmetic still adds up. If the developed countries bring forward their date by 5 years, I'd go through all this in the book, 2045. China has to come forward 5 years, 2055. India has to come forward by 5 years, 2065, and most other developing countries are in that same space as India. The arithmetic then adds up. Now, it is actually quite possible for us to, certainly Australia, certainly any country, even with poor renewable energy resources like the European countries, to get there by 2045. They're more likely to get there. Europe and Northeast Asia, with a lot of trade with us, buying green iron from us, green aluminium from us, green silicon from us. They're more likely to get it. Will help a lot if we can help that, but it's quite possible. The Russian war is a big disruption. It's not only what's happened to energy markets, but it's taken a lot of international attention. And Russia itself is quite a big player in these things. And we're not out of the chaos on the border of Russia yet. But we can't easily predict the continuing influence of that. Put that aside. I'm actually not pessimistic about the developed countries getting to zero by 2045. China by 2055, India and other developing countries by 2065. So put me down as someone who still thinks it can happen.
Well, that's good to hear. I'd like to see whether anyone has some questions for the panellists. And I think there are. Yes,
Good
go
afternoon.
ahead.
Thank you for your address. I have two questions. One is the export of hydrogen as ammonia a feasible solution? And the other question is about the Laptev Sea, which is part of the East Asian continental shelf. There's apparently 50 million tonnes or more of methane leaking out of the sea, and that seems to me a problem.
Okay, well, I think, Ross, I might start with you certainly on the first issue about
Yes, ammonia is easier to... Ammonia is made from hydrogen and a lot of energy and nitrogen from the atmosphere. You can make ammonia from hydrogen and then put it in a boat, at the other end turn it back to hydrogen. You can do that, and that's actually cheaper than liquefying hydrogen and building a special ship to take that. So that's going to be important in international trade. It's still very expensive, and hydrogen transported in ammonia will be much more expensive than using the hydrogen here in Australia, so it doesn't change the story. On the methane, sorry, I follow a lot of things. I'm not right up with the Northeast Asian continental plain leakage of methane.
So we'll have to pass on that one, sorry. Next question.
Ross and Simon, like yourself, the eminent English economist Kate Raworth has a vision for a better economic future. But in Kate Raworth's case, she very much argues that we need to combine decarbonising with also tackling issues of inequality and injustice. Kate Raworth also is rather critical of imagining, I say, a future Australian superpower that might, in fact, still be relying upon endless growth and fundamentally trickle-down economics. So Kate Raworth, in her work, really suggests we need to combine dealing with two issues rather than simply one to be effective on either.
I think we get the question there. I might throw that to Simon first because of your sort of political interest in how this transition is going as well.
Yeah, certainly inequality is a massive issue to the health of our democracy, to the health of our society, and I think Kate's right to focus on it and look at the synergies with decarbonisation. I'm not yet convinced that of the arguments that they are mutually dependent, that you need to solve one to solve the other and vice versa. But I am convinced that there are many opportunities in solving, that each of them can be synergistic. One example I've heard of is, I know of two very large hydrogen projects in Australia that are gearing up to produce hydrogen for steel making or ammonia production. Both of them are on lands with native title and have entered into we've had this tradition in Australia of sort of build, own, operate, transfer projects like tollways that at the end of 30 years they're transferred to the government. In these cases, at the end of the first 30 years of the project's transferred to traditional owners. Traditional owners will get a share of the projects up front, and there'll be employment opportunities. So the decentralisation of our energy system means a broader range of communities that can get involved, but we have to do it better than we've done it before with other industries when they've moved out into areas with strong traditional ownership. So there are opportunities, definitely. I would agree with Kate on that, and I look forward to learning more about what she says.
On inequality, that's my last book, February 2021, Reset, Restoring Australia After the Pandemic Recession. I didn't discuss that here because of COVID.
One last question.
Ross and Simon, but I guess more in particular to you, Simon. I wonder if you could answer this conundrum in relation to the mention of green aluminium. Now, aluminium, as you both know, is made from bauxite, and the best bauxite available is under the Jarrah Forest in Western Australia. Now, for Alcoa to get this bauxite, they clear fell and have looking to clear fell more of the Jarrah Forest to the extent that its survival is at risk. Now, Alcoa say they are...
I'll just cut you off there. I think Simon knows quite a bit about this, so can you just get to the... And the question is...
Well, the conundrum is it the Jarrah Forest or aluminium in terms of decarbonisation and the increase in emissions?
Yeah, I've got a couple of insights into this. My family's farm is right in that area. I grew up spending a lot of time in that Jarrah Forest and seeing, in fact, the hill that our family farm's on is a Alcoa pegged out mining lease, and one day if the bauxite price gets to a certain amount, they've got every right to come in and dig it up. So I'm familiar with the area and love the Jarrah forests. Green aluminium and, if we call it brown aluminium, use the same amount of bauxite. So it's not a function of whether it's green or not. It's really a function of responsible mining. Something, which I think is a really big issue, especially since Australia has a massive opportunity in what we call critical minerals in aluminium, copper. Ross mentioned before, nickel, rare earths, etc. Australia has a huge opportunity in becoming major suppliers of this. Lithium, we produce about half the world's lithium in Australia, which is just amazing when you think of all the electric vehicles and laptop batteries and mobile phones. About half that lithium comes from Australia. Our challenge is to learn how to do mining better. I'm first to say I think there's so much evidence of mining that could have been done a lot better, and I feel very much with you on protecting those Jarrah forests.
We're going to have to wrap it up there. I'd ask you to support our terrific authors by buying their books. They'll be over at the signing tent after this. But could you please give a big thank you to Ross Garno, Simon Holmes Court. Thank you.
Do you think of returning? How's the world treating you? Do you think of returning? How's the world treating you?
I found my own true love was on a blue Sunday. My girl awaits for me in tender time. My girl is mine, she is the world, she is my girl. My girl awaits for me in tender time. My girl is mine, she is the world, she is my
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him two lips like roses and clover. Then tell him that his lonesome nights are over. Sandman, I'm so alone. Don't have nobody to call my own. Please turn on your magic beam. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Bum 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 bum. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him the word that I'm not a rover. Then tell him that his lonesome nights are over. Sandman, I'm so alone. Don't have nobody to call my own. Please turn on your magic beam. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Mr. Sandman, bring us a dream. Give him a pair of eyes with a committed gleam. Give him a lonely heart like Pagliacci, and lots of wavy hair like Liberace. Mr. Sandman, someone to hold would be so peachy before we're too old. So please turn on your magic beam. Mr. Sandman, bring us, please, 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 Mr. Sandman, bring us a dream.
Hello again, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen, as Writers' Week slowly draws to a close and you realise that you will be free of my interminable announcements. However, while we're still going, I'd like to give you a little bit of housekeeping. First and foremost, could you please keep the aisles clear, not only during the sessions but also between the sessions. If you could move around, but if you want to have a conversation with someone, maybe find somewhere else rather than the aisles to have it, because obviously people are trying to move around. Could you not move the seats from where they've been placed? They're there for a reason. We also ask, if you've got a mobile phone, could you switch it to silent or off while you're in a session? While you've got your mobile phones out and switching them to silent, you might notice on the back of a lot of chairs there is a, what do they call those things? The little square that you take a picture of. QR code, thank you. there is a code on the back of the chairs that if you take a picture of it, it will direct you to a site where you can donate to help Writers Week keep going. Writers Week is one of the best writing festivals in the country, if not the world, and it is free. We want to keep it going, so obviously there's quite a cost in getting it organised. So if you feel you can, donate, please. Be aware of the people around you and have a good day. Thank you.
Just a smile, a smile, hold me captive just a while. I can't explain why I've become Micheline. Every time your eyes meet mine, clouds of warmth burst into sunshine. Just a kiss, just a kiss. I have lived just for this. I can't explain why I've become Micheline, 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 Micheline. nights of quiet stars, quiet chords from a guitar, floating on the silence that surrounds us. Quiet thoughts and quiet dreams, quiet walks by quiet streams, and a window that looks out on Corcovado. Oh, how lovely.
Cantinho, violão, esse amor, uma canção pra fazer.
Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to one of the last sessions for Adelaide Writers' Week. My name's Peter Broon, and it's my pleasure to chair the session with a person I'm sure you're very familiar with in Peter Fitzsimons. Welcome, Peter, to Adelaide Writers' Week.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Just before we start, we've got an acknowledgement of country. We acknowledge this land that we meet on today is the traditional lands of the Gauna people, and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. Just before we start, Peter will be available after this session. If you go to the book tent and grab yourself a book, Peter will be available to sign them.
Available is too passive a word. Peter insists that you come to the book tent.
Just before we get to the Battle of Long Tan, I think it's interesting to pursue what makes Peter Fitzsimons the writer. Peter, can you tell us the influence on you, the writer?
Thank you, and thank you, Peter, for hosting this. I grew up on a farm north of Sydney, Peats Ridge. Both of my parents were returned service people, so Dad had been at the Battle of El Alamein, and New Guinea. Mum had been a physio helping to put the army, put him together, put the soldiers back together, and my primary memory of life on that farm was Dad telling us stories, and Dad in the tomato packing shed teaching us poetry. There was movement at the station, for the word had passed around that the colt from old regret had got away. And I used to love the part, well, not just that poem, but the part when they reached the mountain summit, even Clancy took a pull. It well might make the boldest hold their breath, for the hidden ground was full of wombat holes, and any slip meant death. But the man from Snowy River let the pony have his head. He swung his stock whip round and gave a cheer, and he raced it down the mountain like a torrent down its bed, while the others stood and watched in very fear. And somehow or other, in my... Oh, thank you. Somehow or other, Mum and Dad taught all 7 of their children so many things about so many different things. And my elder brothers and sisters, they understood how plants worked, and eucalyptus and deciduous, and none of that penetrated to me at all. But somehow Dad poetry and Dad's storytelling sort of weaved its way into my soul, and I've always since felt at my best somehow telling stories. And I used to be very close to the late Bill Leake, who became a cartoonist for The Australian, and it was a different Bill Leake than the one that I knew. But I loved Bill Leake. And Bill said to me once that he was a great artist, Bill. And Bill talked about that he'd been at a Canberra art gallery, and I think there was a Rembrandt exhibition, and whoever the expert was saying, well, there's some suggestion that Rembrandt didn't do all of this painting, that it was his students that did the elbow and the this and the that. And Bill said, and I was 14 years old, and I looked at it, and I looked at him, and I said, well, anybody can see that, of course, Rembrandt didn't do that elbow like that. That was different, of course. And he could see, somehow at the age of 14, he could look at a painting, deconstruct it and work out what had happened. Now, for me, I didn't get that either, but I remember at 13 or 14, some of you remember, do you remember the American potboiler writer Irving Wallace? And at 13 or 14, I used to read his stuff, and I just found it absolutely compelling. And somehow or other, I remember deconstructing it. How is it that this stuff that I read, Irving Wallace, is so compelling? And I worked it out, but because he would have parallel storylines, that you would have the narrative going along here. There's a knock on the door. He opened it up. It was a blonde, a beautiful blonde. And then the next scene, well, what happened to the blonde? What happened to the... And then you're going into the next scene, and then you come back to... So you just keep going, stories going parallel, leaving at the end of every scene, a bit like a movie, in fact. And somehow or other, that penetrated too. So when I started writing books, I did not have either the brains or the creativity. When I look at fiction writers, I think, how impressive is that they can fashion a narrative, a compelling narrative, pull it out of the air and make everybody read it. And for me, I can't do that. But what I can do is to look at a story and go, how do I recreate that story on the page to do the parallel storyline to make it compelling? But this is the difference. For me, the greatest writer in the English language that I've come across is Charles Dickens. And when you read Great when you read Great Expectations, there's this voice that's in your head, two voices. One is, what an amazing story. And the other story is the little voice which says, but this didn't happen. There was no Miss Havisham. There was no wedding cake. There was no Pip. There was no Estella. This didn't happen. And what I've tried to do in non-fiction is to get true stories to make the reader be in the moment, not reading about the moment, in the moment, and instead of the little voice which says, this didn't happen, to get a big voice which says, I can be wrong, this happened. This actually happened. And so that you've got dialogue and you're backing it up with 2,000 footnotes, ideally going to original documentation. We say, I'm not making this up. So when I did Mutiny on the Bounty, it was stunning to me, stunning that 250 years after the Mutiny on the Bounty, you can actually put together real dialogue and pin it to court documents and letters and confessions and say, this is what happened. When Fletcher Christian has the sword and he's up against Captain Bligh, and Captain Bligh says, Mr. Christian, you have bounced my children on your knee, sir. And that's what he said. How do I know that's what he said? Because that came out in the court-martial, and it's there. You've barely let me get a word in edgeways.
Every author has a reason for choosing a book, choosing a subject. What were your reasons for choosing Long Tan?
A lot of people said to me, so the first real military book that I did, most of my books, all of my books over the years, nearly all of my books, you want to write a book and you want it to sell $100,000 and you want to pay your mortgage. And the book that I've done with the absolute purest intent, where I thought this book will just never sell, but it doesn't matter, I want to write this book because it'll please the spirit of my late parents, was the book on Nancy Wake, The White Mouse, the most decorated heroine of the Second World War, an extraordinary woman. I met her when she was 92 years old. We had a lot of blues early on. She was the White Mouse. She was born in New Zealand, came good a few years later, moved to Australia. Landed in London in 1932 to study journalism, was posted to Paris to document the rise of Nazism across Europe. When the war broke out, she was married to a French millionaire. She had the means to cocoon herself from the war. She didn't. She joined the French resistance movement, finished up as one woman leading 7,000 French men, and was the one from the D-Day landings onwards was to lead the troops, blowing up the bridges and all the rest. And I just thought this is a stunning story. And I had quite a few blues early on with Nancy until we both came to the conclusion that she was 10 times the man that I would ever be, which settled us both down, and did the book. And I thought it'd sell 5,000 or 10,000 copies, and it sold 200,000 copies. And that was the first clue that I had, that my publishers had, that there was an interest, there was a hunger for Australian stories told in the Australian vernacular. And so then I did Kokoda, which you kindly helped me on. And I love doing that book, and then I did Tobruk, and with Chester Wilmot, that extraordinary ABC correspondent who wrote so beautifully. And so I started of the books that I did. The ones that seemed to resonate most were military books, and I then, for me, when I started out the stories from the Western Front, I mean, who knew? One of my great criticisms of military history in Australia is that if we were in Australia, if we were to place a pile of all of our collected military knowledge of what has happened in this country with our soldiers, our men and women who've served, and we say, right, here is a pile of everything we know. 95% of what we know in Australia starts at dawn on the 25th of April, 1915, on the shores of Gallipoli, and it goes till sundown on that day. And then we tell that story over and over and over again, to the exclusion of just about everything else. Everything else fits in the other 5%. And Gallipoli is a great story, but it's not the best story. The stuff on the Western Front is, I found, absolutely extraordinary. The Second World War, as we know, I'm very, very foggy on Korea. But a lot of people said, you've got to do Vietnam. You've got to tell that story. And if you're doing Vietnam, the quintessential, the iconic story is Long Tan. Of all of your writings, Peter, the one that I quote, the particular line of yours that I most often quote, and I think it was at the end of your book, A Bastard of a Place, was you talked about, and I can't do justice to your eloquence, but Peter made a brilliant point, that there are so many soldiers that lie dead in a ditch on the other side of the world on a completely forgotten battle that everybody's moved on from. And he talked about the arbitrary nature of the battles that are remembered, the ones that are revered, and that while there are so many people that have lost their lives in battles that were not Gallipoli, were not Long Tan, were not Tobruk, were not Kokoda, were not the ones that we remembered, that were every bit as brave as those that did die. And in Vietnam, it's one of the things that held me back on Vietnam was, if you're telling the story of Kokoda, it's a 9-month campaign. The Tobruk is an 8-month campaign. Vietnam's a very foggy beginning and a very foggy end, and it's basically 10 years start to finish, or more than that. And so you have to go down to one battle, and then you get to Long Tan. The battle itself is about 3 or 4 hours, and that, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, that is the battle that is most remembered out of the Vietnam War. So I tried to tell the essence of the story of the Vietnam War through telling the story of Long Tan.
I think one of the fascinating things that comes out of your book is the notion that the Australians and the Americans had a rather different view of how you fight a war in Vietnam, which of course caused the Australians to get their own province, when I say get, to operate in Phuoc Tuy province. Can you touch on those basic differences between the two philosophies?
It was fascinating to me. I found the figure of John F. Kennedy and LBJ, that in the slide into war, there's real-time dialogue. I love dialogue. I often say, well, my researchers understand, find me dialogue that I can footnote. That's what helps bring a story to life. And early on, in the days of John F. Kennedy in the White House, he installed the taping system. And the taping system was that it was in the Oval Office. The people that he was talking to did not necessarily know that they were being taped, and he would extract from Senator Peter Broun a concession that he'll do this or that, it'd be taped, and so that when you tried to wriggle out of it 6 months later, here's the this is what you said. And this, of course, was the same taping system that later brought down Richard Nixon. And so in the slide into the Vietnam War, there was two particular bits of dialogue. One was not taped, but was in Paris. The famous story, I think it was November of 1962, about a year before Kennedy was assassinated, the famous trip to Paris, and the French lost their nut over Jacqueline Kennedy, who spoke French, who was a fashion icon, who was just mesmerised them. And Kennedy famously said, I will become known as the man, I will always be known as the man who accompanied Jackie Kennedy to Paris. And they had this huge dinner in the Palace of Versailles, and President Charles de Gaulle takes him aside and says, Monsieur le Président, il y a une chose qui est très importante. There's one thing you've got to understand. I can see that you Americans are sliding into Indochina. Do not do this. You will not, he did it with a French accent, but you will not win this war. We French, we have been to Indochina. You'll put 10,000 men on the ground. They'll put 100,000 coming at you. You'll put 100,000, they'll put 1 million. You'll put 1 million, you'll put 10 million. You will not win this war. Kennedy goes back to America, takes it on board, goes back to America, and I think it was only 6 weeks later, and this one was taped, it was General Douglas MacArthur, his former commander in the Pacific, asked to see him. Yes, General MacArthur, Mr. President, do not go into Vietnam. We will not win this war. He had fought in Asia. He understood the ability of the people in Asia to fight, to win, to sacrifice, and he got very strong advice, and Kennedy took it on board. And then, of course, 22nd of November 1963 was assassinated. LBJ takes over, and the slide into war begins, really accelerates, and the Australians had one particular policy, which was particularly under Harold Holt, all the way with LBJ, to which Gough Whitlam, the opposition leader, famously noted, it's all very well to say all the way with LBJ, so long as you know where LBJ is going. And where LBJ was going was into the jungles of Vietnam, and the Australians that first flew in with the Americans and fought alongside, I think it was the 53rd Airborne, the Australians go in, and in all the accounts, it is basically the Americans flew in with heavy hardware, heavy planes, tanks, napalm munition, and they wanted the war to be over by Christmas, and there's a bit of jungle, and there are Vietnamese in there, we'll just blast the jungle apart. And the accounts were they'd go in a bit like Apocalypse Now, where they'd go in sort of almost rock music blaring and smoking cigars, where the Americans were here, who can we kill? And whereas the Australians that were beside them in the first instance that were there said to the Americans, listen, we don't fight like that. The Australians had experience in Malaysia, they had experience in Borneo, in New Guinea, and they wanted a far more elusive approach. They wanted to win hearts and minds. They were trained to go into the jungle, to move stealthily, to leave no trace, and to not basically kill all the enemy, but to persuade the enemy that we're here for a good cause. And so they were given, they finally said, give us, we don't want to fight alongside you Americans, we want to be with you, we want to support you, but give us a province of our own. So they were given Phuc Tuy province, which was a strategically important province. Your job, you Australians, is to quell the VC, and the VC were basically the Vietnamese that wanted the Americans and the Australians out, and basically there was a long history in Vietnam, a not unreasonable history lasting 900 years, which first said to the Chinese, we're the Vietnamese, we want you out, and then they said to the French, we're the Vietnamese, we want you French out, then the Japanese, we want you Japanese out, we want you Americans out, and finally we got to the Australians and the Kiwis and the rest, we want you out. We want this, a not unreasonable proposition led by Ho Chi Minh from I think 45 onwards, and Ho Chi Minh, the famous line, I think it was in 1946, he said to the French colonisers, you can kill 100 of my men for every one of yours that I kill, and I will win this war. And so from I think 63 onwards, the first of the Australians arrived, and the slide into heavy warfare went, the casualties got ever greater. Australia said, we've got to have conscription. And that too was an extraordinary story for me, as with elder brothers. I've got 3 living elder brothers, and 2 of them it was a possibility that their number was going to be pulled out, and it wasn't. But when you read the accounts, and there must be men here and perhaps women, well, no, there was no female conscription, but there must be men here who perhaps served in Vietnam, but also the conscription. And for me, those accounts of somebody saying you were born on June 29, 1948, mate, your number's up, you're going to the war. And one of them that was fascinating to me was Gordon Sharp, who was a cameraman on the Mavis Brampton show. and his number came out, and they said, you know, a nice young man from Tamworth, going well in Sydney, Mavis Brampton show, you're going to serve. And he didn't protest with placards, but he said to the Tamworth, the news, I don't like this, but I'm going. But he was capable, and he rose to the rank of officer. They trained him at Skyville, and it was basically dot 3, carry 1, subtract 2. I think it was a year and 3 months from being a cameraman on the Mavis Brampton show to finding himself on the afternoon of the 18th of August 1966 at the head of 11 platoon as they headed out into Longtan Plantation, when at 3:50 in the afternoon, contact! Suddenly shots fired, man down, they go down, and here's this 21-year-old cameraman from the Mavis Brampton show, suddenly in charge of 30 men that are under heavy contact. The rest of Delta Company is about 300 yards behind, and he's in charge. You know, heavy contact, sit rep, northeast, we are under enemy fire, we're under a company fire, we need artillery. And this, you know, the accounts are all there, all of this is logged. Just a moment, nervous cough. And so to try to recreate what was happening, I've jumped a little bit ahead, but Delta Company, it's an amazing story of these conscripts put together with regular army and trained hard. And in every Hollywood account of every military movie you've ever seen, there is usually a nuggety sergeant major or captain or major who takes in the long-haired, rough men and fat men and gets them doing push-ups at dawn and all the rest of it. Well, in this story of Longtan, that's what happened. Delta Company came under the command of a bloke called Major Harry Smith, and he was a hard bastard and he was a tough bastard. And one of the compelling things in the lead-up in Inoggera, he had them the whole of 6 Ra. Royal Australian Regiment. They were addressed by the Regimental Sergeant Major George Chin, who made a compelling address before they fly to Vietnam. And the essence of what he said was, listen to me, you bastards. You think you're going up against peasants. You think that you're going to roll in there and you're going to smash them wide open. Let me tell you, I've been there. I've fought there. These are seriously well-trained, wonderfully well-resourced, very brave soldiers, and we are going to be in for the fight of our lives. And Delta Company under Harry Smith trained harder than any of the other companies and had their own identity of Delta. They had their own logo, they had their own marching songs, and it just so happened that on the 17th of August of 1966 and the 18th, there they were. Meantime, the story that I also love, Little Patty, the older ones will remember, Little Patty, and I was talking about it over there, I think her song was, He's My Stompy Wompy Blonde-Headed Surfer Boy. And she was a schoolgirl, literally 17 years old. She'd taken Australia by storm, and she's not only still alive, she's just wonderful. And I had a wonderful afternoon with her and Cole Joy, telling me the story of why they were just beside the Battle of Longtan. And little Paddy in May of 1966 comes home in the afternoon, goes home to her botany home, and the phone rings. She leans forward, as they all did, because the phone didn't ring anywhere very often. Most of them had just had phones installed. And her mother picks up the phone and she says, yes. Yeah, little Patty, yes. And where do you want? Okay, Vietnam. Yes, so she'll be with 5,000 soldiers on the base at Nui Dat, singing, yes, what, August, all right. Will she be getting 3 square meals a day? Yes, all right. Well, I'll talk to my husband when he gets home and we'll come back to you. Puts the phone down. One thing leads to another. Little Patty flies off with Cole Joy. And on the morning of the 17th of August, Nui Dat was the Australian base in the middle of Phuoc Tuy province. And 3,000, 4,000 Australian soldiers, American artillery, New Zealand artillery with them, some American soldiers. The American soldiers had told the story that they had known that the local population was not necessarily with them when they'd shown at one point the Vietnamese servants, those that were helping them do the laundry and cook the food, they'd shown them an American Western, and the Vietnamese servants had looked at the moment when the Indians killed the cowboys and cheered. And this may not be people all on our side. But on the morning of the 17th of August, you've got men on sentry in the middle of Phúc Thuy province, and this artillery barrage starts. And the mortars are landing. They've come under heavyweight attack, and one of those men that took some shrapnel that night, when they get the lights, when the torches come out, they find, did you love the story of Phil Norris? That extraordinary story of one of the artillery guys, Phil Norris, goes down and he's got a shard. They can see just the shard of shrapnel coming out his head, and they fly him away. He's flown away, and they hear in the morning that he's been killed. And I think another fellow had also been killed. When the sun comes up, Bravo Company of 6 Ra goes out looking for where are the plates, where have these mortars been fired. And on the following day, which was the 18th of August, I would have thought that if there's been an artillery attack, a mortar attack on the base at Nui Dat, what we used to say in the Wallabies, shits is trumps on the blind. There's trouble here. Maybe we won't fly in the 17-year-old schoolgirl. What do you say? And they do. They fly on the 18th. She flies in with Cole Joy and the Joy Boys. They're on the stage, and they're starting to warm up and do their concerts. And Delta Company under Major Harry Smith heads out, and they relieve Bravo Company, and they push out into Longtan Plantation. They come to a clearing, and at the head is Gordon Sharp with 11 platoon. They're just about to cross the clearing, and we get to the scene that I jumped ahead to. Suddenly they come under heavy, heavy fire, and Gordon Sharp calls in the artillery. They're only 5 kilometres from the Nui Dat base, so the artillery, he gives the coordinates on the map where the Vietnamese fire is coming from. That keeps the 30 men who have 6 of whom by this point had been killed, but it keeps them in the battle. So the artillery is dropping the artillery down on the top of the attackers, and Harry Smith sends out 12 platoon and sends out 10 platoon, try to get to 11 platoon to pull them back.
Can I ask you a question, please? To be honest, what you've said is fascinating, but there's a character I really want to get to.
Oh, yes.
Because, in my humble opinion, a Hollywood screenplay writer could not dream up this real-life character. Can you tell us about Captain Bob Keep?
Yeah, he was fascinating. He was in the Signals Company, basically with intelligence, and not quite Corporal Klinger from MASH, but an eccentric character. And his specialty was gathering in intelligence, working out what the enemy was doing. And the Vietnamese were very sophisticated. The North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong were very sophisticated with radios. And in those days of Morse, the serious Morse operators could detect, you could record, and you could read, just as we can read the signature of somebody and say, that looks like Paul Keating's signature, or we can see different signatures. Serious Morse operators would become familiar with the signature way of doing Morse. And so they were doing this cross-referencing of the Vietnamese forces that Bob Keep came to the conclusion they're coming our way, because he was getting this Morse and he can puts it on the map, and then he puts it on the map, and I think it's D445 Battalion, and he comes to the conclusion that there are 2,000 enemy soldiers coming our way towards Nui Dat. He tells Brigadier Oliver Jackson, who is the commander of the 1st Australian Task Force, here's the map. Here it's coming, here, 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 and here. It's like an arrow pointing towards us. It stopped right here at Nui Dat 2, which was a nearby hillside. And I think there are 2,000 men there lying in wait for us. And he says that, and nobody believes him. And Brigadier Jackson doesn't tell any of his senior officers, led by the man they called Colin Townsend, Colonel Colin Townsend, who is the head of 6 Ra. So you've got right at the top, and you've got Bob Keep, a fair way down, have come to the conclusion that there's 2,000 enemy soldiers right there. No, it's not necessarily that Brigadier Jackson believed it, but he'd certainly been told it. And then, where is Nui Dat 2? Right at the edge of Long Tan Plantation, that these guys are heading into. And so it basically, by the accounts, when you put it all together, well,
he was right.
He was right, and I've got to choose my words carefully. Lost his mind is not the right word, and we probably don't use that terminology now, but certainly he had a serious crisis of mental health because he was convinced that he was right, that there were 2,000 men there. Nobody would listen to him. Nothing altered because of it. He was flown out, effectively on a version of sick leave, and there they were. So when Harry Smith was leading the men into Long Tan Plantation on that afternoon, they had no idea of the danger. Where was that clearing? Right next to, not far from, Nui Dat 2.
If you really want to entertain yourself, one with a very good book, a fascinating battle, but getting back to our friend Bob Keep, for those of you that have served in the military, it just isn't quite normal to get around with greening teeth, a rapid weight loss. Some of the time you're wandering around in a sarong and sandals. Soldiers just don't carry themselves like that. And so Keep went through that situation, but at the end of the day, he was right. He knew exactly, he was predicting what's going to happen. And Peter, there's a fascinating little story at the end. What Peter does with this book, he doesn't just introduce the characters and develop the story of the battle for Long Tan, but he looks at what happened to these people after the war and their later lives. And so you'll get a page, 2 pages on each main character, and we'll get a few more of them in a minute. What fascinated me was the fact that I think you dealt with Bob Keep in about 4 lines. He disappeared.
Yeah, he did. He reminded me, there was a fellow that I was at school with that was the son of a preacher, to use the American expression, the son of a preacher man. And anyway, he disappeared halfway through school, and when I was interested when we were putting together school reunions to find out where he was, and I at that time had a particularly strong German researcher, and she was just, I said, find this guy. And, it doesn't matter how long you take, I want you to find it. No trace, no births, deaths, marriages, nothing. And I couldn't find Bob Keep to save my life, and none of those who served with him, I could not find trace of him. But he was right. And when this battle breaks out, you get the 11 platoons there, they're under heavy fire, the artillery's landing upon them, and this goes for about an hour and 10 minutes. They try to call in the Phantom jets to drop the napalm, and my favourite story of the whole thing is the RAF, the 2 Iroquois helicopters, that basically there's this guy, Frank Riley, Flight Captain Frank Riley, who was essentially a wild colonial boy, I think it was the W.C. Fields line where he said 98% of my money I spent on wine, women and song, and the other 2% I wasted. And Frank Riley was like that. And they'd been down when the fire breaks out, and they've got these 2 little Iroquois helicopters, and they're basically flying Coke cans. They're not gunships. And this guy, leading air crewman, Bluey Collins, who I also interviewed, said, these are Australians out there, we've got to go and help them. Frank Riley takes that on board with his co-pilot, Bob Grandin. They go up to the command tent, and the query is, how are we going to get these blokes, how are we going to get them ammunition? And Frank Riley steps forward and says, well, we'll fly them in. And Bob Grandin looks at him, what? Doesn't say anything, what? And the answer is, well, you can't fly them in because there's very strict protocols about flying air assets over battle zones. We can't do it without clearance from Canberra first. Frank Riley says, these guys are fighting for their lives, and hear me well. I'm not asking you generals, you brigadiers, you colonels, if I can fly in. there's another protocol. I am on a mission here. I'm not based at Nui Dat. I'm flying into Nui Dat. I am the captain of my ship. I am flying in. I'll answer to you later when I get back. I'll fill her up. We're going in. It's a solution. It breaks the protocol, but the superior protocol of being in. So they get outside the tent. They've been given clearance to load up to go fly over. And Bob Grandin says to him, basically, what are you fucking doing? You're going to get us all killed. Frank Riley says, you don't have to come. I'll go on my own. No, I'll come. And the other chopper also loads up. They agree to go. And they take off. And they're flying, and little Paddy, meantime, had flown up, and she said she could see the explosions coming from Long Tan Plantation, knowing that there was a dreadful battle going on. As these blokes take off, they can only just get off the ground because they're so heavily laden, and there's a storm coming their way, and they can see the explosions. And in the history of Australia, we've been here for 65,000 years, and there's probably only one occasion in that 65,000 years that Australian man has tried to make his genitalia smaller. And this was such an occasion, because Bob Grandin said to me, Flight Lieutenant Bob Grandin says they're in the flying Coke can. They're coming in over Nui Dat, over the battle zone of Long Tan, where this dreadful confrontation's going, and he realises that there are the one bullet through a rotor, they die. One bullet in a petrol tank, they die. One bullet right from the bottom will take me out. And he said, I was just trying to tuck myself in as they were flying over, and they did what's called they had developed a split-arse turn, an Australian vernacular. But the essence of the split-arse turn was, if I'm going to drop the ammo over where the battle zone is, one goes high, one goes low. The one on high calls in the helicopter on low, roars in over the battle zone. So on high they're saying, you're 500 yards off, north by northeast, 400, 300, 200. Okay, 50 to your right, 50 to your right. Okay, 20 left, now 10, 5, drop. And they tumble, and it tumbles out. They drop the ammo, and then the second chopper comes in, drops, and they pull out. And suddenly our blokes have got ammo, and they fire on, while the armoured personnel carriers, basically here comes the cavalry, fight their way through to try to get to them.
There's another character. There's another character that I think is worthy of mention that you communicated with quite a lot. I think Lieutenant Sabin's got to be the only bloke whose marble didn't come up but insisted on going anyway.
Yeah.
A remarkable soldier. And like Sharp, within a year, this bloke has gone from an IT expert, I think, to a platoon commander in charge of 33 men in Long Tan Plantation. Give us a...
He was a graphic artist. He graduated from Trinity Grammar, about 10 years older than me, maybe 15 years older than me. And at the moment I'm doing The Last Charge at Beersheba, 31st of October 1917. It's another amazing story, but what I'm living off is the diaries and the letters and the contemporary accounts. The great thing with Dave Sabin, wonderful man, world expert, because he was commanding 12 platoon when this whole battle breaks out. He's alive, he's well, he's devoted enormous amounts of time after the battle in the decades since to understanding everything about it. He's illustrated it as a graphic artist so everybody can understand, and I could just pick him up on the phone and ask him about various people, get in contact, give him my whole manuscript with a very big red pen. Please take out whatever's not accurate. You work out who you can trust, who you cannot. I totally trusted Dave Sabin's account, but yes, his number didn't come up. Everybody else is, going, my number's up and either burning it or heading off or whatever. Dave Sabin's number didn't come up, so he heads off to Victoria Barracks, and there's the guard that's on duty, and he's got his kit bag, and he says, I want to join up. He said, well, you can't join up. Well, I want to join up. Where do I join up? Anyway, 12 hours after, arriving there, he finds himself on a train heading south to Wagga Wagga to train. He becomes the officer, and there he is with 12 platoon. And I mentioned Harry Smith, this legendary figure, their leader, their captain. And I'd tried to contact Harry Smith, and I'd sort of sent various messages. And basically Harry Smith had said, look, I've talked about this before, but I'm done. I'm 88 years old. I'm not talking about it anymore. And I said, Major Smith, it hasn't been done till I've done it, and then it'll be done. And I accept you don't want to talk about it, but can I at least meet you? And he said, okay. And so he lives in Buderim, Buderim, and I flew up there, and Bob Grandin took me, and it was a real one of those things. My wife and I, about 30 years ago, I was going to interview Sir Edmund Hillary. She accompanied me, and after I'd interviewed Sir Edmund Hillary, she said, "It seems amazing to me that he, it feels like interviewing Captain Cook, that somebody who'd accomplished such a legendary feat." And for me, with meeting Harry Smith, he was, he'd weigh as much as my right leg. He must be 5'6", 5'7", and I'm guessing 60 kegs, if that. But this ramrod straight spine, and this very similar to me a character to Nancy Wake, where you can see that the flesh has grown fragile, but the spirit inside is absolutely intact. And it was gave me a moment of understanding and how he'd fashioned Delta Company into such a strong fighting force.
I think one of the fascinating things, Smith, reading your book, comes across to me as being everything you've said, a very, very good officer commanding a company, but I reckon he might have been a fairly difficult subordinate if you weren't on your game.
Yes, and he was absolutely demanding and absolutely exacting, and after the battle was over, he spent really the next 30, 35 years fighting for his men to be properly recognised. And I laboured long in my epilogue, as you say. I like, after the screen credits have rolled, to say, what happened to these people? And I had to choose my words carefully, because I'm very respectful of, when the people at the time gave awards. But I'll choose my words carefully now. But it seems to me that when you're handing out awards for bravery, that you would put the primary parts of bravery on those who were on the front lines at the time, who were in the middle of the battle, that were fighting for their lives. And I have no doubt, and I choose my words carefully, that Brigadier Jackson and Colonel Townsend were fine fighting men and had great service to our country, and I don't disrespect them in any manner whatsoever. But specifically for giving them bravery awards for Long Tan, well, no. They weren't there right till the end. Jackson didn't set foot, he was commanding from back there. But it's this, and this was Harry Smith's point, the people that should be honoured for their bravery.
And nor did they influence the battle.
No, and
They didn't influence the battle.
Certainly they didn't influence the battle from right at the coalface, and Townsend, I think, got there at 7:05 and it was over at 7:06, or we say 1900 hours and 07, that kind of thing. But anyway, moving on.
I would dearly love to raise a question with you that I think is as important now as it was when our Vietnam veterans came home. To your credit, in your book, you've talked about the virtues of the war in the political sense, but you've also recognised...
Or lack of virtue, and when should we have been there? And the short answer is... Yeah.
But to me, the really important thing is that you've looked at how the Vietnam veterans were treated when they arrived back in Australia, and you've raised the point of how we should be now looking at our Vietnam vets, and I would love you to elaborate, please.
When the Vietnam vets came back, the famous Jimmy Barnes, your local, I love Jimmy Barnes. There were no V-Day heroes in 1973, and we sailed into Sydney Harbour. I won't put you through it, but there was not the RSL, particularly in my state of New South Wales. The ones that were running the RSL were the Second World War veterans, and they said very clearly, the RSL is for real veterans who fought in real wars. and you're basically not welcome. And that is why here we are 50 years later and the RSL is on its knees, because it didn't have the support that was necessary. And the Vietnam vets, Vietnam is a very, very troublesome war. I remember when I was on the Council of the Australian War Memorial, I was there when Paul Keating made, was it the 20 anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And he used a phrase about the First World War, and it was along the lines of European tribalism run amok, was I think the phrase, and that we Australians shouldn't have been there. And if you look at all the wars, for me, the one war that's absolutely clear is the Second World War, because when you've got the Holocaust on one side of the equation, and you've got, it's a fairly good bet that those that are fighting, well, it's a absolute bet. Those who are fighting against the Holocaust have morality and right on their side. Vietnam is a highly problematic war. You know, the domino theory, should we have been there in the first place? It was a disaster. It was a disaster. And it's wonderful now that so many of the Vietnam vets that have been back to Long Tan are welcomed by the Vietnamese, because they're two sides of this terrible conflagration, and there's far more understanding than there ever was. In the book that I did on Gallipoli, I think it was the 20th of May 1915, there was a momentary truce, and it was organised to bury the dead. So you had, between the Australians and the Kiwis and the Turks, you had this no man's land of about 50 yards, and dead bodies. And so the whistle blows, they come out, and the Turks look at the diggers and the diggers look at the Turks, and they swap cigarettes, and the Turks have one question for the Australians: what are you doing here? You know, we've looked you up on the map, why are you here? And it would not have been an unreasonable question from the VC. What are we doing there? Because the domino theory, the theory was, if we don't stop the communists in Vietnam, it'll roll through the world and the world will become communist. Well, we lost that war. That war was lost. Did the domino theory go click, click, clack, clack, clack and come down? Well, it didn't.
I feel so strongly about this, I'm going to say it quickly and with Peter's blessing. I interviewed Sir Donald Dunstan many years ago, and it was about him serving under Brigadier Arnold Potts of Kokoda fame. Sir Donald served in Bougainville in World War II, Korea. He served in Vietnam. He later became Task Force Commander in Vietnam, Chief of the General Staff, and, as you would know, Governor of South Australia. I asked him a question. Of all of your service, your extensive service, how did you rate the Australian soldier in Vietnam? He said two things. One, don't worry about whether he was a Nasho or a regular. They were equal and they performed equally, and they were as good as anything I saw in the field. So it seems to me that the politics of Vietnam are one thing. The Australian veteran who served in Vietnam should hold his head up very, very high, and we should honour their service. Ladies and gentlemen, it's question time. If you have a question for Peter, could you line up at the microphone just over by the tree? A few questions.
It's either a lot of questions or a lot of people are leaving.
Brilliant, mate.
Not on. Just a technical question of writing. How do you write characters that are real, that people that you haven't met, that you haven't talked to, but you write characters that are real?
I use my writing hero is Dickens. And if you look, reading Dickens, again, I don't know, from very young reading Dickens, I'd go, why is this bloke so compelling? And in my phraseology, so the way I think about it, I use what I call dick hooks. And D-I-C, cap H, and dick hooks for me are, you look for not the defining feature, but a key feature of the people you're writing about. So you don't just have names, you want to, so when you're going through Dickens, he'll describe a character whose nose was so badly smashed it was like a question mark. And you know, that when he refers back to him, he'll refer to the question mark of a nose. And so when I'm developing characters, you look for those things and you're looking for diary entries and letters and what they say about these people, and I choose a dick hook, a defining thing about that person, and then remind the reader. And ideally, you get character development, and you're not making it up because it's there in the diaries, it's there in the letters. So that's the way I try to do it. But I love writing, and my wife's line that she used somebody once said, my wife quotes, that find a job that you love and you'll never work again. And for me, you know, 10 minutes after I'm left the tent and I'm on my way to the airport, I'll have my laptop there and I'm doing this last charge at Beersheba, and it does not feel like work. And it's been 30 years since I've been on a plane, since I haven't been blown up by the flight attendant to put my laptop away because we're about to take off, and that I haven't pressed the button and asked him to bring it back because I want to write. And it doesn't feel like work, it just feels like, you bloody beauty, I love this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very lively talk.
Thank you.
My uncle was a lieutenant commander flying helicopters in Vietnam for EMU. Do you know them?
So I just didn't catch the last word. But
EMU, Experimental Military Unit. It was a joint exercise with the Americans.
I don't, but I feel like a great story coming on. Tell us.
He told me that at the time they went to Vietnam, EMU had 24 helicopters, and at that time the Americans were losing 24 helicopters a day. So he said, of course, we had to be very careful with our helicopters. But my question is, do you think, knowing that the Australian forces had such limited equipment compared to the Americans, do you think that affected their psyche in fighting?
Perhaps, but I think we were just so much more, our guys were so much more careful. You know, that it was not, the mentality was not just napalm the hell out of it and send in the gunships, it was to fight stealthily. Thank you.
Well, one of the things that comes out of that question that is fascinating, you learn as much in war from your mistakes, probably more, than you do from your triumphs. If you read Peter's book and you read the official history, it's fascinating that we hadn't done a lot of training between the infantry and the armoured personnel carriers, nor had we done much training in how to utilise helicopters with infantry. And they're the lessons you learn the very, very hard way, and you develop a doctrine very, very quickly after that. Sorry.
Not at all. Go on, sir.
Oh, excellent book, Peter.
Thank you.
You talk about Maurice Stanley, the Kiwi forward artillery observer, and his professionalism and experience. And I gather that, just reading some other books about Long Tan, that he just carried out his task as it was a training exercise. If he wasn't so experienced and had he died, what would have happened?
Okay, your voice wasn't 100% clear, and I'm not sure if everybody up the back heard. His question was, I love all your books, where can I buy your books? But he also talked about Maurice Stanley, who was the Kiwi forward observer, and had he been one that had been killed early, might there have been a different result of the battle? And it's a very interesting question, because I do think that, you know, everybody wants to be, well, in terms of key personnel, he was absolutely key, because he was the one that was calling in the artillery, and if he got it wrong, people died. And so, yes, I think he was absolutely crucial to the outcome. Sir?
Peter, Dr. Brun, we've worked together some time ago. Now, still, I find today, people in Australia are willfully ignorant of history. Now, why do you think that is so, apart from the fact we got slung out in Vietnam? There's a blank to anybody under the age of 45. Why is this so?
Sorry, I didn't catch your question clearly.
Why is there such an ignorance of Australian history?
Why do they not know? Not a case of not knowing. It's a case it's not taught in schools. Willfully not taught in schools.
I couldn't agree with you more. After being a school teacher for 45 years, I'm appalled that children in some of the early years at school study ancient history and couldn't tell you the first thing about the settlement of their own country. It's an appalling mistake. I rather fear that we've got an attitude now that we've raised a generation of young Australians who sit in front of technology and love to fiddle with it, and we don't spend enough time looking at the quality of the person who's sitting in front of the computer.
And I agree with that.
In other words, the arts.
And when people say too, there are a lot of people, as you will know, that say that Australian history is boring. They have no clue. I mean, Australian history is absolutely fascinating. There are so many extraordinary stories, and one that I've got to be very careful of doing. Well, one that I'd be interested in doing is the history of black and white Australia, the good, the bad, and the very, very, very ugly of how we came to be where we are now, hopefully on the edge of final constitutional recognition and having the voice. Thank you. 5 minutes to go. Okay. But that is another part of Australian history that I would like to try to bring to life. So you got the last question, sir.
Oh, thank you. Peter, I've always been amazed at the level of detail and research that goes into your books and these parallel stories that overlap each other and just make for a wonderful story. Can you tell us a little bit about how you go about the research and the timelines for getting that all together?
I was saying to Peter earlier that it's strange because in the digital age, when I was doing my book on Les Darcy, the great Australian boxer, it must have been about 2006, 2007, I had a stray thought. I was sitting down in our garden and by the pool, and I had a stray thought about a bloke. I think his name was Eric Metcalf, and he lived, I just remember, Orlando Avenue. It was a strange name in Maitland. And Eric Metcalf was Les Darcy's best mate, who, when the First World War broke out, Les Darcy, the great Australian hero, said, not unlike Muhammad Ali, I don't want to go and fight yet. I want to do my matches, boxing matches, to pay for the house for my mother, then I'll go. But his mate Eric said, I'll go. And so I had this stray thought in 2007, just like this, Johnny Dickhead, knowing nothing about nothing. I wonder what happened to Eric Metcalf when he went away. So I sent an email digitally, via the wireless Wi-Fi to Glenda Lynch, who was my researcher in Canberra at the War Memorial. Glenda, can you find out nothing about this bloke, Eric Metcalf, but he lived at Orlando Avenue in Maitland. 2 minutes later, bing, back comes the PDF. I didn't know what a PDF was, but I pressed Command P so that up at the house it would come out, roll out of the printer. I go up to the house. There is 98 pages of his service records. And I just go, and date of death, and I go, 7th of August. Did he die at the Battle of the Neck in He did. Jesus wept. He was there and he died. And there was the account of the sergeant that was there, and he said he was in the 8th Light Horse, and he goes over the top and he took a bullet and it was in his right jugular, and then I tried to put my palm on it and it couldn't happen, and then I put my fist on it and the blood, and then he died. And then the next thing was, dear Mrs. Metcalf, sorry to report to you that your son, Eric, has died, and here are the effects of the sick. The point is this. I was Johnny Dickhead that knew nothing about nothing. I had a stray thought, what happened to a man who I just knew his name, and within 10 minutes of having this stray thought, I was metaphorically bathed in the man's blood. Because there was the account. It was horrifying. And so we're now living in an age where you can extract information from libraries and websites, and you've got to work out if it's kosher. And I can't do that, but I've got brilliant researchers that absolutely do that. And because I'm in Adelaide today, I'm doing the Beersheba book. I do not insist that any of you read any of my books. All I care is that you buy my books. And Barb she's got 131 queries that she's going through at the moment. So the process is CTL, that's what I call her in my manuscript, CTL, can you find out about this? I think this was the 4th Regiment, but I've got another account here that it's the 5th Regiment. Can find out. When I get back to the airport, I just saw before I got here that had come back Libby, who's another one of my researchers who lives in Mexico. She's my Turkish expert. I've got Peter Williams, who's a professor a doctor of military history in Canberra. He goes through my stuff with a very big red pen. I've got a guy called Gregory Blake, who's a weapons expert, Peter Finlay, who's an aviation expert. So I break it all down into fields of expertise because I want them to hit every sentence I write with a hammer to make sure that it's correct. And I don't say that my books are without errors, but you're a better man than I am, Gunga if you can find them. And, so what I want it to be correct. If I can just take it over just to finish, can we thank Dr. Brune, Peter Brune, for his help? And one last serious thing. I thought your welcome to country was wonderful. I think that is a wonderful, unique Australian tradition. I don't know that we do that in any other country in the world. But what I'd also just like to do to finish, if I may, I've talked about honouring the Vietnam veterans. I'm wondering if among this gathering of 1,000, I'll report it in the Herald as 10,000, if we have Vietnam veterans, if you would stand and if we could applaud the Vietnam veterans that served, if you could stand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you. And you look like a man who wants to say a word. Ah, was he? Terrific. Thank you. I couldn't find him. Yeah. We've got to wrap. We'll talk. Thank you. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our session. If you've enjoyed it half as much as I have, then you've had an entertaining hour. Please thank Peter for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quem se ama, muita calma pra pensar e ter tempo pra sonhar. Da janela vê seu corcovado, o Redentor, que lindo. Quero a vida sempre assim, com você perto de mim. Até o apagar da velha chama. E eu que era triste, descrente desse mundo, ao encontrar você eu conheci o que é felicidade, meu amor. a vida sempre assim, com você perto de mim, até o apagar da velha chama. E eu que era triste, descrente desse mundo, ao encontrar você eu conheci o que é felicidade, meu amor.
Go find a jukebox and see what a chord will do. I don't wanna talk, I just wanna go back to blue. Feeds me when I'm hungry and quenches my thirst. Loves me when I'm lonely and thinks of me first. Blue is the color of night when the red sun disappears from the sky. Raven, feather shiny and black, a touch of blue glistening down her We don't talk about heaven and we don't talk about hell. We've come to depend on one another so damn well. So go to confession, whatever gets you through. You can count your blessings, I'll just count on blue. Blue is the color of night when the red sun disappears from the sky. Raven, feather shiny and black, a touch of blue glistening down her back.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the ultimate session of Writers' Week 2023, just like to remind you, please do not stand or sit in the aisles during the sessions because it obviously is inconvenient, as well as perhaps causing a problem if we need to evacuate. Could you leave the chairs where they are and just sit in them, please? We'd rather you didn't move them. If you have a phone, could you please turn it to silent or off to avoid that embarrassing situation where your phone goes off in the middle. Be nice to everyone around you and enjoy the last session. Thank you.
taxman's taken all my dough and left me in my stately home, blazing on a sunny afternoon. And I can't sail my yacht, he's taken everything I got. All I've got's this sunny afternoon. Save me, save me, save me from this squeeze. I got a big fat mama trying to break me, and I love to live so pleasantly. Live this life of luxury, blazing on a sunny afternoon. In the summertime, in the summertime, in the summertime. My girlfriend's run up with my car and gone back to her ma and pa, telling tales of drunkenness and cruelty. Now I'm sitting here, sipping at my ice cool beer, blazing on a sunny afternoon. Help me, help me, help me sail away. Well, give me 2 good reasons why I ought to stay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to the last session in the Adelaide Writers' Festival. And aren't you so glad that they saved the best till last? My name is Sue Turnbull. I'm an academic, a crime reviewer, and also chair of Bad Sydney, a crime writers' festival. And I'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we meet today is the traditional lands for the Kaurna people, and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. And I extend my respect to all Indigenous and First Nations people here today. With me on the stage is the incomparable Alexander McCall Smith. Now, if I started by reading off his achievements and everything, we would be here until 6 o'clock and you would have no chance to hear from him at all. He's a man who writes about 4 or 5 books a year, and since we last met 25 years ago, when No. 1 Ladies Detective Agency had just been published, I think he's written 88 books and I've written 8. Not that I'm comparing, but I am an academic, and my area is media and communications, which sometimes gets rather a bad rap in your books, Alex.
Well, Sue, really, all I can do is apologise.
If they want to have a go at somebody, they have a go at somebody from media and comms.
Yes, it's very unfair. I agree with you. I think people are quite wrong to do that.
And in fact, I've heard so many sort of weird things said about the media today and over the last few days that I really rather wish that people would actually acknowledge there's quite a lot of research about what's going on in the media today. However, when I knew I was going to be talking to Alex, I looked at his list of recent books and I found one in the list that intrigued me, and it was this one. What W.H. Auden can do for you. And I went, oh dear. Oh my goodness me. What on earth am I going to do with that? Because sitting on my shelf was a copy of W.H. Auden's collected shorter poems. Now, how many of you have actually got a copy of this on your shelf somewhere? Oh, look, there's a couple. Now, I just wanted to read you this was South Shields Grammar School for Girls. It was the Elizabeth Gombert's Memorial Prize for English, awarded to Susan E. Turnbull by Miss G.E. Harris, which actually started me on thinking that I was good at English and I would study English at university, which I did. One of the books that I read at university, we used to do a great English author in a week, and you had to read everything that they'd written in a week. That included George Eliot, the entire works of George Eliot. And I read Middlemarch. When I don't know if you remember Middlemarch, there's a character called Casaubon, whose great unfinished work is the key to all mythologies. He never finishes it. It's a great tragedy. And I suddenly realized, as I started to read this little book, that I had discovered the key to Alexander McCall Smith. The key to Alexander McCall Smith is W.H. Auden. If you hadn't noticed it, Auden's work crops up in a lot of your books. So I would like to begin, and we're going to get to as many books as we can in this session, but I would like you to begin by telling me and telling the audience, what was it about Auden that absolutely captivated you?
Well, I think Auden has the most wonderful, humane voice, and he's a poet of immense range, in that here's a poet who will write about limestone in his famous poem, In Praise of Limestone, as easily, as fluently, and as movingly as he'll write about Greek mythology or indeed psychoanalysis. He wrote a wonderful poem in memoriam of Sigmund Freud, which is one of the most beautiful poems there is, I think. And Auden just had this terrific range, and also he's one of these writers with whom you feel, when you read him, that he's talking to you in a very personal way. So reading Auden is like having a conversation with somebody, in a very personal conversation. And I find that, I remember I remember the moment, the precise moment when I embarked upon what for me was to be a lifetime literary love affair, so to speak, with one particular body of work, which was when I took down from the shelves of the university library at Queen's University in Belfast, where I had my first job. And I was wandering around the university library, and I saw this blue-covered book, the collected shorter poems of W.H. Auden, took it out and decided to borrow it and read it. And that was a moment of extraordinary discovery. And I think that many of us have that in our lives. We will discover an author, there's a particular moment, and we realize that this is an author who's speaking to us, whose work we want to explore. And I took it off and I started to read it, and that was the beginning of a major interest. And so I do often refer to Auden in my books. I refer to him in the Isabel Dalhousie books. I refer to him in the Scotland Street books. He comes up in many contexts. It's an extraordinary thing, actually, Sue. I find that I agree and share interests with many of the characters I write about. They express views, and I find myself in complete agreement with them. It's a very strange development, that. Anyway, I started to write the #1 Ladies Detective Agency books, and I received one day a letter from Edward Mendelsohn, who's Auden's literary executor. Auden made the very good move of appointing a young man as his literary executor shortly before he died, because most writers appoint a coeval as their literary executor, and that means that when the writer falls off the perch, the literary executor falls off the perch as well, fairly shortly thereafter. But Auden had chosen Edward Mendelsohn, who at that stage in the early 70s was doing research into Auden's work at Yale University. Anyway, Edward Mendelsohn wrote to me and he said, "It's a curious thing, but I think that W.H. Auden would have agreed with everything that Mara Motsby says in the books." And so I wrote back and said, "Well, thank you very much for getting in touch. I was delighted to hear from Auden's executor. And could we meet next time I was in New York?" And I was in New York, and we duly met, and it was the beginning of a long friendship with Edward. And we were chatting away, and I said to him, "Well, you know, I write these Isabel Dalhousie novels set in Edinburgh. Would you like to be in one of them?" And he said, well, yes, he would, because he'd only been in a novel once before, and he didn't think he came out of it terribly well. So I said, well, you know, all of the real people who occur in my books come out of it extremely well. And so I wrote in the next Isabel Dalhousie book, I had Isabel going to a lecture by Edward Mendelsohn in fiction, in the fictional world, yes. In Edinburgh, in which he gives a lecture on the sense of neurotic guilt in W.H. Auden's work. And so he was pleased with that. And the following year, I decided to put this change fiction into reality. And so I got Edward Mendelsohn over to Edinburgh from New York, and I had him give the lecture in real life that he'd given in the books. And it was really most extraordinary. And then afterwards, Edward Mendelsohn and others came for dinner with my wife and myself in our house, and I invited the other real people who had appeared as fictional characters in the... So you'd think I'd have something better to do with my time, but nonetheless. So Auden really is there with me in the background as favourite writers often are. Mm. And I find that lines of Auden will occur to me at odd moments. I'm haunted by certain lines of Auden, as we may be haunted in this life by passages of music, yes. or passages from books.
Absolutely. And this blurring of the fiction and the reality, I'd like us to talk about one of your more recent books, The Private Life of Spies. Yes. Now, I don't know if you've had this experience, of reading Alexander McCall Smith in public places and snorting with laughter. Have you had... People think you're slightly mad, and you go, it's Alexander McCall Smith, sorry. Okay, so I'm reading Private Life of Spies, and I am in tucks of laughter. Can you just give us just a little bit of a snapshot of where that book comes from in terms of your interests and passions, and a little bit about that very first story?
Well, Private Life of Spies, which has just been very recently published, I suppose springs from the enjoyment I've had in reading Ben McIntyre's books. Now, Ben, some of you may have been at Ben's talks. He was here at the Writers' Week earlier this week, and he's a magnificent exponent of the story of real-life espionage. He wrote these wonderful books, Agent Zigzag, The Traitor and the Spy was the most exciting book I've read for years. I really enjoyed these books by Ben, and Ben is a friend of mine, and I thought, well, maybe I should start infringing on Ben's territories a bit, because he'd be running out of spies. He's done all these spies. And so I wrote The Private Life of Spies, which is about 5 or 6 spy stories, and they're ridiculous. I mean, they're really, really silly. The first one is about a German spy in the Second World War, Konrad Müller, who's very reluctantly drafted in to be a spy. He doesn't want to be involved in the Second World War at all. But he's forced to, and he's chosen to be a spy, and they're going to parachute him into England dressed as a nun, because there was this widespread belief in Britain. Now, this is getting into reality now. There was a widespread belief in Britain during the Second World War that the paratroopers were going to be dropped as nuns. It made life very difficult for nuns, genuine bona fide nuns, during the Second World War, because people would be looking at their ankles to see if they had hairy ankles. And in fact, I did a little bit of research on this, and I discovered that there was this popular belief. It was a real phenomenon, and had been started by the Dutch foreign minister before the German invasion of the Netherlands. The Dutch foreign minister had said publicly, we'd better be careful because they'll be dropping a lot of parachutists dressed as nuns onto the Netherlands. I don't know why he said that, but he said it. And that caused tremendous interest in the population of the Netherlands. And that rumour spread to Britain. Yes. And so people did believe that this was happening. In fact, not a single German paratrooper ever descended dressed as a nun. It was just not, it didn't happen. I discovered that the only case of somebody being dropped as a nun was the British did it. The British dropped an agent into France dressed as a nun. There was one case, one real case. Curious thing. So I decided to write the story about Konrad Müller, and he's dropped in, and there's a navigational error, and he's dropped in next to a rail convent in East Anglia. And so he gets caught up with these rail nuns, and they're totally nice to him. And he says, "Oh, I've just come from another convent somewhere else," and they don't really seem to smell a rat. And so it's a story of what happens to them. These nuns happen to run a home for what used to be called fallen women. And so they've got the home for fallen women, and obviously he gets a little bit involved in that. So I had great fun doing that. And then there's another one which is actually based on real facts. It's a story subsequently, a later story in the book. And this is actually almost entirely factual. I just fictionalized it a bit at the end. And there's an Australian angle to that, in that there was a man called Archie Clark Kerr, who was by way of being, I think he was the son of a premier of New South Wales way back in the early part of the 20th century. And he spent most of his life in the UK and as a diplomat. And he became the British ambassador in Iraq, and then in China, then Moscow and Washington. So he had a very distinguished career as a diplomat. All of this is absolutely factual. Now, Archie Clark Kerr, when he was in Baghdad,
he was quite close to the king, the young king, who was the second king. The British had created this monarchy in the 20s or whenever, and he was quite close to this young king who'd been sent off to get his education in England. He'd gone to an English boarding school, and he'd returned to Iraq, and the main thing that he brought back with him to Iraq was a lifelong interest in pillow fights. And that's what he did. He held pillow fights all the time in the royal palace, and he came to a sticky end. And then Archie Clark Kerr was sent off as British ambassador in Moscow, where he got on very well with the late Joseph Stalin, because they both had an interest in pipe tobacco. And so they would have these meetings in which they would discuss pipe tobacco. The Second World War was going on at the time, but that was a sideshow. And when it came time for him to leave Moscow, he went to say goodbye to Stalin. And Stalin said, "I'm terribly sorry to see you go. I'd like to give you a present." And he produced the present, which was a Russian dwarf. He gave him a Russian dwarf dressed as a Cossack. And he said, "Take this man as your valet." And Archie Clark Kerr was very eccentric. And he said, "This is a wonderful present, thank you very much." And he took him off to Washington. And he arrived, the British ambassador arrived in Washington, complete with Russian dwarf dressed as a Cossack, as his valet. And the Americans' jaws hit the table when they saw this. And they said, "What's going on here?" Because this Yevgeny Yost was the dwarf. He was found throughout the embassy. He'd be found under tables and things like that. And his presence was objected to not only by the American hosts, but by one Donald Maclean, a very famous spy who was then in the British embassy there as first secretary or whatever. And he really objected to this because he thought he was the registered Soviet spy in the embassy.
And he thought the dwarf was taking his place?
He thought he was taking his place. In fact, Yevgeny Yost wasn't spying. Stalin had genuinely presented him as a valet. So that's another of those stories. So they all really are ridiculous stories, some of them based on fact. I have a little story about a Highlander in the Scottish Highlands who actually decides, he gets very cross with the authorities because they're taking a part of his field to create a new road, and he decides to get his revenge on the authorities by spying for the Soviet Union. So he writes to the Soviet embassy in London and said, "I'd like to work for you." And then he can't work out exactly what he can offer them. So he sends them a copy of the local ferry timetable. And they send a spy up to see him, and the spy rather likes the Scottish Highlands and wants to marry his daughter. So, so you'll see this is a very particular form of spy fiction that I'm writing.
Do you make yourself laugh when you're writing?
I do, yes. I think that certainly I smile, and occasionally I will laugh. So yes, I do, particularly when I'm writing my Scotland Street novels. Yes. I sometimes have to stop, particularly when I'm writing about little Bertie, who's one of my favourite characters there.
He's one of mine too.
Oh, he's such a nice little boy. Bertie, for the benefit of those who may not have come across Bertie's, well, at the beginning of the series, he's 6, and he's 6 for 8 years. And eventually I give him a birthday, but he's now 7. And he wants to be 18 because Bertie has a problem with his mother. And he's heard that when you get to 18, you can leave your mother and go and live in Glasgow. And he's hoping for that. And Bertie's major problem is his mother. We have, in Edinburgh, where I live, we have a serious problem with pushy mothers. We've got a really, really serious problem with excessively pushy mothers. I don't know what the situation in Adelaide is. I suspect that it's the sort of place where you will find certain parts of Adelaide, you'll find a very high proportion of pushy mothers.
we in Edinburgh have got the highest proportion of pushy mothers of anywhere in Britain. It's well known. The Scottish government's aware of the problem. And Bertie's mother makes poor little Bertie learn Italian, so he can appreciate Italian culture. He goes to yoga lessons called Yoga for Tots, where the children are so small they can't even get into the yoga positions, have to be pushed by their pushy mothers. He is forced to have saxophone lessons. He does a very good rendition of As Time Goes By from Casablanca, which in his case it doesn't. And he also goes for psychotherapy. He goes for psychotherapy with Dr. Hugo Fairbairn, author of that classic of child psychotherapy, Shattered to Pieces, Ego Dissolution in a 3-Year-Old Tyrant. And all the time, Bertie just wants to be an ordinary little boy doing the things that ordinary little boys...
He wants to please Dr. Fairbairn. He's making up dreams. He's reading Freud and then reinterpreting Freud's dreams and making them up for Dr. Fairbairn.
That's right. Bertie's he's a very considerate little boy, and he knows that Dr. Fairbairn's interested in dreams. And Bertie's also a very precocious little boy. Mm-hmm. He has read Freud, and so he's particularly enjoyed the case of little Hans, which was one of my favourite of the Freud cases, where little Hans thought that he would be bitten by a horse. And Bertie talks about having a dream about being bitten by a horse, and Dr. Fairbairn, oh, this is interesting material. But he realizes that he thinks Dr. Freud is clinically insane, and he's just humoring him so he doesn't become dangerous. And but Bertie, I feel very sorry for him, actually, because I want him to get that freedom to be a little boy that his pushy mother denies him, and it's very difficult. Bertie wants to have a Swiss Army knife. That's his real dream, because that's something that all little boys want. And many men as well, is a Swiss Army knife is really important.
It is. It's a rite of passage.
It's a rite of passage.
Yes.
And of course, he's never going to get it from his mother, who doesn't believe in penknives. And when Bertie eventually has his 7th birthday, he's hoping that he's going to get a Swiss Army knife, and he gets this box all nicely wrapped up by his mother, and he opens it, and it's a junior UN peacekeeping kit with the little blue armbands. And I do, on one occasion, I do give Bertie occasional glimpses of freedom. One occasion he goes fishing with his father in the Pentland Hills, just outside Edinburgh, and they get lost, and they end up going into a farmhouse. A mist comes down, they go into the farmhouse. And the farmer's wife is very friendly. Come in. I'll make you a cup of tea, and then my husband will take you back to your car and whatnot. And Bertie discovers in this house there's living a real 6-year-old boy living a real boy's life, little boy called Andy. And Andy says to Bertie, would you like to see my things? And Bertie says, oh, yes, yeah. And so he takes him upstairs to his room, and he opens a drawer, and there in the drawer is not 1, but 6 Swiss Army penknives. And little Bertie's heart fills with joy at the sight of this. And he reaches one of these knives and he says, this, Bertie, is a Swiss Army knife. The Swiss Army fights only with penknives. And Bertie says, I've heard that, yes. So I really want him to achieve some sort of freedom.
This story about 44 Scotland Street, that's been going for how long now? There's no foreseeable end, is there?
No end in sight. It started, it's been going, well, I'm currently writing volume 16, I think, of that. So it's been going on for probably, 18 years or something like that. It started as a result of a meeting I had in San Francisco. I was on tour, and Amy Tan, the novelist who's been very kind to me, said, when you come to San Francisco, we'll have a party. Mm-hmm. So I said, well, that sounds like a very good idea. And so I went along, and she'd invited various people to this party, one of whom was Armistead Maupin, who wrote the Tales of the City, which was a serial novel published in the San Francisco Chronicle. And I got talking to Armistead, And he said, whatever you do, don't start writing a newspaper serial novel. So I returned to Scotland and started to write a serial novel in the Scotsman newspaper.
Yes.
And I thought it, when I first begun it, that it would just be one volume, but it just carried on, really carried on. Because I suffer, I must confess, I suffer from a condition which is called serial novelism. And there are various grades of it.
Yes.
At one end, you get a sort of mild condition of serial novelism where you just write a sequel.
Yes.
Then you get better.
Yes.
And then at the other end of the spectrum are people who write serial novels which go on for a long, long time. For example, Patrick Brown. So there's no known cure for this condition. You just write serial novels and then you die. And that's the way it is. And Patrick O'Brien was at the far end of the spectrum. He wrote 20 of the
Yes.
Master and Commander novels.
Yes.
Marcel Proust wrote all those novels. Both of them, you'll know, are dead.
So, no, not stopping yet. I would like to. There's another. I've just discovered another of your series that was just such a delight. The Ulf Varg series. Now, I don't know how many of you have an interest in Scandinavian noir, Scandinavian crime fiction, but I have a lot. And I was actually part of a project called What Makes Danish TV Travel, which took me to Malmo and Aarhus and Copenhagen and eventually to Iceland. And I was actually deeply embedded in the atmosphere of Nordic noir. So I picked up an Ulf Varg, and of course, he belongs to the Department of Sensitive Crimes. So can you tell us a little bit about Ulf Varg, your answer to maybe it's the girl with the dragon tattoo?
Well, I wouldn't compare myself to such writers, but yes, like you, Sue, I've taken great pleasure in Scandinavian crime fiction, and in particular, like everybody else, I've so enjoyed the television series that we've had of various Scandinavian crime fiction series.
The Bridge, The
Killing, etc., etc. And I do like those very much. And I thought, why should Scandinavian crime writers have all the fun? Why can't the rest of us perhaps write the occasional Scandinavian crime novel, although we aren't Scandinavian. And
that's never stopped you.
No, it's never stopped me.
Never stopped you.
So I decided to write a book called The Department of Sensitive Crimes, and I decided I'd have to create a very typical Scandinavian detective. And so I called him Ulf Varg. I'm not pronouncing Varg correctly in the Swedish way, but that's the way I pronounce Ulf Varg. Ulf is Danish for wolf, and Varg is Swedish for wolf. So he's Wolf. And
of course he is.
And he works in the Department of Sensitive Crimes in Malmo, and that department doesn't really deal with anything serious at all. So this is Scandinavian Blanc. And there's no violence. I don't go in for violence. There's very few real. In fact, nothing really happens in my books. So.
Oh, but you're cruel to dogs. I mean, the man with the silver Saab begins with a traumatic crime committed against Martin.
Yes, Martin is Ulf Varg's dog, his hearing-impaired dog, because Ulf himself is undergoing psychotherapy, and his dog Martin is also undergoing psychotherapy and has a hearing issue. He's deaf. And he's the only dog in Sweden who's been taught to lip read. He's a lip-reading Swedish dog. So fairly typical.
Yeah.
And
it's a thing.
And Martin has a terrible thing happens in volume 3 of the Ulf Varg series, which is The Man with the Silver Saab, where Martin is attacked by a squirrel, and his nose. His nose is largely severed. It comes off. It's just there's a little bit of tissue holding it. my editor actually took this up with me and said, couldn't you tone that down a bit? But he's got this little nose, which is rather like a blackberry, which is hanging out. And so he goes off to have that. And unfortunately, the vet sews it on the wrong way. Which is the second time that's happened in one of my books. In one of my Portuguese irregular verbs books, Prinzel, Professor Dr. Florianus Prinzel, is engaged in a duel when he's a student. And he has the tip of his nose cut off by a sword. And he goes off to hospital and the doctor's drunk. And he says it on the wrong way. So this is an obsessive image in my... And so there's Ulf and Martin. This terrible thing happened to Martin. Mind you, other dogs, also in the Portuguese irregular verb series, in the finer points of sausage dogs, which was one of my books in that series, there's a sausage dog called Volta, who is, unfortunately, it's a very complicated story, but Professor Dr. Norris Kaiser, Moritz Maria von Egelfeld, is masquerading as a professor of veterinary medicine for very complicated reasons. We don't have the time to go into that.
No.
But he's involved in, the sausage dog is brought in to the veterinary school, and von Egelfeld's called to give an opinion because he knows nothing about veterinary medicine. So he says, the sausage dog has hurt a leg, had an accident, and so he says, you must amputate the leg. So the student goes off and amputates the leg, and then comes back and says, I'm sorry, I was looking at the X-ray the wrong way round. I've cut the wrong leg off. So he says, well, cut the right one off. So he cuts off another leg, and unfortunately, there's further instance of veterinary negligence, and he removes the third leg. So this poor dog ends up with only one leg, but he's given wheels, and he paddles along quite. And his quality of life isn't bad, and he manages to get around quite well, except on hills. And there are various pointed remarks from Mundholz. There's one in my book, the unusual uses for olive oil, which is in that series. There's an occasion when Walter's wheels are oiled by von Egelfeld with olive oil, and it's a very complicated. Actually, that's too complicated. We can't go into that.
But in the most recent von Egelfeld, now,
yes.
I have to tell you that I know that he is Professor Doctor, and
yes.
I was very, very tempted, to introduce you, because you've now got 13 doctorates. As Emeritus Professor, Dr. McCall-Smith, because there are 13 of them there. So in that series, and there's actually a beautiful follow-up with the sausage dog in the most recent one that I have read, where isn't there a problem with the dog on wheels being classified as a vehicle?
Yes, there's a very... No, you're right. There's a very, very tricky situation where Professor Dr. Honoris Causa Unterholzer takes his dog for a walk along the pavement in Regensburg, and he's arrested for driving a vehicle on the pavement, and they take the view that the dog qualifies as a vehicle. That's a very tricky situation.
Yes.
So yes, those books are really ridiculous, but I have great fun writing them. People said to me, "What have you got against German professors?" And the answer is actually nothing, really. But I started to write those books in response to a request from a German professorial friend of mine, Professor Dr. Honoris Causa Reinhard Zimmermann, who's a great friend and who's the godfather of my younger daughter. And we were going for a run by the Edinburgh Canal years ago. He's Professor Dr. Honoris Causa Reinhard Zimmermann is about 6'4" tall and a very fine tennis player. And as we were running, he said, "Why don't you write a book about a German professor who's very good at playing tennis?" And so I wrote a story about 3 German professors who couldn't play tennis at all, and that became Portuguese irregular verbs, and
Yes, and
now
has,
series, yeah.
continued. I mean, it's a series that, as an academic, I particularly love because I recognise some of the absurdities of academic life. And I think I was telling to you that I had a friend at the University of Queensland. In the most recent book, there's quite a bit of a fuss about who gets which office and
Oh, yes.
etc. And at the University of Queensland, your status was signified by how many windows you had. So my friend started off in a broom closet without a window and worked his way up to a corner office.
Yes.
You know, it was very much a status symbol. And this is also in this book that von Eaglefeld is really after a bigger office.
Oh, we have a lot of that, little arguments about offices. Well, academia is full of these little disputes.
These absurdities.
As is the civil service. The civil service, apparently, in Britain, I don't know what the case would be in Australia, but it's size of carpet. How big your carpet is determines your and if you have a carpet, I mean, there are some people who don't have a carpet at all. Right. And obviously they're not doing too well.
Yes.
But these little things are. I take great delight in the small pettinesses of life, because that's where the great humour is.
And that's what makes me guffaw with laughter when I'm reading a thing. It's that minute observation of those little tiny things that happen all the time around us. And you actually make me see them more clearly. You know, whenever I've read one of your books, I not only want to be a better person, but I also see things slightly differently. So they are quite illuminating in that,
Thank you.
that way. Can you tell us, though, about your latest project? Now, we are going to go to questions in a little while, and I just want to prepare you for this, because we did this with Sarah Paretsky, and I've done it again. I've acquired a copy of what W.H. Auden can do for you, and it's now been inscribed for excellence in the formulation of questions, Alexander McCall Smith. We have a prize for the best question when it comes around. So start thinking about your question. So obviously a question. So tell us about the latest project, because it's called, I think it's wonderful, The Perfect Passion Company.
Yes, that's a new series that I've started about a marriage bureau in Edinburgh. A matrimonial agency. Now, most people these days meet their future partners, their boyfriends or girlfriends or whatever, through the internet dating. This apparently is almost the sole way in which people do it. And so marriage bureau don't really, there's some of them left. Some still exist. And I decided to write a story about a marriage agency in Edinburgh, where people go to find their partner and get a certain number of introductions for £500 or whatever it is. And these, of course, there's a role for those, for people who don't actually like the idea of internet dating and the random nature of that, and prefer to have a tailor-made, bespoke service where somebody's trying to match them with somebody they feel is appropriate. So the first of those has been published in e-book form. I'm doing them as e-books, electronic books, for the first publication, and then they'll become a physical book next year. And the first one is called Cook for Me, and in that there's this man who's a pilot, and he takes early retirement from the airline in his 40s, and because he's inherited a farm just outside Edinburgh, and he's on that farm, and he has had unsatisfactory relationships, haven't really lasted very long. So he goes to the marriage bureau, and he says he really wants somebody to look after him now, and preferably could they find a good cook. And they say, well, this is very old-fashioned. That's not the way things work these days. And cut a long story short, they think a good way for him to meet somebody who would cook for him would be to go to cookery lessons, where there would be a lot of ladies who would be studying how to do better cookery and who may be interested in getting a new man. So he goes off to those, and he happens to fall for the the lecturer, the cookery lecturer, and he eventually plucks up the courage to ask her out for coffee. And she goes to coffee, and she says, the first thing she says to him is, you know, I spend all my day cooking in this wretched cookery school. The last thing I want to do is to go home and cook. But of course, he's been bitten by the cookery bug, so it's going to be all right. So a happy ending. And all of them have a happy ending. And so I'm really enjoying that.
I think you're a hopeless romantic in many ways.
Well, yes, maybe. I think that I do prefer a happy resolution to something, and I prefer, I suppose, to deal with the more positive end of life. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily that literature shouldn't deal with the harrowing and the bleak. That's obviously a very important part of our lives. But what I would say is that I don't see why we should constantly focus on the pathological and the bleak, in that life is a mixture of positive good things, cheerful things, joyful things,
Yes.
affirmative things, and then obviously things which aren't so affirmative
Yes.
and which... And I think we probably need to be a bit careful that we don't allow ourselves to get caught up in the miserable. There's some enthusiasm for misery memoirs, for really luxuriating in the misery of this life. Well, I'm not sure really whether that necessarily should be our complete literary diet. I would hope not.
Would this be a good moment to read your poem?
Yeah, I could read a poem, yes. This is... I've had this collection of poetry called In a Time of Distance, which was published actually during or shortly after the first of the lockdowns. So hence the title In a Time of Distance, referring to the sense of separation that we all experienced during this curious few years that we've just lived through. And the poems are on a mixture of subjects. That title poem refers to that. But I'll read you one which is called The Language of Pilots. And this one I wrote in an aeroplane. A number of these poems were written in various odd circumstances. And this one, as I say, was written in an aeroplane when I was sitting there in the aeroplane thinking about the language that they use when addressing their passengers on planes. It's not really English as we know it. They don't use simple words. For example, they'll say things like, "At this time, we are commencing our descent." Now, who speaks like that, Sue?
We're going down now.
We're going down now. That's really what we need to say. But of course, that wouldn't go down very well with the passengers. But at this time, we are commencing our descent. Yeah. So I thought I'd write about what might happen if you had a pilot on the flight deck there who was a poet, who used poetic, beautiful language, and what would happen on such flight. And I wrote this poem. The language of pilots. They speak with high authority, ailerons and wings responsive to their touch. Their words are functional too. But why, I wonder, should a pilot not be a poet too and say, "We now descend at last through banks of cloud, white fields as wide as any ocean, at least when viewed from where we are, at least when viewed from this suspended point, for it is Bernoulli's principle that lifts and keeps us here between the patient earth below and this empty, soaring sky. Ladies and gentlemen, rain falls in distant vales. Look from your windows to the starboard side of this metal tube we call an aircraft. Look out there and see the rain, the grey-white shafts of rain. Do you know that those wisps of cloud you see up above are crystals of ice falling like gossamer? Did you know that? Now please, about your waists, your belts, Affix the belts, you must. As slowly towards the earth we drop, to land's embrace your belts adjust. We are a little late, but what are a few minutes, nothing more, here and there? Not much, I think. Goodbye, and take with you the things you brought, your few possessions. Goodbye, until we meet again, and once more we carry you on wings of steel, to places you would wish to go. Goodbye, dear friends. It matters not whether you're a member of the loyalty scheme we've got. We love you all, as parents love their children equally. Remember that, and please come back. Goodbye again, and cabin crew, unbar the doors, let light be seen, secure what needs securing, and cross-check whatever that might mean. Goodbye, for soon these great engines on landing will be silenced, as will I.
Fabulous. Okay, I want to read that. I'm going to go and get those poems now. I think we have a question. We do.
Alexander, my question is twofold. First of all, what would Isabel Dalhousie be thinking at the moment about the state of Scottish politics? And also, what would Isabel be hoping for from Nicola Benedetti's very first Edinburgh Festival in August?
That's two questions.
That's two wonderful questions. Those are very important questions. Isabel is not particularly political. She is very concerned about ethical issues and philosophical issues, and she would probably take a slightly disapproving view of the state of Scottish politics at the moment, as most people take about their states of politics wherever they live. They probably look at the politicians and shake their heads a little bit about what is going on. So I think that might be her view of that. She would be interested in some of the livelier issues in Scottish politics, but I think I wouldn't want to put words into her mouth. Who is an author to do that? The characters. As far as that very interesting question about Nicola Benedetti's running of the Edinburgh Festival, I think Isabel would be looking forward to that greatly, and would take the view that this will be a very lively and a really very new view of things. The Edinburgh Festival, obviously closely associated with your own festival here, these festivals are wonderful things. And I think she would just be optimistic about Nicola Benedetti's championing of the cause of the Edinburgh Festival.
There was a moment here in Adelaide when I kept thinking it's like a Scottish summer this week that we've just had. It was like being at the Edinburgh Festival, I've got to tell you. Okay, we have another question. Yep.
Okay, Alexander, have you ever met Kerry O'Keefe, the Australian cricketer?
A cricketer?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so he's the only person I've heard who laughs as much at his own jokes as you do. How is it, this is my question, how is it that you see things that none of us see, or express things that you see?
Well, they're very kind of you to suggest that I see things that others don't. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that if you're a writer, you've probably got to take a close interest in what is going on. But I don't think that one necessarily is vouchsafed any particular vision that others may not have. But I suppose I quite like the quirky side of life. I think you can attune your antennae to pick up quirkiness, which I rather enjoy
Absolutely.
doing, and you can pick up the absurdity in many situations.
Yes, this is so true.
But as far as the cricketer, cricketer is concerned, now I know very little about cricket. In fact, nothing.
There you go. Okay. Another one.
Will Isabel Dalhousie's nemesis, Professor Lettuce, ever come to a sticky end?
That's very. So you want to know whether Professor Lettuce, who's her nemesis in a sense, will have come to a sticky end. Professor Robert Lettuce, he and his sidekick, Dr. Christopher Dove, they're rather creepy philosophers, and I don't think we'll ever really see him coming to a sticky end. Very few of my characters come to really unpleasant ends. I've bumped off 2 characters in my time. One was Lard O'Connor, who was a very generously built Glaswegian gangster, and I bumped him off because I wanted to write about a Glasgow funeral. And I'd seen Glasgow gangsters go on for really good funerals. They have terrific funerals with plumed horses the works. And the big floral messages, they have wreaths with big. And so I wanted to write about Glasgow funeral, so I got rid of Lard O'Connor, rather regretting it because he was quite a colourful character. And but I described his final ceremony, so to speak, and they've got big floral tributes, one of which says "big man" in flowers, and then another one says "quality," and then another one just says "deed," which is dead in Glaswegian.
Yes.
And so Professor Lettuce, no, I think he's probably safe. In fact, I redeemed him a bit. We saw that Professor Lettuce was not all bad.
So few of your characters really are. Another question.
Thank you. It's a puzzle for you. It's related to what you told us earlier. And what goes through the wood and through the wood, but never touches the wood?
What goes through the wood and through the wood but never touches the wood?
No, I can't. I know that. No. I can't answer that.
It's a Swiss Army knife in young Bertie's pocket.
Yes. Thank you.
We'll ponder that.
Thank you very much.
I think you can hear me.
Yes.
When the noise of modern life gets a bit too much and I need a good laugh, I tend to go to various people, but Alexander McCall Smith is one of them. And I was wondering where Alexander McCall Smith goes for a laugh.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, thank you for your kind words. As far as, yes, I think the various comic novelists that I really admire greatly. Barbara Pym is one.
Wow.
Barbara Pym was the 20th century incarnation of Jane Austen. Very, very funny in a very dry way.
Yeah.
Marvellously funny, with beautiful little observations on. So I'm a great fan of Barbara Pym. I suppose my admiration of Barbara Pym is probably only exceeded in these humorous terms by my admiration for Benson's Mapp and Lucia novels. And Mapp and Lucia novels are just screamingly funny. There's nothing funnier than those novels in my view. Lucia, this grande dame who is terrifically pretentious, on an ocean-going scale. And I find, and her sidekick Georgie, they play Mozart duets together. It's just absolutely wonderfully, wonderfully funny. So that's where I would go for a laugh.
Excellent. Another question?
Thank you. I'm wondering how you did in the letters at school, and did you become a writer, a poet, because of or in spite of what happened at your school, and who was the most influential teacher?
Thank you. That's really interesting, because I think so many of us have had in our past an English teacher, literature teacher, whatever, who has inspired us. I imagine everybody here can think of one teacher who was important in that way in their lives. Certainly, I had one I can think of who was very good in that respect. And although the set books that we had to study at school tended to be, in many cases, somewhat worthy and somewhat dull, nonetheless, they were influential. I think it also, your question raises rather interesting questions about the effect on one of literary enthusiasms in general, not just a teacher, but what you read. And as we were talking earlier on about Auden obviously was a very major influence for me. I can also, I think, look at my #1 ladies detective agency novels and say that I don't think I would have written those had I not read R.K. Narayan, a wonderful Indian writer who read those Malgudi novels, and they were very influential on me.
Mm-hmm. Great. Okay, we got another question. Yep. Whoop, we got no sound. There we go.
Thanks. A lot of your characters undertake psychoanalysis. What inspired your fondness for the humour of psychotherapy in particular? Was there an event?
Well, yes, I think you're quite right that probably the most common profession in my novels is psychotherapist or psychiatrist. That's the standard default profession of the characters in them. I find psychoanalysis, the pure Freudian classic psychoanalysis, tremendously amusing. If you read Freud's case, I mean, I mentioned Little Hans, and the case of the wolf man, that's absolutely marvelous. There's this man who dreamt that there were wolves sitting in the tree, and there's great discussion about that. This is all wonderful stuff. It's really designed to be read as literature. So I found that the psychoanalytical movement has got great delights in it. In fact, one of my great ambitions had been, at some stage, to visit the psychoanalytical quarter of Buenos Aires, which eventually I did. I got to Buenos Aires, and I visited this quarter because the Argentinians, are more interested in psychoanalysis than any other people on the face of the earth. There are more psychoanalysts in Buenos Aires than in New York, which is saying something. Per square mile, there are more psychoanalysts. There's a whole quarter. And I went into a cafe which was called the Café Siggy, and there was a picture of Sigmund Freud on the wall. And there were these people sitting at tables, having coffee, not talking about the sort of stuff that we talk about when we have coffee at but discussing their neuroses and whatnot. And it's standard practice in Argentina to get psychoanalysis when you turn about 18 as it's a present, 21st birthday present. Here's your psychoanalysis. And they all do it. It's extraordinary. I went to a dinner in Buenos Aires where there were 14 people round the table, 10 of whom were undergoing analysis at the time, which is really very good. I think it really is. It's a wonderful, wonderful story and very vastly amusing.
Well, what do they say about an unexamined life?
Yes.
One more question, and then we're there. Sorry.
I hope it's a worthy question. The opening line in a book is the launch pad, and in your books, they're very much so the launch pad. Do you land on these and take off and not to return, or is it something you revisit?
Something, I'm sorry, what?
Something
you revisit.
I revisit. I think I tend not to revisit them. That's a very interesting question. I do often think about the opening line and indeed the closing lines of a novel before I start to write it. And often it's the closing lines, the last few lines of the book, occur to me before I start to write the book. But the opening line is tremendously important. And of course, you know, there are so many wonderful opening lines. If you look at some of the great opening lines in literature, my favourite is Rose Macaulay's opening line of The Towers of Trebizond, which I think just is absolutely magnificent. And it runs as follows: "Hold my camel," said my Aunt Dot on her way back from High Mass. You know, you can't get better than that. You know, that's because you've got something. And then there's another one, actually, while we're on the subject of opening lines. There's another one which is the opening line of Daisy Ashford's The Young Visitors. You know, that's a wonderful book. Daisy Ashford's The Young Visitors. If you haven't read it, it's a great treat ahead of you. This was a book written by a 9.5-year-old girl. Some people thought that it might have been written by J.M. Barrie. It wasn't. J.M. Barrie discovered it, but she wrote this book, Daisy Ashford, and it's a wonderful, naive gem. But the first sentence, the opening line, is just gorgeous. Mr. Saltina was an elderly man of 42. And actually, if you mention that opening line to teenagers, they say, "So, well..."
Not this audience. Alex, we have to ask you, what was your favourite question? Which was the one that you enjoyed answering so much?
I enjoyed them all so much. Now, I know that's not going to deal with your immediate issue.
Yeah.
But oh gosh, I really, this is very, very awkward because I wasn't paying much attention.
Well, I like the psychotherapy answer.
Oh, the psychotherapy question was really very important.
I like the psychotherapy.
I think that.
I think we can go with that. I think we go. Sandy, thank you so much. The audience is already saying thank you. Thank you, audience, for being here at the very end. And I now declared this festival closed. Thank you.